ẹni bàbá ilé bọ́lábọ́lá ọmọ ìṣúlú ojú ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dù káyọ̀ lábì lúbi lọ́wọ́ lábì lúbi ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dù àtẹ̀lù lúbi àtẹ̀lù méjì àtẹ̀lù mẹ́ta àtẹ̀lù mẹ́rin àtẹ̀lù márùn àtẹ̀lù mẹ́ta àtẹ̀lù méje àtẹ̀lù mẹ́jọ àtẹ̀lù mẹ́sàn àtẹ̀lù mẹ́wàá wàhálà wúwúwú ẹlẹ́yìí ò gbọ́ àbẹ̀mọ̀gbọ̀gbọ̀ ẹlẹ́yìí ò gbọ́ àtẹ̀lù sílẹ̀ àbúrò ní àtẹ̀lù aláàbàrà dábìlárì ohun bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe yóò fún ilé wa ìwà ẹ̀rù ló ń ta nílẹ̀ yìí àrùnìsì wí àrùnìsì.
Ayandaba, 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 one ayandaba, 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 so baby subramia. Subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wanamejemo, Anamu, Paratuba dodiri tukuma tukutuba dodiri ndemo, Eguma wego. Para tuba jodiri tukuma duku tuba jodiri ndemo obodo jisike nubo seruna oyibo
it is everyone be free
ayandaba 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 so baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ega ponto mo. Yeah, de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 asima ayandaba, 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 Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ask the one for the Avanya since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna mota, hakuna togabu.
And there it is again, and here I am again, and there you are again. So here we all are again. Good day, dear friends. Good to see you. I don't know. I say it every time. Anytime that music stops and my face suddenly appears, I just feel a surge of nerves. I don't know why, but I do. But nevertheless, good to see you. Always a delight to be in your company. So always a delight to be in your company. Never take it for granted. So it is with gratitude that I welcome you every time you do decide to spend, because it's a choice you make, of course. I know you formed the habit of this is now part of the backdrop of your day now. The one man went to no session, but nothing taken for granted, and your company received it with gratitude. So your company received with gratitude. The usual protocol: click on the like button just as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join us on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. You know the routine. So if you click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, let me highlight it for you. So if you click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard, it brings you into a studio space. It's first come, first served, by the way. There's no designated seat for anybody. It's literally the first 9 people to click on that appear on the screen. So if you feel inclined towards participating on the screens, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space, as I said. And then as soon as I've finished reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and we engage in a conversation. That's how it works. That's the format. So if you feel inclined, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Of course, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that is always there at your discretion, of course, but you're encouraged to do that, but only if you feel inclined to do it. So click on like, you must do that. Click on subscribe, you must do that. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's at your discretion. And the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee, that's entirely at your will. But the two compulsory ones, like and subscribe, you must do those. So you must do those. So now let's go to the talking points that we'll be discussing today. Let's kick it off from here. Appeal Court affirms Adeleke as Osun governor. So this is big news on two fronts. So in fact, on several fronts, really, it's big news that Adeleke finally retains that mandate that was given to him 4 years ago, stolen by the courts. He retrieves it. They attempted to steal it via the courts again, but he's able to hold on to it. So that's one. But then the second space is that Oyetola, who was the governor, erstwhile now ex, is a direct bloodline cousin of Tinubu. So that comes into play as well. But another thing that is more current that comes into play, the lawsuit, the petition against Oyetola's Adeleke Rada's victory, the petition against his victory is all wrapped around that BVAS narrative, which is a narrative that's now come into play at the presidential space. So the first time that space has been tested in law, it looks as though the law has found in favor of the person that won the victory. Is this some sort of three-dimensional preparation for things to land? So a lot of conspiracy theories, or is this just the law following its natural course? So all of that are for discussion. Appeal Court affirms Adeleke as Osun governor. So we start off with that, and we're still staying within that space somewhat. Appeal Court opposed Adeleke, so we've had that. So now, Oyetola APC to pay Adeleke 500,000 naira damages. So not only have they found in favor of Adeleke, they've also given a punitive punishment. It's tokenism, of course. was 500,000. I'm sure anyone listening to me can sign that check on behalf of the government. But really, its symbolism, isn't it? Oyetola APC to pay Adeleke 500,000 naira for damages. So victory plus cost is what Adeleke got in that space. But what does it mean? Alleged UK meeting with Tinubu, fresh video reveals CJN's true location. So we're back where we were before, as though we ever left that space. The conspiracy theories, of course, we all went around that cycle. The Chief Justice of the Federation, Olukayode Ariwola, a lot of news that he's disguised himself as some disabled person to have a surreptitious covert meeting with Tinubu in London. But then, of course, they also told us that Tinubu was in Paris, but allegedly, apparently, the CJN is not even anywhere near those locations. So, of course, we're back in the Igbo Times magazine sort of headlines again. So we're back within that space again. Alleged UK meeting with Tinubu, fresh video reveals CJN Ariwola's true location. So I have to say this. The people putting out this sort of storylines, they are not especially bothered whether people believe it or not. They don't care how it is being deemed. But what they are doing is to use this sort of narratives to form some sort of relationship between Tinubu and the CJN in order to put pressure then on the judiciary space. That is the totality of all of this. Whether people choose to believe it or not is secondary to all of that. So there it is right there. CJN disguises on wheelchair in London hotel for secret meeting with Tinubu. So I think we dealt with that yesterday. So we skipped through that. But hold on. I'm just trying to see how I sequenced this. All right, we skip through that to go to this. Still staying with the Ariwola space, Presidential Election Tribunal, did Tinubu CJN meet in London? Fresh details emerge. So I suppose that will be somewhat repetitive of that space. Tinubu never met with CJN, says APC PCC. So the fact that they respond to this storyline sometimes, it gives it the oxygen that it should not have gotten. So they should have just dismissed it and disregarded it, of course, because I think the CJN has been cited all over the space, so people can form the opinion then that how can this guy be in London and in another place secondarily. So it's just a bit of a nonsense, but the fact that they are responding to it gives it the oxygen that it should not have. I would have won without Peter Obi. I joined Labour Party before him. Abia governor-elect, OT. So a lot of people now, they are being drowned in the Peter Obi narrative, and some of them now are now pushing through that narrative to come up for fresh air. And this is now this Oti now, who through dint of hard work has won that governorship from his own popularity amongst his own people. But that all of that is wrapped within the Peter Obi narrative. But this guy now, he's not going to have his hard work deemed by anybody else's luster. So he has come out to clarify. I won't say he has come out to alarm. I would say he has come out to clarify. I would have won without Peter Obi. I joined Labour Party before him. Abia Governor Oti. So Abia Governor Oti, we find out exactly what is going on there. So we find out exactly what is going on there. 2023 elections, all 26 governors-elect announced by INEC. So we'll be documenting then the winners of this particular cycle, who won what and where. So I think all of the announcements have now come in now. So for reasons of documentation, we shall be going through the list of now the new governors that have emerged. Not all of the states were in contention, by the way. I'm sure you all know that, because quite a few states are off cycle. That is to say, for reasons of whatever litigation, they've had to rerun their elections outside of when general election takes place. So the sitting governors, they have not run their 4-year tenure for them to be up for revalidation. So those are off-cycle elections, but the ones that are within cycle, they've all been counted and accounted for. All 26 governor-elects announced by INEC. So we go through a list of the names, and we'll speculate on the ones that are fought to get that space. Like I said, we still remain in silly season. Presidency reacts to Buhari's alleged refusal to hand over to Tinubu. So we saw this. It was actually, I was going to say a reputable, but you want to question that now if it still has that reputation. But a news outlet, Sahara Reporters, actually broke this story that Buhari was caught privately saying that he does not see himself handing over to Tinubu. So again, they have felt the need to come out into the public space to come and debunk this. So debunk this, this is just the thing that goes on. But you wonder sometimes if they should be giving all of these sort of storylines the oxygen that they seem to get. But then, of course, the counter argument is that if they don't respond to these storylines, then it builds up a momentum of its own, and then the lie now becomes truth. So that's where it is, though. You at the one hand want to say that these sort of storylines should not be responded to, but then of course you cannot let a lie fester. So there it is. So we're going through those, and plenty more to come through, of course. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. As I said in the opening phase, the still obtains. Click on like just as you're coming in. Subscribe if the subscription button is showing as red. If you want to buy your whole cups of coffee, do that via the link showing on the screen. And if you want to come join us on the screen, do that via the link that you can see in the comment section as well. So all of that's in play. Let's take a micro musical break. And then when we come back, we get into the details of it. Let's go first to the K-Guys.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. So now, guys, apologies. There's something I have to attend to for about 5 minutes or so. So I need to come off the screen for about 5 minutes. But I will play you this live stream from Arise TV. I'll play you this 5 minutes clip from Arise TV as the space filler. I think they're discussing the Ekweremadu space. So unless Thomas wants to jump on, but actually don't jump on just yet, Thomas. I'll play you this space filler for about 5 minutes. I need 5 minutes. So Thomas, let this clip play for.
So many other ways, legal ways and proper ways to get an organ donor for a sick person. I mean, some people are, sympathetic with their Kweramadus that their daughter is sick and needs help. Other people are also saying, well, you have been in the Senate for at least 20 years as a lawmaker. What have you done in Nigeria to help in terms of health, setting up health facilities for the country? Oh, well, you have the funds and the resources to go off to London like many politicians do and in many public officers to take care of the health of their families. What about those of us that are in Nigeria that do not have that kind of fund to do so? So some are sympathetic, others not so. But it is terrible for the image of our country. And you can see that the trial was speedy. Within 6 weeks, the judgment has already been reached because they really wanted to wind this up.
Right.
So that's another lesson, in terms of how fast judicial cases can be.
Absolutely. And I think you made a good point there when you talked about Nigeria's healthcare system, that if it was working, Mr. Ekweremadu, who's been in government for 2 decades, would not have had the need to seek help abroad. So in a sense, he is, to some extent, by some people at least, seen as complicit in not fixing that healthcare system so that he would not, or anybody in fact, would not have to travel abroad. But let me come to you, Chinwe Izebu. You are a lawyer, of course. Senator Ekweremadu has been a contributor to the making of laws in Nigeria, one of which I understand prohibits human organ trafficking. So how astonishing is it that he himself is now guilty of organ trafficking?
It's very ironical because I was very shocked by the verdict. Having said that, Mr. Ekweremadu was actually in charge of the legislative arm of the National Assembly, Deputy Senate President, when the legislation was made at the time, that is the corresponding legislation in respect of human trafficking in Nigeria. So he probably was not aware of the interpretation of that statute. So we have it again that the courts have the exclusive right and jurisdiction to interpret a statute. So even though Mr. Ekweremadu was at the National Assembly at the time when the law was made in Nigeria, he went over to the UK not being aware of the legislative statute which prohibits human trafficking in the UK. Now, Section 2 of Modern Slavery Act in the UK, I think it is 2015, prohibits anybody from facilitating the journey or travel of anybody to the UK with a view to exploiting that person. The key word, Charles, is exploiting. So the court took a dim view of the fact that this young man, 21-year-old, as we now know, was exploited. Mr. Ekweremadu is a compassionate, loving father, and like every loving father would do for their...
All right, I'm back. So do you want to listen to this woman some more? Let me actually get rid of her. If you want to listen to us some more, we can bring her back. But let's get back to matters that we did intend to discuss. So let's get back to matters that we did intend to discuss. So let's kick it off with this, the Adeleke space. Appeal Court affirms Adeleke as Osun governor. The Court of Abuja, sitting in, not the Court of Abuja, the Court of Appeal, sitting in Abuja on Friday, vacated the tribunal judgment that nullified the election of Governor Ademola Adeleke of Osun State. The appellate court, in an unanimous decision by a 3-member panel of justices, held that the appeal Adeleke lodged to challenge his sack by the Osun State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal was meritorious. Aside from setting aside the judgment of the tribunal, the court, in its lead judgment that was delivered by Justice Mohammed Lawal, awarded 500,000 naira cost against the All Progressive Congress APC and its candidate Agwega Oyetola. So that's just a short paragraph that captures that space. That was just as the news broke. So that was breaking news brought to you just hot off the press. So hot off the press, appeal court in Abuja has set aside the decision of Osun State Gubernatorial Election Petition Tribunal. The court upheld the election of Ademola Adeleke as the governor of Osun State. So he continues then. I think maybe the Supreme Court still an option. Oyetola APC to pay Adeleke 500,000 naira damages. So I think we've already captured that. So that's that. So what does this mean though for the presidential space? That's the question. What does this mean for the presidential space? Because of course, a lot of the appeal that was lodged by Oyetola was wrapped around the BVAS and overvoting narrative. You know, so we probably need more details of that judgment really to form a solid opinion. But certainly now that this is the first instance then that BVAS has been tested in court and is found in favor of the victor. So how does that permutate towards the Atiku Tinubu and Atiku Peter Obi sort of a narrative? So all of that to come, or is there any interlink even? That's the question. So there's that. On to the next. And by the way, there's still spaces left in the studio. If you want to come join, don't wait until the last minute and then you're clicking furiously and saying that, oh, this guy doesn't like me and whatnot. It's first come, first serve, as you know. First come, first serve. Okay, let's go on to the next. Which one comes up next? All right, let's go on to this one. Alleged UK meeting with Tinubu. Fresh video reveals CJN Ariwola's true location. So we're back with the obedience space and the usual hoo-ha. So the usual hoo-ha. Amidst rumors that it was in a private meeting with the president-elect, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, Chief Justice of Nigeria CJN, Justice Kayode Ariwola, has been spotted in Abuja. CJN Ariwola, according to Channels TV, was seen on Friday, March the 24th, leaving the Supreme Court for the Ansaruddin Central Mosque in Abuja to observe his prayers. The speculations that Ariwola is in London with Tinubu are fueling suspicions that the latter is making smart moves to buy the former's heart, whilst court cases surrounding the outcome of the presidential election abound. So there it is. It's come to, there's a video clip which I'm going to grab and see if I can present. Let me see if it's actually come to something now that the Chief Justice of the Federation has to now be doing in Instagram twerking to show that he's not in London. So the Chief Justice of the Federation is now having to twerk on Instagram in order to show that he's not in London in a secret meeting with Tinubu. So the cheek of this obedient space, it knows no bounds. The force matters with just the loudness of the noise that they used to present it. The Chief Justice of the Federation, he is twerking on Instagram to dispel or refute storylines being brought by the Peter Obi camp. So here is Channels Television now putting it out on their Twitter. The Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kayode Ariwola, leaving the Supreme Court for Ansaruddin Central Mosque, Abuja, to observe his prayers. This is coming in the wake of speculations that he is in London to meet with President-elect Tinubu. So it's unbelievable. So let's go on to the follow-on story, actually. Presidential Election Tribunal, did Tinubu CJN Ariwola meet in London? Fresh details emerge. Amid several news reports about a meeting between Nigeria's president-elect Bola Tinubu and the Chief Justice of Nigeria CJN Justice Kayode Ariwoola in the United Kingdom, Ahmed Raji SAN, has dismissed such claims. Raji said the reports were false and were an attempt to mar the image of the Supreme Court of Justice. As reported by the Nigerian Tribune, Raji revealed on Thursday, March the 23rd, that Justice Ariwoola was indeed in the United Kingdom, but was there only on a medical leave, but returned to Nigeria early hours Thursday. Meanwhile, reports confirmed that Tinubu had left the country on health grounds as well. So I'm not quite sure. The one thing we have to establish is there a crossover in the times that they were in London? Had Justice Ariwoola left London before Tinubu arrived there? Because they only need a window of opportunity to meet. So that's the only thing that can confirm or debunk anything. So let's see. We can actually get the timeline from here. As reported by the Nigerian Tribune, Raji revealed on Thursday, March the 23rd, that Justice Ariwoola was indeed in the United Kingdom, but was only there on medical leave, but returned to Nigeria early hours of Thursday. So hold on to that. Meanwhile, a series of reports confirmed that Tinubu left the country on health grounds as well. So here it is. It is in the news since Tuesday evening that Tinubu was traveling to Europe for medical reasons as well as for lesser urge. Further reports indicated that he is in France to meet with his medical doctor. Why would someone link that to the CJN, who has left Nigeria for the United Kingdom since Saturday to observe his own medical session and just came back today as a meeting? So when did Tinubu, it said it's been in the news since Tuesday evening that Tinubu traveled to Europe. So they said Tinubu went to France and the justice went to the United Kingdom. But 30 minutes from where I am talking to you now, there's a funnel called Eurostar that will get you to France within 40 minutes. So being in the UK and France, there's no distance between them, or it's simply hopping on the Eurostar. And you can have breakfast in France and have lunch in London if you want to. So I'm not quite sure about that. All right, that space continues though. So them now releasing clips of Ariwoola being in Abuja observing his Islamic prayers. It adds or removes nothing from anything. It's the timeline that really establishes what went on. Presidential Election Tribunal did Tinubu, CJ, and Ariwoola meet in London. Fresh details emerge. So I think this may well be a regurgitation. Okay, it actually follows on. Our politicians need to allow due process to take control. Election matters are in the law courts, but that does not mean that the law lords will not live their normal lives as human beings. Tinubu is in France and the CJN is in London. Where is the contact, he asked. He, however, urged Nigerians to disregard fake reports and malicious statements by desperate politicians aimed at tarnishing the image of the judiciary in a bid to achieve their selfish interest. So there it is. It's still shrouded in mystery, actually. President-elect Tinubu's whereabouts finally revealed amidst medical trip rumors. Right, ahead of the, hold on. Right, ahead of the May 29 inauguration, the president-elect, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, on Tuesday night, March the 21st, traveled abroad to rest and plan his transition program. This was disclosed in a statement sent to correspondents via his media aide, Tunde Rahman, on Wednesday, March the 22nd. After a very exhaustive campaign and election season, President-elect Asiwaju Bola Tinubu has traveled abroad to rest and plan his transition ahead of May 29, 2023 inauguration. The president-elect left the Muritala Mohammed International Airport, Ikeja, for Europe on Tuesday. So Europe is a continent, though, but where within Europe has it gone to is really the question. Rahman further explained, pardon me, Rahman further explained in the statement that Tinubu decided to take a break after the hectic campaign and election season to rest in Paris and London. So there it is, in Paris and London. After the rest, the president-elect is also scheduled to go to Saudi Arabia for Umrah, Lesser Hajj, and the Ramadan fasting begins Thursday, March the 23rd. Whilst away, President Tinubu will also use the opportunity to plan his transition program. He's expected back in the country soon, the statement said. We enjoin the media to stop publishing rumors and unsubstantiated claims and to always seek clarification from our office. Correspondents note that the statement was released following rumors that the president-elect was ill and flown abroad for treatment. So there it is. It gets even more confusing than it was from the onstart. So there it is. So there it is. Okay, let's take this final one from that space, and then we move on from that space. Tinubu, I can't speak. Tinubu never met CJN, says APC PCC. So I don't quite know still why they have a PCC. That's just the thing. That's the Presidential Campaign Council. The campaign and elections are over. The All Progressive Congress Presidential Campaign Council has refuted the report of a purported meeting between the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Oluka Adeariola, and President-elect Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu in London. The council, in a statement Thursday night by its Director of Media and Publicity, Bayo Ononuga, dismissed a media report that Ariwola disguised to meet with Tinubu as fake, misleading, and malicious. Our attention has been drawn to the grossly fake, misleading, and malicious story about the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Olukayode Ariwola, disguising to meet President-elect Tinubu in London. The story was a pure concoction from the hallucinating mind of hatchet men bent on creating doubts and public distrust about the legitimacy of our recent election, which was won by Tinubu. We refute emphatically that there has been no clandestine meeting between the president-elect and the respected Chief Justice of our country anywhere. It is pure fabricated news, groundless in fact and authenticity, Ononuga said in the statement. He said to show that the story was mere fiction. The report claimed the CJN left Nigeria for London on March the 11th on a wheelchair on a wheelchair to board a plane, saying, however, Tinubu left Nigeria on March the 21st, 10 days thereafter. What kind of appointment or secret meeting with the two men will the two men have arranged in London with so much wide arrival dates, except in the imagination of the false news merchants? So I don't think the arrival dates really matter. What really matters is if they were in London both at the same time. That's really all that matters. We can confirm that the president-elect who left Nigeria Tuesday night has not been in London. He is right now in France to have a deserved rest after a hectic campaign that began in January. So there it is. It was more mystery than mystery solved. It gets more mysterious than more clarity. So this is a man now looking to claim his own victory solely for himself. I would have won without Peter Obi. I joined Labour Party before him. Abia Governor-elect Oti. Abia State Governor-elect Alex Oti says he would have won the election without the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, who later joined the party. According to him, he won the 2015 election that produced Okazia Akwazu as governor under the All Progressive Grand Alaya APGA. So how did he win that, but he did not become governor? Oti also revealed that he joined the Labour Party before Peter Obi. He disclosed this on Thursday night during an interview on Channels Television's Politics Today. The electoral body, Independent National Electoral Commission, on Thursday declared Oti the winner of the March 18 poll. He said, in 2015, when I ran under APGA, there was no Peter Obi, and we have it on record that I won that election. At the time we were joining the Labour Party, Peter Obi had not joined. It took a week before he called me and said that he purchased the presidential nomination form and he was coming to Labour Party. We were prepared to fight the way we fought in 2015. The vote we garnered in Abia could have been hard, but maybe the margin would not. Maybe the margin would have been smaller. So he's acknowledging what he's saying essentially is that he would have won, maybe not by the margin that he did win, but he would have won irrespective. We were prepared to fight the way we fought in 2015. The vote we garnered in Abia could have been hard, but maybe the margin could have been smaller. That is why it is always good to acknowledge Peter Obi. He came to Abia about 4 times to campaign for us. I think he had done well for us. That is why even the first election out of the 8 House of Representatives seats, we took 6 and sent some people on permanent retirement. Peter Obi is a great addition to our campaign, but I can tell you that we won an election before in Abia without him. So that's a man looking to claim all of his all the glory must be to the Lord, as they say. So he's claiming all the glory for himself, of course. He doesn't want Peter Obi tainting his hard work. So now let's document now the governors that have come in. 2023 elections, all 26 governor-elects announced by INEC. So now the rogue list. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has so far announced 26 candidates as governor-elects following the March 18 poll. On Wednesday, Alex Oti of the Labour Party LP was declared winner of the governorship election in Abia State. Peter Imba of the People's Democratic Party PDP also emerged winner of the governorship election in Enugu State. This means the result of 26 out of the 28 governorship elections have been announced. The elections in Kebbi and Adamawa were declared inconclusive. The All Progressive Congress, APC, won 15 states, PDP 9, LP 1. The New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, won in Kano State. APC had 7 governors re-elected. They are Inuwa Yahaya Gombe, Miamala Boni Yobe, Abdullahi Sule Nasarawa Babajide Sanwo-Olu Lagos, Dapo Abiodun Ogun State, Abdurrahman Abdulrazak Kwara, and Babagana Zulum Borno. The ruling party also secured wins for 8 new candidates: Ubasani Kaduna, Basi Otu Cross River, Mohammed Bago, Niger, Umar Namadi, Jigawa, Ahmed Aliyu, Sokoto, Diko, Rada, Katsina, Hyacinth Adia, Benue, and Francis Inwi-Furu, Ebonyi. So there it is. I'm surprised that APC would take Ebonyi State, though. But these are the new names that we'll be conjuring with for the next 4 years to come. Two PDP governors, Sheyi Makinde, Oyo State, and Bala Mohammed Bauchi, secured re-election. 7 first-term governors were elected on the platform. 7 first-term governors were elected on the platform of the PDP. They are Kafaz Agu, Taraba, Caleb Matwang, Plateau, Peter Mba, Enugu, Umo Eno, Akwa Ibom, Fubara, I won't attempt his first name, Rivers, and Sharif, I won't attempt his last name, Delta. PDP's Dauda Lawal unseated Zamfara State Governor Bello Matawale, whilst Abba Kabir of the NMPP unseated the APC in Kano. So I think the unseating of the APC in Kano is probably the biggest news to come through within that governorship cycle. Presidency reacts to Buhari's alleged refusal to hand over to Tinubu. So this is another story circulating debunked. The Nigerian presidency has reacted to reports that President Muhammad Buhari will not hand over to Bola Tinubu, the winner of the just concluded presidential election. In a statement on Friday, signed by Garba Shehu, sent to correspondents, the presidency called on the general public to disregard the report. The statement reads: the presidency wishes to denounce an outrageous and fake. Let's do that entirely all over again. The Nigerian presidency has reacted to reports that President Muhammad Buhari will not hand over to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the winner of the just concluded presidential elections. In a statement on Friday signed by Garba Shehu, the presidency called on the general public to disregard the report. The statement reads: the presidency wishes to denounce as outrageous and fake and condemns the fake news brigade for attributing a false quote to President Buhari and circulating it. How can you vigorously campaign for someone, vote for him, and then say you won't hand over to him? This beggars belief. The situation of the Sahara reporters is pretty pathetic, since their ownership is politically partisan in today's politics. In fact, a loser in the presidential election. Instead of talking about issues, they repeatedly sell lies in the hope that people believe them as truth. The government is already in transition phase. The transition committee, made up of representatives of the outgoing administration and the incoming one, are meeting on almost a daily basis, planning the handover to the Tinubu-Shettima administration. 13 committees are offshoot of the main committee, some to arrange military drills and pull out of the President Buhari are either all, let's do that again. 13 committees are offshoots of the main committee, some to arrange military drills and pulling out of President Buhari are either all at work or soon to be. So far, everything is going very well, and there is no indication of any hitch. As for the president, the Daura community has begun their preparation to receive their son back after the successful administration of the country for 2 terms of 8 years. He, for his part, is eager to return home and enjoy his retirement. So, does that end that? I doubt if it ends anything. So that doesn't end anything, of course. But enough of all that for the moment. Let's come into the room and see where the conversation is. So with us, we have War Peace. We are graced by the presence of Zita this time around. Gideon joins us from Edo. The Progressives from somewhere in Ireland. Adale Koko joins us. And I think we have Charlie Boy as well. Do we have you, Charlie Boy? Yes, we have Charlie Boy as well. So good to have you. Good to have you, everyone. So that's the panel so far. There is still room on the platform. So if you want to come join us and now is the time. So now is the time. I will kick it off with Zita, but we'll kick it off with this clip and invite Zita to respond to it.
Our own. And I'm with two people, Yorubas, please. People should not be annoyed, those of them that said Lagos is no man's land. It's an understatement and a slight to people's personality. I beg, I say, please, I am sorry. Lagos belongs to Yorubas. They are our host country, our state rather. And I told my people, we should appreciate the Yorubas because they really accommodated us. Among all the tribes in Nigeria, I stand here to say that Yorubas are the most accommodating. Yes, I said that. And why I'm saying that is that I schooled there in Yoruba land. I married there. The land blesses me and is still blessing me with children. I married here. And I have houses here. Is that not a good land? It's not.
So there it is. So Zita, is it time now to draw a line under this no man lands narrative? The election has come and gone, and really we should be in the healing phase now. So is it now time to draw a line under this no man's line? Whether it was said or not, who really cares? It doesn't really matter. We've always been together, and we will always be together. Igbo land is not going to be uprooted and moved next to China. Whether we're in the same country or not, which we are likely to be, we will always be next to each other. So this language of no man's land, is it just, it was for political reasons, the politics has come and gone. Is it now time, as that lady said, to draw a line under it? Good to see you, Zita. Are you ready? On mute. Oh, all right, we don't appear to have Zita. Do we have you, Rosie? Can anyone?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, woman.
Oh, good evening. Good to have you. So Rosie, then, as I built it up for Zita, you respond to it. So you saw the clip of the lady saying that that the no man's land narrative is not really the abiding narrative of the Southeast. It's just wayward youths running wild during the course of the elections. The elections has now come and gone. So no man's land or no man's land. Shall we just is it time to abandon those narratives as part of the healing process and just move back together now? All those no man's land narrative was really for elections. So as the lady said, is it time to put it behind and move on?
Yes, the lady is really right for her to say it's time to put it behind and move on. This no man's land slogan, I think it was just a propaganda to cause rifts between other tribes and the Yorubas in Lagos. Because I know other tribes in Lagos do not believe that Lagos is a no man's land. Because if Lagos is a no man's land, why would you go to Omonile when you want to buy land? You have to go see the family involved. You have to pay some money. You have to do all these things. If it's a no man's land, that means anybody will just go anywhere, just, get the measurement of the land, the area, and then just build on it without getting harassed. So this no man's land, I think, is just a political propaganda that was brought into the space to cause rift between Yorubas and other tribes. And that way just to, cause a lot of trouble. I mean, Lagos has been a place where like every tribe in Nigeria lives there. And like the Yorubas, they are very accommodating people. If they are not accommodating, no other tribe will be able to live in Lagos. But because they are very accommodating, very friendly, and they treat strangers right, that's why, people keep coming from all over Nigeria to settle there. So Lagos belongs to a group of people. It's not a no man's land. And I think that was just saying a political propaganda to cause trouble. That's my opinion, though. Thank you, woman.
Can we interject?
Yeah, come in, Ola, but moderated interjection, but come in, yeah.
Okay, you see something is that I don't believe that the narrative of Lagos is one man's land is propaganda. Let's just get it clear. See, this thing predated this particular political era that we are talking about. We were born into this statement, and we, even before elections, we've been hearing all this story about Lagos is no man's land. Yeah, I think it is good for the leaders to sit down and settle this before it escalates beyond this, because I see it more of Nigerians that are living together and they want to belong to wherever they are. You know, for example, if you've been living in the Lagos for 60 years, according to the law of the land, you should be able to do anything there. You should see yourself as resident of that place. You should be able to contest. You should be able to do anything like normal Nigeria. That I think that is the narrative people want to actually paste there. But it's unfortunate that they allow that thing to diffuse into the political to the political arena. So to me, it's not a propaganda, to the best of my knowledge. It is what the constitution of that country want to say. But the way they are now using the word Lagos is no man's land can be offensive. But you can show that as a citizen of Nigeria living in Lagos, I belong here, I pay my tax here, and I want the progress of this place. And let it remain like that. Even in the future, if you want to contest for anything, zip your mouth and stop saying Lagos is no man's land. Even though within you, you know you are a citizen of Lagos, and let it be that way. So to me, it's not propaganda. It is what is part of our social and whatever, and what the constitution of that country wants us to even believe. That wherever you are for a certain time, normally you should be a citizen of that place. So the political leaders, I think, way forward at the national level, all these nationhood things, I think, needs to be addressed. Otherwise, they will keep using this thing during the political campaign. That's what I wanted to say.
Please, if I may come in a little bit, like for me, I was born in Lagos. I stayed in Lagos for like until I was 32 before I left Lagos. All the time I was in Lagos, I never heard that slogan that is a no man's land, because I know the people that stay there, like the Igbos. When it's December, everybody goes to their town. Lagos becomes empty, and I know. I mean, I went to school with their worries. I went to school, and I mean, I mean, I wasn't in that space. People saying Lagos is a no man's land; it belongs to nobody. I didn't have any experience whatsoever like that when I was in Lagos. So if it's a new thing, I don't know. But I never had that experience.
You see, Prince said that thing was said in 1947 without any political reason. I was the first indigenous speaker who happened to be an Igbo guy. Since that time, so that's why I said we were born into this Lagos is no man's land. And I can say, to the best of my knowledge, that it was actually referring to Lagos FCT. Lagos FCT is that like that.
Yeah, but that's exactly it, though. Ola, is there not an argument to suggest that Lagos is actually no man's land? That is not to say that there are not people indigenous to Lagos, but for the fact that it was the Federal Capital Territory or even the Federal Capital for so many years, which then made it then home to so many Nigerians who, by necessity of wanting to interact with the Nigerian space, have found themselves within Lagos space. By virtue of Lagos being a just like you can equally make the argument that Abuja is no man's land by virtue of the status that it has for the nation.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, because we see ourselves that we want to live together, we want to be the same without any discrimination. That's how it's supposed to be. And when you come for that place, you say, okay, because this is the Federal Capital Territory, it belongs to anyone. But over time, people that would not understand that concept, they now erroneously they were now throwing it around for political reason. And many people that didn't even know the foundation too, they started embracing it. You see someone like Badu will be telling you, oh, Lagos is no man's land. In the Kenya, Lagos is no man's land. When you keep doing that, you keep be trying to incur the wrath of the indigenous people. So yes, Federal Capital Territory, but still give honor to those people that originally owned that land, because they didn't get that land on the platter of gold. They fought, they won battles, war to secure that land. So the effort of the hero past, you just want to come overnight and say, oh, you didn't do anything, Lagos is no man's land. It's very infuriating. You are incurring the wrath. So one thing is to have knowledge of something.
All right, Ola, let us come in.
Can I just
let us come. Yeah, Charles.
Yeah,
come in.
I'm saying Nigeria be a normal land in this modern society we live in. Nigeria should change. whole Nigeria should be a no man's land. The whole Nigeria should be a no man's land.
Nowhere is no man's land when you have indigenous people. You are welcome to live there, but all they are saying is pay respect to the indigenes and to their customs.
Yeah, I get it. I'm not just saying in this modern society we live in Nigeria to change and
To
become
change to what? To change to what?
like
I
in modern
mean,
society. They should learn from Kenya, Rwanda, those countries. They should learn and change.
To change to what?
I think every Nigeria should be no man's land. The Igbo should be no man's
Yeah,
land everywhere.
everywhere is no man's land, but there are indigenous. Did you? All right. Thank you, Charles. Let's hear from you, Rosie.
please, like I said, if this no man's land slogan has been in existence for a long time, why is it that it's all of a sudden it's causing all this trouble? I mean, if it's always been existent, why this particular period that it became so intense that's causing rift between people? And then, like, what is it? Ola saying that everywhere in Nigeria should be a no man's land. I don't think that is right.
No, not me. That's just.
Okay, I'm sorry, Charles. I don't think that is right because I mean, everywhere you go, there are indigenous people. You cannot just say we should all live like we are no, it's a no man's land. Like, I mean, anywhere you go, you want to buy a land. There are some people that owns it. You have to go to those people to buy the land. So how would you just say if it's a no man's, let it all be a no man's land? So anywhere you go, you just get there and grab the land and build. You have to compensate the people, the original owner of the land. There are indigenous people in everywhere. So I think we need to respect people that are the indigenous people. It's like, I mean, where I'm from, Bayelsa, you can't go there and say you just want to, I mean, go build on the land and say, because, they are everywhere. Indigenous people live. You have to respect those people and you have to, do the right thing and live in peace. If we all live in peace and don't claim rights to, uh, uh, I mean, where we stay, then there will be less trouble, there will be less conflict. I mean, you can't go to the north, you can't go to Kano, you can't go to Kaduna or Taraba and just go build on the plot and say no, there is no indigenous people. No. So I think we need to respect the indigenous people in any place, live at peace with them so that there will be peace generally in the country. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, Rosie. Let me take you to this headline that's just come through. Nigerian Bar Association president calls for live telecast of tribunal proceedings. President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Yakubu something or the other, SAN, has called for the live broadcast of the proceedings of the 2023 Presidential Petition Tribunal in the interest of openness, justice, transparency, and the trust in the judiciary. Candidate of the Labour Party and the PDP are both challenging the results of the 2023 presidential elections held on the 25th of February 2023, which produced Tinubu as president. The aftermath of the election have been the subject of controversy regarding compliance with the Electoral Act as to the electronic transmission of results, amongst others. There was consensus amongst observers that the turnout of the election were lower than witnessed in past elections. The NBA president noted that a live telecast is in the interest of the people of Nigeria, as Section 36, 1 and 3 of the Constitution of Nigeria provides that the judicial proceeding should be conducted in public. According to him, providing public access to the proceeding would meet the aspirations of the public to participate in the process. So what are you then making then of the live streaming of our Supreme Court sitting in adjudication over the electoral disputes? What are you making then? Live streaming of the Supreme Court coming to a verdict on the elections? Rosie.
I think that's a very good idea because, like in the US and in advanced countries, most high-profile cases there's usually a live streaming, right? So if we can get to that stage, that's good. But my only worry is that it might start inciting, like I mean, the obedience now. If things are not going the way they want, people can start getting charged up and stuff like that. But apart from that, at least if there's a live streaming, everybody will be, I mean, it's open. There's nothing secretive about it. So, I mean, everybody will be watching what's going on, those that are interested. But hopefully it's not going to...
That's unprecedented in Nigeria, though. We've never had it before.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying this is going to be the first time. It's going to be new, and with the atmosphere so charged right now, I don't know if that's not going to cause more trouble. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't recommend that. I wouldn't recommend that the live stream. It's a recipe for disaster, as far as I can see. Live streaming, and then they'll be streaming every day, auditing the lawyers, auditing the justices, and all of that. But it'd be a new phenomenon within the Nigerian space.
That's what I'm saying. Because if it's like in other issues, it's okay. But with this political problem on, the atmosphere is still charged. People are still odd. People are still angry. I think, like you said, it's going to be a real disaster if they do that.
All right, brother.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, because to me, I think it is good, but then they should know the part of that proceeding they want to broadcast live. For example, now, if you call me as a witness in such a situation, and I know that I be on live camera, honestly, immediately I will decline. I will not make myself available, because when a witness now gives some kind of witnesses that will not go well with other party, to me, I see that as a risk. So then the quality of my evidence may just change immediately, because I would think of my life and I would think of people around me. So if they are going to guarantee protection of the witnesses off camera, maybe what I mean is that if they will take the witnesses off camera and just take their own side of the story, then good, because already we know the justices and we know the lawyers, so all those one will not be a problem. But the witnesses, I think they have to be protected. That's my own part of that story.
I think it's a dumb idea. Why would you live stream such a sensitive matter? Because it will be decided on a technicality of law, which the naive mind will see as cheating. I don't think that that's a cause of action, but there it is. So Rosie, let me take you to this space. Then the headline one. So it looks as though now the matter of the governor of Osun State has now been settled. Appeal court affirms Adeleke as Osun governor. So they've actually they've upturned the judgment of the tribunal of the electoral tribunal, which upturned the election of Adeleke. So they've now reversed that to affirm that Adeleke is the governor of Osun State. So what are you then making then of that, set against the backdrop of all these litigations going on?
I'm really very happy for Governor Adeleke because I think he really worked hard to get elected, and I'm happy that the court, eventually made sure he got his mandate. So I congratulate him. I'm very happy for him because he worked hard to get to this stage. So I'm really happy. I'm glad that happened to him.
Are you surprised, given that Oyetola is Tinubu's cousin, and he already had a judgment in place? Are you surprised that they upturned it? And do you think this settles the matter, or do you think they'll take it all the way to the Supreme Court?
I think they should settle the matter. That was the point of them taking it to the Supreme Court. And even though he's related to Tinubu, if some facts are so glaring, so obvious, there's no way they're going to twist it and change everything. Whether it doesn't matter that it's connected to Tinubu or not. Once the facts are out there, very clear, and I think the people too, they prefer Adeleke. So I don't know. Even if they take it to the Supreme Court, I don't think it's going to change what has been done. It's still going to, win. That's what I feel. Even if it takes it to the Supreme Court.
The electoral tribunal, they upturned this election, the Osun State election, on the basis of voter counts and the beavers not working properly. So the beavers and voter counts, they are up in play at the federal level as well. So in what way, if any, do you think this verdict from Osun State will color what is to come at the presidential level?
I think with the state level, Osun State, I think that's a different. It's kind of different from the presidential election. To me, I mean, this is not the first time that something like that has happened. I think in Anambra State, too, Peter Obi had the same thing. He had some issue. They tried to kind of what word is that? Like to get him out. He was able to go to court and win it. So I think state level is different from federal level, and this is not going to be the first time that people have been dissatisfied with the presidential results and taking it to court, because it's like this happen all the time. Anytime there's an election, the only time it never happened was the one between Goodluck and Buhari. Any other one, I think people have always been dissatisfied and taken it to court. And at the end of the day, whoever has been elected, I mean, nominated or selected as the president has always remained. So I don't think that what happened in your state is going to affect the presidential problem. That's my take anyway.
Do you think this is a victory for the Osun State people, or having some Buga dancing person as their governor? Is this a victory for the Osun State people, or is
Yes,
this a setback?
it's a victory for them because for the fact that Adeleke is always dancing and always cheerful does not mean he's not going to do the right thing. So to me, the people are happy. He's going to bring some cheerfulness to the people, and I'm sure he's going to do what is expected of him to do. People have put their trust in him. People are expecting him to do well. So definitely, he's not just going to be going there and be dancing Uwambe and be doing buga. He's going to do what he's
Do
supposed to
you
do.
do you think his cousin Davido will get a portfolio under his administration?
He should, of course, he should.
Minister of Igbo smoking or commissioner for Igbo smoking or something like that.
It doesn't matter. Any portfolio they give him is fine. Because if you have, like one man, if you become one minister, definitely, if I come to you, you will give me contracts. So,
Of course, now.
yeah, so if he's going to give, if Adeleke is going to give anybody connected to him, that's how the politics run. Anyway. So, yeah, that's fine.
All right. This narrative about the CJN, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Olukayode Ariwola, his trip to London for medical treatment, which seems to coincide somewhat with Tinubu's trip to London, and then the narrative now that he going in disguise to meet Tinubu in some sort of secret meeting to influence the lawsuits to come. Are you following that space, and what is your take on it?
I'm following that space, and I just think I think this is just another propaganda coming up again, because what is being said is that actually Tinubu is not in London. He went to France for medical reasons. He's going to go to London and then go to Mecca for this lesser Hajj. And this other man, the CJN, he went for medical reasons too. It might have been a coincidence. So I don't think it's because he's going after Tinubu for something, or I don't think it's just some propaganda coming up again to cause people to become angry. And but the only thing about all this going abroad for medical treatment, I know this is out of the topic, is this: all these people in politics, all these top politicians, they're always going abroad for medical trips. The poor man cannot even get good treatment at the health centers. That's what happened to, this Ekremadu too. If he had set up the health centers in Enugu and some parts in Nigeria, what landed him in trouble now wouldn't have landed. This thing would have been done in Nigeria, and maybe he wouldn't. He's a powerful man in Nigeria. Definitely, he wouldn't have been arrested and tried and be going to prison now. So all these politicians, they are always going abroad with their family for medical treatment, but the poor people cannot. So it's just so painful that it's just, people are dying.
Do,
People
do,
are
you- do you think it should be baked into the constitution that they are? I'm not sure if it can, but do you think it should be baked into the constitution that their medical needs should be met locally, must be met locally?
Yes, yes, it should be built into the constitution. If they do that, that means they are going to find way to make provide good medical system in the country. Okay, look at the time of COVID. When COVID happened and all parts of the world was shut down, you see a lot of people died in Nigeria. Not the poor people, the rich, because they couldn't come abroad for medical treatment. It
Yes,
really,
that was what took Abakari, wasn't it?
yeah, it really hit them hard. So if they put it in the constitution that they should find ways to get treatment in Nigeria, then I think they will make all the medical setup. They will make it to be assessed. I mean, they will provide the right things. It's not that they can't afford it. I mean, they can afford this. I remember growing up in Nigeria. I mean, then things were not as bad as this. You go to the health center, you will see, although you will line up for like 1-2 hours, eventually you will get medical attention. You'll be given medicines. The only thing you pay for is maybe for card, which is not expensive. But they were still providing this medication. You still see the doctor. Things were what, but now everything is like at a standstill. But all these politicians, they are still going abroad for medical treatment. It's terrible. So anyway, that's off point. But this situation of
No,
Tinubu
no, no,
and
that's actually on point because I've always thought also that the Minister of Transportation in Nigeria, he should not be allowed to fly locally. If he wants to travel within Nigeria, then the Minister of Transportation, if he wants to travel within Nigeria, then he must travel by road.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean,
sorry,
look at
let me
Nigeria.
let me add this to it. Sorry, let me add this to it. It should be made a consideration that traveling abroad for medical treatment for these politicians, mostly a public office holder, is a national security threat to the country. People don't understand what it means that your president, your senate, your top government officials, from your generals, are always somewhere under mass country taking treatment. That's a security breach. If your country, the apparatus, the security apparatus, the economic thing depends on, for example, on English medicine to stay alive, that means England will easily influence your country. We see how countries have double spies. Just come on meeting, national diplomatic meeting, they will influence ambassadors, they will influence aid to get information to undermine that country. But Nigeria depends on other countries for medical checkup. Just one injection will make a president change his decision. Just one injection will push the country.
I'm not sure they influence you anyway, whether you go for treatment there or not. They influence you
Yeah,
anyway.
but it's more even easier
All
because
your money is there. Your children go to school
yeah, I
there.
know.
All your
If you get
stolen money is in their hands. So
yeah, one man, you see,
they don't need you to
one
be in
man,
hospital
one
to
man is
influence
still
you.
is still the part of it. If your treatment, your health, what will give you life it depends is on their hand. Then what do you have to say? There was one report that came out for Waking Late way back, way back. They said America have uh, let me use the word interest in all Nigerian parasitas. In other words, they have a eye in every parasitas. So what does that tell you? How do you think they get these people? These are the easy way to get them. Easy way to
Look,
influence them.
No. That's nothing to do with anything.
if I may interject, I
Yeah.
disagree with three of you because putting this in the constitution already, you are violating the principle of justice administration already. Where's your fundamental human right? And where in the entire world will you see someone restrict someone because of a reason? And we only think of today. Do we know what is going to happen tomorrow? Oh, you don't travel out of the country. What if you get to a point, there are some things that you don't need the expertise? How do you do that? Yeah, I can agree with you that it can be made a policy of a government, but not something you put in the constitution, because
Look,
when
look,
you put in the constitution, then you are making it to be very
Allah,
hard.
before I go and give my
look,
son a
if I
shower,
may
let me
come
quickly
in,
tell you
when you
this.
are
Let
saying
me quickly tell you
when
this.
you get to a situation that you need an expert, look, if the healthcare system in Nigeria is well set up, all these our people abroad will come home. Like here in the US, when you go to most hospitals, most of the top doctors there, you'll be seeing their names, Igbo names, Yoruba names. If Nigerians set up in a way that the security is good, the hospitals are set up, people will go back home and be taking care of. I mean, is it cardiologists they need? Is it? I mean, look at there was a Nigerian that did the first. I think what was it? The separated. Uh,
Is it
that
conjoined twins or
yeah,
brain
conjoined.
something?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We have these experts all over the world.
There was also a Nigerian that found the cure. What is it that American footballers for banging their heads together?
Okay, conclusion.
See, Princess.
Yes,
Princess.
some Nigerian Igbo doctor actually found some breakthrough in that. So we
No,
have
there are
super
some
Yes.
brains.
there are
We
some
have super
doctors that
See,
brains.
do
Princess,
in
you
vitro.
don't
Yes.
have to be
Can I
dictatorial.
interject?
Hold
A
on, let
little?
Princess, let Princess land. Princess, yeah, carry on.
So there's, I mean, we have these experts all over the world, Nigerian, that are expert in all area of medicine. So if the setup in Nigeria is done properly, the hospitals are well. I mean, you have all the amenities. I mean, most Nigerians will go back home and practice. So what is the disease that you think they are not going to be able to handle, that our politicians will be running out of the country for the slightest thing, running out for medical tests? This is just a way of, they're just wasting money. If the
You
setup
you 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 know a lot of those medical trips abroad, they are status things as well. Because Yemi Oshibanjo, he had a minor surgery in Nigeria in the course of this administration, and they made a lot of play that he had that surgery in a very competent hospital somewhere in Lagos. So a lot like they said, Buhari has an ear infection, and they take him to London. Is ear infection, if ear infection is beyond the capacity of the Nigerian medical thing, then they should go and give their certificate back. So a lot of these things is more prestige than anything else, I suspect.
That is why during COVID
One
period,
man
a
that,
lot of them that couldn't travel, they died because some hospitals do not even have syringes. Some had not. I learned even the hospital in Aso Rock had nothing because they are used to running abroad for the slightest ailment.
Yes, Aisha Buhari told us that they didn't even have paracetamol for, their budget is more than the national budget. They also rock as clinic, but they
one
don't
man
even
can
have
I
aspirin.
Can I
Yeah,
interject?
yes, yeah, come in.
so one man
Hello?
said
Oh, okay.
Oshibajo surgery was a minor surgery. It wasn't minor. It was a major surgery. It was a knee surgery.
But it wasn't life threatening, was it?
I mean, we don't know, but I was live.
If it's a knee replacement surgery, that's a major surgery.
The
That's a major
major
surgery.
surgery,
Mm.
and
So it's a major but not life-threatening.
yeah, it's a major surgery. So all these things could be done in Nigeria, but you know why they are going abroad to do it's a way of you know stashing away our fund, our money abroad. It's when
For the EFTA code, Abi.
for the extra code and for all all means just to take money abroad to bank it in their foreign accounts. And they will take all their family. They can go with like 10 people, their advisor, their this, and every one of them, you know, maybe by the rules of the country where they are going to, they could come in with $10,000 or so. Imagine they go with like 20 people, advisor, wife, children, everybody, $10,000. You know how much they will.
No, they could come in with over $10,000. The only reason why, if it's $10,000, you have to declare it.
Oh, yeah,
If
you
it's
have to
over,
declare. Yeah.
yeah, but you can come in with any amount.
Oh,
America allows you to come in with any amount, but you just have to declare it. It's when you don't declare that you get in trouble. But if you declare it, you are fine. So they can
Can I
come in with just a sort of
interject?
amount.
All right. Yeah. Sorry.
Just a
Let
minute.
Zita. Oh, hold on. Let Zita come in. Zita, come in.
Okay, one man. Good
Yeah.
evening, everybody.
Good evening,
One
Zita.
man, there are 2 points.
Good
I
evening,
know that
Madam Zita. We missed you yesterday. What happened?
I can only come on weekends.
Yes. Work commitments.
So, Rosie, how are you?
Fine, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So, one man, I think acrobatically. You made a valid point, you and Ajali Coco and Rosie. But I think somehow we are missing to me, we are missing the main issue. You see, just as one man said, it's a class something. Yes, that's what number one reason. Just as Rosie said, we can have those people in Nigeria to treat us. She's very right. Just as Ajani Koko said, they use it to stack their money. But I want to add that when it comes to medical treatment in Nigeria, I think we are jumping the ship. We should get our judiciary and our security right first, because
In Nigeria, most doctors can take any amount. When they see the money, they can kill you. I think most of them that go abroad for medical treatment, it has issues of trust. So when we get our judiciary very right, we are in a case where somebody dies because of some medical whatever, the judiciary will follow it to the latter and that person will be prosecuted. That way, there will be a kind of fear. Maybe the person will lose his sentence, his license and remain in jail. Then the security aspect of it, you don't expect those people to be in the hospital. I mean, class is class, no matter how we look at it. You don't expect
But
anybody.
there are posh hospitals in Nigeria for the rich
That
and
is why I'm
wealthy.
saying security. I'm not saying the hospitals are not good. I'm talking about dropping a president in a hospital where we have a lot of angry birds all over Nigeria against him. You see, these are the two things I think we have to get right first. Then whatever infrastructure we put on ground will be protected by these two things. But in as much as we refuse to put this, our judiciary, our security, put them in order, no matter any kind of infrastructure you put in place, it might be mismanaged. Thank you, woman. When you get to my turn, I'll speak.
All right,
Ms. Zita,
brilliant.
Okay,
sorry,
can I
I like
have
to
now?
interject. Sorry, Ms. Zita, I like to interject. Thank you. I like the way you spoke, but what you said is still one part of the problem. Now, the major problem is this: if the judiciary, who the class, because if our elder says something and he obeys the law, the younger ones will follow his directive and obey that same law. If the judiciary, the classic people or the class people or the elite stays in this country to take for medical checkup. From there, the security apparatus will start falling in place. If the judiciary keep going to abroad, how would they now fix the security problem? If the people who are supposed to fix the security problem are always out there taking medical treatment. Please answer me, Ms. Zita.
What did you say?
All right. Sorry. Let's hear from Jimo, who joins us, I think, for the first time. Jimo, let's hear from you. Bring your voice into the conversation. Jimo, on mute. Mr. Jimo. Mr. Jimo. All right. All right. Back to you.
Can I ask something?
Ms. Zita, please
Okay,
can you answer my question?
about this.
No. She didn't get the question. But
Okay, about this. Can I say something? When you said about the security issue, so you mean if Buhari is sick now, he also rock the hospital there is well equipped, you have doctors and everything. Who is going to come kidnap him there? Or if Buhari even decides to go to Lagos to receive treatment, he's not going to go with the security all around him. So what's going to affect his security? Oh, I mean,
Are you
look at
asking
Nigeria.
me?
Ordinary people are moving around with bodyguards, and all these pastors going around with bodyguards fully armed. They're moving around. So if somebody is seeking medical treatment and there's guards everywhere, how is he going to be kidnapped? How is he going to
Okay,
be?
let me answer you.
Ms. Zita, I asked you a question. You didn't answer my question.
What's the question, please?
I said if all the class people, the presidency, the executive keep going to abroad for medical checkup, who will not face the security problem?
You see, I will answer you by saying something. You see, sometimes in our life, more especially some citizens of a country, they think that the only way to solve problem is the problem be solved by the people who cause it. Problems most times are not being solved that way. I used to tell people these days that if you look at what the G5 did, most people will not understand it maybe in 10 years to come. So saying if they are the people who is going to solve it. Sometimes in life, just one thing, and I always pray for one thing, that one thing will happen and change the total landscape. In Owerri, let me deviate a little, one man. In Owerri, Imo State, as at 1996, most Nigerians never know that Owerri is the mother town of Africa. whites, yellow, brown, black, Igbos were being mutilated, cooked, and eaten. Until the head of an 11-year-old boy was beheaded. It changed the whole dynamics. So looking at and asking me, these are the people who are causing this problem, who's going to change it? I tell you, it's just a spark of light in the darkness. And the whole scenario will change. And every day I pray for my country, Nigeria. I pray for that little light. The people that cause the problem might not actually be the ones to solve it. Somebody else might. I hope I've answered your question. Rosie,
all
you
right,
said
brother.
something.
So
Yes, what I
Hold
said
on,
was
Ola.
what I
Yeah.
said, Madam Zita, is that you said because of security reasons, a lot of people leave the country for medical attention. So I'm saying, like Buhari now, he has the ear infection. They has to run him to UK to get treatment. So you mean if he has to go to Lagos to get the treatment, he doesn't have enough security to keep him,
Okay.
or
Okay.
if he has to go to any part of Nigeria, you mean he's not going to be secured enough to get the treatment? So if
You
now security is the issue, then let them solve the security problem. So that
okay.
people all over the world, there are a lot of experts in all field in medicine. They will come home if it's secured, if the hospitals are well set up, they will come home. Most people want to go back home. They're tired of working here. They look forward to going back home. But if there is no security, the roads are bad, the hospitals are not equipped. I mean, how would they be able to go there to contribute their own quota to the
Okay.
development of Nigeria?
Thank you very much for what you say. You're right on what you said. But me, in as much as I want class to be class, I like doing cause and effect. If the president of America is sick today, they have their hospital. I'm sure you are aware of. When you go to that hospital, there is no security. Like the security you'll be needing for a president in a hospital in Nigeria. Sometimes people do even hang around in front of the hospital, showing their solidarity, waving the flag of Nigeria, praying for him to get well. Simple. But in Nigeria, if you put a president of Nigeria in any hospital, I can assure you, you are disenfranchising Nigerians somewhat. Because the security that is supposed to take care of Nigerians will be there. Again, as I said before, the David that will show you the scenario is yet to come. It might not actually be the people that cause this problem will solve it. But as I said before, our judiciary and our security has to put trust in the citizens, even in the government. Yes, the government is in charge of the security and the judiciary. But that judiciary and the security has to put trust, have to give the whole nation trust before infrastructures in Nigeria can be maintained. Otherwise, they will all be dilapidated. So
All right.
building a hospital, the world-class hospital, is not that all there is. A president going there and getting killed is not all there is, but there should be accountability. The moment there is accountability in Nigeria, all those things will fall in place. After all, we have very good hospitals in Nigeria, very good ones.
Good evening, woman. Good evening, woman. Thank you for letting me in.
Yeah, good evening, Tony. So, Ola, have the final word on that space, and then I'll move Rosie on.
Okay.
I don't want to interject. I would like to interject after Ola.
I want to move on from that space, Tony, but I'll let Ola have the final word.
Like I was saying before, number one, don't put that in the constitution. You are just infringing of freedom of movement. So it will be ridiculous when we agree to the United Nations Charter on Human Rights. So that one is not workable. See, what grows your medical industry is just combination of policies. And when you have that combination of policy, it's not what the government alone can do. But like when Obasanjo introduced this insurance scheme or aid that everybody could just go to the hospital at the cheaper rate, then things started working until one problem in Nigeria is that we don't follow through. And I still remember during Obasanjo period that even the governors were now afraid to even travel overseas because there was a trend that time. Whenever they just released the monthly allocation, all of a sudden the governors became sick and they would now like to travel for medical tourism. But when he made example out of when he make an example of Alamis here, all of a sudden our governors no longer fell sick going forward. So it simply means that we can find a way to do the policy not targeted at these people alone, but to every Nigerians to encourage huge investment in that industry. So that is what I would think we need. And stopping them may not work for us because we have to look at the positive and the negative. So because they are staying in Nigeria, there's no proper equipment, and anybody that can afford medical tourism should afford it. So that's one way I see those things. We still have some leaders as we speak today that still have a medical in Nigeria. It's not all of them. I've never heard of when Mimiko, for example, went overseas for medical for medical. So there are still some of them that still rely on the local hospital. Oshibanjo is a popular one that we all know. So to me, we don't have to apply military style. We have to encourage investment. Applying forces will never take us anywhere. That's just the way. That's what I believe. So that's my point there. I don't want to be.
Yeah, one man, please, just 1 minute.
No, I want to move on, Tony. But all right, I have a very brief say, and I do want to move on. I think we've overlapped that, but yeah, go on.
God bless you. God bless you, sir. Thank you for this topic. It's it's the most vital topic this week. Last time you featured some African traditions, so thank you very much for that. But I want to tell that madam speaking that we need to be making practice to make perfect. We can, I mean, how long we got independence like other countries? And then we know that the UCH was the best, loot, and then in the Araba and the University of Benin Teaching Hospital. Those are the ones that are closer to us right now. Why is it that we have been doing it? Why should we be retrogressive? And then even comparing those barbaric ideas like somebody will come and appoint a president or a governor. Why can't we set up all this private setups? Government will be doing their own. We need to practice to make perfect. Don't let us be negative here. This madam is too negative and Akim. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. So Rosie, let me move you on to the space, even more controversial. So now, Tinubu, he has left Nigeria to go to Europe. So whereabouts he is in Europe, nobody is really clear. They're saying it's in London, but his team tells us it's in France, in Paris, to go on from Paris to Saudi Arabia. So that's one. And then they're also telling us that the Chief Justice of the country also happens to be in London. So that's two. Now, number three is they're telling us that there was a surreptitious covert meeting that took place between the two of them, where the CJN, Justice Olukayode Ariwola, where he went in disguise as a disabled person to have some sort of covert meeting with Tinubu. So this storyline had been circulating around the news space for a couple of days, to the point that the Tinubu PCC, they've had to come out to try and debunk this. And even the CJN, he actually released a video clip just to explain his whereabouts. Watch this. All right, so that's the Chief Justice of the country, Ariwola, on his way to observe his prayers in Abuja. So now the storyline around the secretive meeting was being highlighted by the Arise news space. So, is this undue influence on the judiciary? One, and this call now for sanctions against certain news platforms that have this habit of always coming up with this unverified and sort of alarmist storyline. Does this further necessitate that the need to sanction those news spaces? So the rumors of surreptitious meetings between Ariwola and Tinubu, what says you? Undue influence, undue pressure on the judiciary.
My take on this is that why will this the Chief Justice of the CJN, why is he going to go in disguise to want to sit in Tinubu, for goodness sake? I mean, this is just another story that's coming up just to incite people to become angry and start trouble. And I don't think any of this news, these media houses should be sanctioned because there is freedom of speech, right? People are entitled to say what they want to say, but as long as the people involved comes out to debunk it, that's fine. Because what happens is that, okay, like Tinubu now, it's true that he traveled. Okay, now they are now building on the fact that he has traveled abroad, and now they are putting lies on that story. So at least it's good that Tinubu's team came out, explained, and the person involved that was going secretly to see Tinubu to has come out to debunk this story. So I don't, I mean, even though it's not right that they are coming up with these lies, but I don't think it's right for them to be sanctioned. They have freedom of speech. Like, I mean, here in the US, Fox News will say its own things against any government that they don't favor. CNN would say its own. So everybody, I mean, all the media houses, they could say what they want, but as long as these stories are debunked or they are, I think that's what it should be. So why does it
Do,
have
do,
to?
do, do, do you think the stories should be debunked? Because by debunking it, they only give it the oxygen that it should not be given. I think in some instances, some of these stories should just be ignored.
I think if it's ignored, then the more stories will be building up, and then people will start getting, they'll continue to incite people. But once they come out and debunk it, then there's nothing to talk about anymore. They'll go ahead and look for something else. But if they keep quiet, then it's like they are flaming the fire. It will continue to burn and burn and burn.
But at the timeline though, the timeline does lend to that story because the Chief Justice Ariwola, he was in London back on Thursday, but Tinubu arrived in Europe on Tuesday. So there is a window for a meeting to have taken place. Both claiming to have gone. Tinubu claims to have gone for a rest. People said it's medical related. The Chief Justice frontally tells you that he went to meet his medical needs, but there was a 2-day window of them both being at least in the same continent. And even if Tinubu was in France and the CJN was in Europe, was in England or in the UK, that's no distance. So does that window not open for that meeting to have taken place? And we do know Tinubu's antecedent, of course, always wanted to, by foul means or fair. That's always been Tinubu's way.
But to me, people don't have to meet face to face before they can strike some deals. I mean, they can strike deals over the phone. These days, with technology, you can do, video call. You can do, there's so many ways you can communicate with people without meeting them one on one. So I don't know why the story is that, oh, Tinubu was in France, he's in UK, now they both meet. He's going disguised as a handicapped man to go see Tinubu. Tinubu gave him 280 million dollars to be able to, influence the case. I think this is all propaganda just to incite the obedience and cause more trouble. People
Omar,
don't have to meet face to face before they can contract deals.
Can I come in real quick if you don't mind? Because
all right, brief interjection. I'll go to say you enigmatic Hondi.
see you. Salam, everybody. So it's a month.
Have you started? Ramadan?
Yeah. We're at the second day now. Yeah. So it's a month of sober reflection. So I wish everybody success in the month of Ramadan. So what is happening? First of all, Madam Zita, what they are doing, there is a certain cybercrime act law that the current administration is not really enforcing, right? And it's as a result of It's as a result, I will always say this, as a result of a weakling and a willful nuisance that Nigeria has as an attorney general. That's why you are not seeing that. By the time they have a strong attorney general and they're able to actually enforce that cyber security act, a cyber crime act, right, to the letters, you will see a lot of changes in the social media space. Because what you are seeing, as we are speaking now, the CGN, he said he has not even left Abuja in 3 weeks. First, he
No,
hasn't left.
they said he was in London. They've not denied
No,
that he was in
no,
London.
he said it himself. He hasn't left ABJ in 3 weeks. In three
How is
weeks,
it live?
in 3 weeks, he has been in Abuja. He has not even, because he goes to Ogbomoso most of the time on weekends, right, to relax, to go to depart from the city life. He goes to his village. He said in 3 weeks he's been in Abuja. One. Number two, as we are speaking now, there's another rumor there's another one they are flying all about that the cyber security and the information technology department of INEC, the director was paid $10 million, to switch off the server during the election. So they are linking that guy to about Omokore. There's one Omokore, one business magnate who worked hand in hand with the former petroleum minister Desiani. Tunde Omokore is Desiani's business partner, a multi-billionaire in dollars. So because the ICT director of INEC has similar surname, last name with this Omokore, so they are linking them together. The guy's name is Paul Omokore. So they are spreading this rumor again about $10 million being paid to INEC and then to INEC information department to orchestrate that the switching of the server. For one. So when Keyamo came to the TV station yesterday to say they found out a room or a place in ABJ or a hotel where some folks are camped, even if that could be fallacious, right? There's no way you will not believe this before because of these people what they're pushing all over the place. And then there's one popular guy that I'm very, very surprised that he could be doing that kind of nonsense. Sam Amadi, I believe everybody will know Sam Amadi. He was the first person that actually tried to retweet that thing, and he actually came out now to apologize. So one man, a lot of people will put themselves into trouble by the time a new administration comes on board, and the Attorney General is able to do the job.
Can I interject, enigmatic?
Hold on. I'll be going very. You can speak to as much as you want when I leave. Disobedient, one man. We cannot shy away from the fact that they have a narrative. They are hell bent, right, to divide this country. They are hell bent to incite the, fleeting frenzy, headless, gullible mobs. Because how could you believe almost everything hook, line, and sinker? Don't you guys have brain? Do you guys think? Are you guys educated? Sometimes subject some narrative to common sense, test before you start jumping into it or jumping onto it. It does not cost Ashwaju if he wants to have a conversation with Ariwola, to have a conversation with him. It does not stop anybody. These people, they are the one who basically parodied the narrative of Buhari being a clone, Nigeria being an Islamic state, when Buhari is going to
You've gone to that Biafra
Nigeria.
space again. What is wrong with you, enigmatic? Can you just stop this for crying
Nigeria
out
is going to be
fucking loud?
Islamized. So
Stop this.
Buhari is leaving office now. As Buhari Islamized Nigeria, one man. So these people, because they lost an election, they are not letting the nation rest. You guys have lost election. You already have a process in court. Let the court do the job. Now you've incited the mob against INEC. Now you are inciting the mob against the institution of the judiciary again. What else do you want to do? What else do they actually want? We should start asking them. Then when you say, if you love your country, if you're a patriotic Nigerian, you will not wish Nigeria bad. You will not want Nigeria to burn because of an election that you lost. And when we come over here to tell them that they are emergency lovers of Nigeria, all of a sudden, temporary lovers of Nigeria, because if you love Nigeria wholeheartedly, like you think you do, you will not be parading out. Do you know what it means? The CJN of the Federation is being targeted. The CJN of the Federation.
That was always going to happen, though, because that's now the phase. That's why I did that profiling of the justices just a couple of sessions ago, because the narrative is now at that phase, and they will start to unpick the lies of these people one by one.
So look, Muhammad, there's this Sam Amadi, I believe, he was educated or probably is an alumni of Harvard. I would check that this guy actually, is educated to the level of being educated in Harvard, and he could probably be doing all this kind of nonsense. Then he should tell you it's not about education, it's not about how exposed they are anymore. It's about an orchestrated propaganda that these people actually want to keep doing almost and on a daily basis.
But it worked during the presidential phase, though. All of that hoopla and brouhaha, it got them quite a bounty at the election phase. So it's a template that has been tried and worked.
But now where are we now? Post-election season.
The election is not. The election is gone, but the opportunities are not yet completely. They are going to. Like I said, if you continue to monitor the news space, a lot of these justices are now going to be targeted. Their lives are going to be exploited. Their ethnicity will come into play. The verdicts that they've given in the past will be dug up. They are now on the spotlight.
This is where they will get it wrong. There was a guy that has been on Twitter space. He's been accusing everybody. He's been lying all over the place. He was picked up in Anambra, I think maybe a week ago. Do you know what actually came to town immediately he was arrested? They were accusing Soludo of orchestrating that arrest. But eventually, right, when he was released on bail, he's actually released on bail now, right? But
I saw that space. Soludo had to come out to say that he had nothing to do with it.
But the guy recounted his ordeal, but he was actually a prominent businessman in Anambra State that actually called for his arrest. It's called is it GD4? What's his name? I forgot his name now, because he was telling that the tweet read that Ashwaju called that man, right? Ashwaju called that man to beg, to plead to Peter Obi to maybe accept or whatever. And the guy immediately did not even, there are some people that they don't play with that kind of nonsense. Immediately he put a call straight to the appropriate authority that he needs to, they are taking him to court. Because look, there's defamation of character right there, assassination of your reputation, and libelous cases. They are not taking it seriously in Nigeria. If they are taking all these laws seriously in Nigeria,
I'm sorry,
people
Nigmati. Let me interject.
Be in jail, and this obedience, they cannot burn down Nigeria. There will be no answers. They will not burn down. Nobody will
let him land, then come in. Yeah,
I will be leaving. There will be nobody will give them the opportunity. You've lost an election. You are in court. Atiku is not speaking. Council is not speaking. Nobody. The only people who are still crying and whining, like TD babies all over the place, trying to burn down the nation. You see the presidential candidate crying on one side. You see the vice presidential candidate crying on the other side, telling Nigerians, look at my face. You called a sitting president an incompetent president. The same President Buhari that was your benefactor at the time. You rose to political prominence to the Senate and House of Rep through his political party, through his wave, that you actually even stole the mandate. The mandate was retrieved from you from the court. So we have to go on and on and on. You've lost an election and you're in the process of the litigation of it. Why are you still trying to burn down the country if the country actually means something to you? Does this country mean something to you, or you are just a usurper who just want to? Look, one man, election is gone, the frenzy is gone, the momentum is gone. They need to get back to the reality. They need to get out of their bubbles. Nigerians will not burn down because of them. Instead of Nigerians burning down because of them, Nigeria will burn them down rather. And they need to
No,
start.
Nigeria is not. No, nobody's burning anything down. Thank you, Enigmatic. A brief interjection from you, Desmond, and then Rosie round of that space.
Yeah, first of all, nobody is trying to burn Nigeria. Everybody is doing everything in the right sense. And when you're talking about, let me correct you in some stuff. You're talking about cybercrime. I ask you, what is the cybercrime here? People has the freedom of speech to say whatever it is they want to say
Are
in
you?
this
Are you?
country. Let me finish. Let me
Hold
finish
on.
first.
No,
Except I'm
yes.
coming.
Something straight.
No,
I'm coming.
hold on, Enigmatic. Let him land
Except,
because he let
yeah.
I
you
just want
land.
to
Yeah.
put something straight.
I
Normal.
want to land.
Hold on,
Hold on.
Enigmatic. Hold on, let him land. He let you land. Let him land.
Yeah.
Because that's what I want to put straight before I
Oh
leave.
God.
I'll be leaving in a second now. One man.
People has the
We
right
have
to
like 9
say.
people over here. I am not talking to Des. I'm not talking to
I am
anybody.
not talking. I'm
I am
No, he's
addressing.
not
making
talking
a
to you either.
general
He's talking to
statement.
the conversation.
Calm
He's talking
down.
to the
That's just what
conversation. Yeah.
and I'll be leaving.
I'm talking
Thank
to
you,
the
Norman.
conversation. Yeah. So when you say cybercrime, there are stuff that is cybercrime. If you're inciting people to go and kill someone or to start a war, that is cybercrime, and you're going to jail for that or whatever. But when you're just saying something, I might just come here and say,
No,
woman.
no.
Let me use an example.
No, he
Let me use
expands beyond that. He expands beyond that.
yeah. Let me even use the example that
We are losing you there. Have we lost you? Oh, all right, back to you, Rosie. Anytime you have these two chaps in here, is always a world war. Back to you, Rosie.
I think my
Rescue us,
network is
rescue.
bad.
Anyway, is it
Can
back?
anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can now. Carry on.
Okay. I'm trying to use the example of Tinubu and the whatever his name is. If I come up and spread that propaganda, maybe I know it's a lie. I'm just gonna spread it. Am I in trouble? Is it a crime? It's left for anyone to believe it. I have this freedom of speech to say that. I don't
No,
have to always
you
let me
don't.
say
You
something.
don't. Hold
I
on now. You don't have the freedom to spread falsehood. You don't.
okay.
I'm sure
One
you know
man,
that.
let me give you an example. There's so many things that are false in
Hmm.
in let's even say in the movies. In the movies, you watch a lot of stuff that you know that are false. Do you see someone say,
No,
"No,
that's
this is not"?
fiction now. That's fiction. Movies are
It's still
fiction.
the
Did you
same thing.
not know that?
I can claim it on something. It's not the only person called Tinubu. It's not the only person called. There's so many things that someone can. You can say, okay,
All right, you're losing connection. Thank you, Des. I think we get the thrust of where you're going. Round out that space, Rosie, and then I'll go
Yeah.
on to Zeta. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said before, even though there's freedom
if
of
I
speech.
the court
No,
environment.
you are dipping in and out. Des, just mute yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
even
back to you, Rosie.
even though there's freedom of speech, it
Okay.
doesn't mean we need to abuse it. We shouldn't abuse it. I mean, spreading false rumors, spreading stories that will cause incite the people and cause unrest, it shouldn't be accepted. We all should be held accountable to whatever we say. If somebody is spreading false rumors, then that person needs to be put. I mean, the person needs to be called, interrogated, and then maybe if they start interrogating them and they get in trouble, then people would not be spreading false rumors, because you can't just say things to incite people to cause unrest. Already, the society is tensed. So for peace to reign, if you want to say the truth, but don't put one and two together and start making lies. Oh, somebody disguised went to meet Tinubu. And Tinubu. All sorts of stories. If it's not true, why are you spreading lies? These are stories that would cause unrest in the society. So even though, like I said, there is freedom of speech, that we shouldn't abuse it. Anybody that abuses it, they should be held accountable. That's my take.
Do you think because there's a petition that was actually put in by Festus Kiyama a couple of days ago to the DSS, inviting either the arrest or the invitation of an interrogation of both Peter Obi and his deputy, Dati. So it is saying that their pronouncements are now getting so insightful that is now a danger to the public space. Listen to this example of what he was saying. This is Dati on TV.
Elections, bastardized the system, then tell people to go for interpretation. No way.
You think the election of 25th of February was rigged?
It was rigged.
What about some of your candidates in the National Assembly who won their seats? There are at least 6 of them or so.
Any of them
in
who
the Senate
should be taken to the court and have it taken away. I'm talking of presidential election.
Does he interpret? You think that the presidential election was rigged?
It was rigged.
Even the 6 million plus vote that you have, was it rigged also?
It was not rigged.
So that the lawful votes that you got.
It was not rigged. Show. Remember, you're talking of electoral matters. I'm talking of constitutional.
So that's just an example of the sort of goings on that we are still seeing within the space. But what Festus Keyamo was inviting is that the DSS should intervene because this sort of commentaries, which it continues to ratchet up, not peter down, is starting to become some sort of a national security risk. So we're now still in that space of free speech versus other people's right to live of free will.
To me, I don't think it's right that Kiyamo is asking the DSS to pick them off, to interrogate them. Nigeria is not a police state. Nigeria is supposed to be a democratic state, a country, right? So when you start asking DSS to pick this up, that means you are trying to suppress people. You are trying to become like an autocrat. It shouldn't be so. Whatever they say, they are saying their opinion. People should be entitled to their opinion. So we are not yet in Tinubu regime. Now we want to start having people being picked up, DSS suppressing people. It's not going to be a military regime. It's supposed to be a democratic regime. So I don't think people should be. It shouldn't be saying, "Oh, they go pick DSS, go pick this and pick this and pick." How many people are they going to pick? People will continue to talk. Look at like.
Madam Zita, there is a statement Keyamo made there.
This is Rosie. It's Rosie.
Rosie.
I'm saying, yes, like in the US.
Sorry, let Rosie land and then you come in.
Like in the US now, when Biden, the last guy that lost the election, what's his name again?
Trump.
When Trump, you still have people in Trump's camp that are still talking and talking. If you go to Fox News, they talk and talk. So, Biden is not saying they should go pick them up and interrogate them because it's a democratic country. Nigeria is supposed to be following the examples of America, which is a democratic country. So there is no reason for anybody to be picked up. That's my opinion. They are entitled to their opinion. They shouldn't start trying to sniff people from talking, threatening people of DSS picking them up. To me, that's wrong.
Do you find some of the pronouncements coming out of Dati and Peter Obi, do you find them somewhat insightful? Can incitement be read into some of their public pronouncements?
Okay, what they are saying actually, it looks like they could incite some people to come out, but now after they said it, have you seen people running around the street protesting? Have you seen people burning down public places and causing trouble?
They are not burning, they are doing riots.
Where are they rioting?
They are not doing it to riot now. It's not about rioting. Let me say something. What incitement, incitement, there's what Keyamo said in that interview. That is the definition of incitement. When or trying to it's almost like he was trying to wage a war with the word he said. I wish you can play that video saying that if they want to push out crowd, they're going to push out their own crowd. We're going to fight them propaganda to propaganda, this to this. I'm like, why are you making such statement? Are you trying to create some kind of war between two
No, he's cautioning the space because Peter Obi continues to threaten the federal space.
The same thing the same thing you're trying to douse. He's saying you're trying to douse the whole thing. Well, now it doesn't make sense. You're trying to douse.
Do you think Peter Obi should calm down?
One man, listen. If you say dirty, Peter Obi has not done any single thing wrong. What he made a statement that He trusts the judiciary. He's been a beneficiary of it. And if people want to do a peaceful protest, that is fine and good. P2B is not he's not the controller of everybody in Nigeria. He can't control me. If I want to go down and do my peaceful
He controls
protest.
his space. So if it tells them to go on the streets, they will overrun the country.
Yes,
But
true,
he has told
true.
them.
But he hasn't.
But he
He
has.
hasn't. No, no. Listen.
He told them to go for peaceful demonstration.
He said if anybody, listen to the interview, if anybody feels like they want to go for a peaceful protest, it's their own right. He's saying it under their wish, it's their own wish to do so. He never said, okay, obedience. If he wants to do that, then he himself will march out with the crowd, just like Atiku did. He marched out with the crowd. But he never did that. He just relaxed and followed the due process. But now, when you're saying Dati Ahmed has come out and made his own statement, which he has the right to do. It's freedom of speech. He can say whatever he wants to do. He never said people should go and riot or go and do anything. He just said in his own eyes, Tinubu is illegitimate in his own opinion. That if they swear him in, it's going to be an unconstitutional government for his own view, on his own view. That's what he said. So whether anybody takes it as incitement, it's left for them. Or trying to say, okay, if it doesn't even add up. That's why I'm saying there is what we call incitement. I can't just a lot of incitement, a lot of propaganda has been going on against what's his name, Trump. I mean, have you seen anybody? Not a lot of lies. Nobody have been arrested. It's just how it works. It's politics. Lies come out, fly around. Propagandas fly around. It's just freedom of speech. You can't use because of it and say they're inciting.
You keep
No,
saying freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is not an open ticket. I'm sure you do know that. Your freedom
one
of
man,
speech, it doesn't guarantee you to say anything without responsibility.
one man. I
With
can
freedom of speech comes responsibility. Do you know that, though? Do you know
one
that?
man, one man. Freedom of speech is freedom of speech. There is so
Yeah, or
many
you
things.
don't know that.
Let me
Look at
let
this
me
guy.
say something. One
You
man.
keep saying things
There.
you don't know.
Until your
Listen
car
now. One
carry you
man.
go enter fire.
One
Make you
man.
stop.
One man is only in Nigeria, yeah. Like
Do
what's enigmatic?
you have the freedom to call me a murderer? Do you have that?
It's speech. This is not. What do you mean?
No, no. If you were to say, "Oh, that one man is a murderer," do you have the freedom to say
Yes,
that?
I
You have
can
the
say
freedom to
that.
say that.
Yes, of
You can say
course.
that
You
without
now
consequences.
what you will
Without hold
do?
on,
No,
hold
listen
on.
now. Let
And
me
don't
tell
tell
you,
me
one
what I
man.
will do. I'm the one asking the questions.
Okay.
Without
Yes.
consequences.
There's consequences, but it's left for you to now say, okay, I'm going to court because it's assassination of character.
No, no.
Now,
I will have
court.
you. I will have you. Yeah, you
No,
are
you
putting my
can't.
life at risk. You know.
No, one man, one
So
man.
so so
Listen,
we you don't understand.
listen,
You don't
listen.
speak.
Now, let me. I'm
You just
telling you,
you know this what
if
I
Obeni
struggle with.
was
So
here,
you don't know a lot of these things, but then you think you know more than anyway.
Obeni was there.
Say what you want
This
to
is what
say.
he's gonna say.
All
Let
right.
me. If I say, and I've seen some people say Trump is a goat. Trump is whatever. Call Trump so many names. Even brought a placard for it. You know, nobody's been. I mean, what you do is follow the truth. That's why Nigeria is a lawless country. When someone comes out and says something, now because they have the power, you call the police to arrest. Where is that done? You can't just call the police to come and arrest someone. It's only in Nigeria that you call because someone insulted you. You be like, police, come and arrest this person. It's not done anywhere. You go to the court, complain to the court. This is I feel hot. I feel this one. Court will say, okay, call that person in. They're here. That's how it's done everywhere in the world. But in Nigeria, everybody feel like they're on top of the world. If someone insults you, or someone called you a goat, or someone called you an idiot, you'll be like, oh, this person is insulting me. Police, come and arrest him. No, don't say that. I don't. Someone is getting arrested for saying something, and he's been in jail. Someone is that person didn't take it. Is all no. If it's not right, it's not right. I don't like it
No.
when people come here and try to paint something that is not right as if it's okay because Nigeria is just a normal thing.
All right, all right. Thank you, Des. So thank you, Des. And thank you, Rosie. So let's go from you, Rosie, to Zita, who patiently waits for her turn. Zita, you are up next. Let me take you to this space then. So it
One
looks
man, hello,
yeah,
one man.
yeah,
Before you take me to that space, can I say something, please?
of course, yeah. Let's hear from you.
You see, when people who live abroad come to your platform, most Nigerians that live abroad, they come to your platform and say things like, where on earth does that happen? Overseas, it cannot happen. I begin to wonder, is it that they are not monitoring their space? Rosie, let me ask you, which one do you prefer? For those two men to be banned from using those medias to speak, or for them to be called for questioning?
No, what I'm saying is this.
No, I just
Which
asked a question. You don't
I
want
would,
the two?
yeah, I would answer you now. The problem we have in Nigeria is this. Just because I have more power, I have more influence, you do something, I'll get the police to harass you and suppress you. If you are hot about whatever anybody is saying, you can go to court and say defamation of character. You solve it. You can, like here
Okay.
in the US now, you can't say somebody called you bad names. You get the police and they go throw the person in jail.
I will
You will
come to
take the
that. I
person
will
to
address
court.
that.
So
Okay,
now
you
these
have.
men are saying something. This is freedom of speech. If they say, okay, this is wrong, then let them be, I mean, whatever they want, go to court. But don't call DSS to go and get them. So that means in Nigeria, people can't talk anymore. It's not
Okay.
an autocratic country. It's supposed to be a democratic country. So why
Okay.
would you now be
Okay.
saying DSS, pick this one? So everybody is going to be picked up in Nigeria.
Okay. Why I asked you that question is that I want to remind us of something. In the year 2020, the president of the United States his Twitter account was dropped by an Indian woman that was employed to work in Twitter. They banned him from speaking because they felt he was making inciting statements. Have we forgotten? That is the sitting president of the number one country in the world, so said. Then back to this, they said you
Okay,
cannot
please,
ask
please,
people.
if I might say something. Okay, if they took him off Twitter. Okay, this man, there are certain things they can do to them, but it's not to take DSS after them. Go pick
That's
them.
what
They
I'm
need to be
saying. Which one
interrogated.
do you
No,
prefer? Do
no,
you
no. It's
prefer
a
for them to be
it's
questioned?
a petition for investigation now. You can petition the DSS to investigate anybody.
Yeah. So which one do you, that's why I asked you, which one do you prefer? To
Yes, yes,
petition
true,
DSS to question
true
them?
an institution.
Sorry, carry on, Rosie.
Yeah, to me, you said which one? Can you please
Oh,
repeat yourself, ma'am?
no,
Let me.
no, yeah, yeah. So yeah, carry on, Zeta, rather, yeah.
Yeah, please.
So that's why I asked you, which one do you prefer? For them to call DSS to question them, or for them with their authority to bound them from appearing in those platforms to speak?
Yeah, they
Because
could.
it's different scenario, the same result. Trump
Yeah,
was taken out of Twitter, and that's a president.
yeah, they could do that. They could ban them from speaking until whenever the court case is resolved.
Thank
But
you.
that's no,
Thank you.
no,
They
Daranzita,
shouldn't,
Let
you're
me
but I
getting
finish.
it
don't think
wrong.
they
Back
should
You're
start
getting
to
it
getting them
wrong.
interrogated. They are not
okay.
There
criminals,
is
so
a
I
there's a
shouldn't be
reason
interrogating
Trump
them.
was banned. So don't say that
You see
Trump.
this excuse. What's
Let
the
me say
reason?
something.
What is the
Twitter
reason?
is someone's personal. It's someone's. I can do whatever. If I own Twitter, I can ban whoever I want.
Do you know who
Twitter is
told
not a
Twitter to
government.
ban
No,
him?
listen now.
Do you
Twitter is
know
not
who
a.
told
It
Twitter to
doesn't
ban
matter
him?
who told Twitter. Twitter
It's
is
like
not a
YouTube.
Channel
government.
Television and Arise
Come on,
TV, are they
Madam Zita.
government? Are
It's
they
like
It's
government
not
YouTube
the
now.
channels?
same.
You know,
It's
YouTube
not the
has its
same.
own rules and regulations. If you
I'm
don't follow it,
asking,
they
Channel
will take you off.
Television and Arise
Come
TV,
on.
are they owned by the government?
You're just misplacing everything, Madam
Okay.
Zita.
Now
Back
only you
to
want the
this.
right,
Let
but
me,
other
Sorry.
people not the
Rosie,
right.
you can go with that.
Hold on, Zeta. Will you, Des, do you know that Twitter and whichever other spaces, they are still bound by the laws of the United States, so they cannot
Yes.
act outside of the laws of the United States.
Yes, even
So
YouTube, Facebook.
everybody that
Yes,
Yeah,
functions.
I.
So also
But I know now.
hold on. Yes, if you do know, then you know that if they ban Trump outside of the law, you know Trump as much as anyone, he will get the law to finish them. So they was still the law still backs what Twitter did, which is to
But
say that our
one man,
freedom of speech was overstepped.
let me ask you a question. But does Mark Zuckerberg need a permission to ban you from Facebook?
Yes,
From
yes, he did.
If
I'm
it
done.
bans
I'm done. I'm done with you.
if it bans me without just cause, I can take to law.
I mean,
Uh, um,
if you don't obey the rules and regulation of Facebook, he has the right. He doesn't even need to. Why are we even? I beg
one
No,
you.
man,
no,
I'm
no.
done with
one
you.
man. Let me
Anyway,
address
like
the
I
other
said,
question.
you don't
I
understand
go
a
to
lot
my
of these things.
questions.
Yeah,
Let me
go on, Azita.
address. Let me address the other one. Des said, so I can go to answering the questions you want to ask me. Des said that where on earth can somebody make a speech and be caught, will be arrested because of what he said? I want to tell him I'm sure he lives in the United States. One of the very popular musician in the United States called Kenyan West, he said that his trainer, his bodybuilder, poisoned him. That's part of why he's having his beye. They arrested him and questioned him. Are you aware of that?
I don't understand. This is a
I
different case
asked you
now.
a
His
question.
bodybuilder, they arrested him and questioned him. It's when you say someone poisoned somebody. This is I don't know. Do you understand the statement?
Oh, I'm
Madam
talking
Zita, you're
about what?
contradicting. This is a
Listen,
statement of death.
listen.
Someone said someone poisoned someone. And come
And
on.
riot
One
does
man, you know,
not
sometimes
include
I'm very
death.
cool. Oh. One man, I'm cool sometimes. If I want to interject, let me.
Hold on, there, Tony. Yeah.
What
If I
I'm
tell
saying
one
is
man
that
that
you are
her maid
saying we are
poisoned
on
one man,
earth, freedom of speech. You are
this is
talking about
different.
freedom to
I
say
said
anything.
but. No, I
Freedom
said
to
there is
say
an
anything.
exception to that. Maybe you're not hearing me. You weren't hearing what I was saying.
One man, please ask me what you want.
All right. Like I said, Des is on a special diet. So, Des is
One
on a
man
special.
now, can I interject a bit, sir? Please, sir.
All
Please.
right. Come in, Tony. Come in, Tony.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. So there is an institution or department set up by the government of the country ever since that will be watching over the president and then the Facebook directors or whoever, everybody in the country. So the president cannot act on on impunity like as been done in the black people's world. That's what we're trying to say here. We don't want to be extending this, consuming the time. You have to consider that this guy have to go and rest later, not just parabolating around. There's an institution that the government fears, the president fears. Also in Germany here, a president went to one hotel. Somebody paid $100 for him. The president was sacked, because of conflict of interest. So you are just talking. So there's a government that failed in Nigeria. We have no institutions, no departments that are there that will be watching over the past and the future president. That is why we are having all this problem in Africa. Nobody has a right as a president to just go and say, okay, go and close out this, go and close out this. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, sir.
One man, sorry.
One
One
man,
man,
take
sorry.
me to
Can I
the
explain
question,
this?
please. Let me answer.
I think Zita is saying the right thing. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, carry on that,
Yeah, I think
Patrick.
Zita
Yeah.
is saying the right thing, and then Des also is trying to make almost the same statement, but in a different way. Des is saying there's an exception to that. But what Zita is indirectly saying is that this is also an exception. Because when someone is making a statement that is capable of inciting the whole country and throwing the country into chaos, then you don't talk of freedom of speech. Freedom of speech does not mean freedom of incitement or freedom of you to be able to cause problem. You understand? And look at that here. I think it's better if it looks more intelligent if you keep quiet. The guy, anytime he talks like this, is just I think it's not an addition to be. I've said it several times here. It's just messes up and stuff like that. And that is why they must be called to order. That was what they were trying to do with all these their poll and everything. And now they are there now. They are beginning to now say is illegitimate, is this one. Can he do that in Mauritania? He's coming to now cause problem in Nigeria. We extended fellowship to him, give him the privilege to run for vice presidency, and now he's inciting. And Obi is also saying that this is wrong. Did Obi ever speak up against the killing in Southeast? now is saying this something is illegitimate. Is the killings out is legitimate? So he knows how to speak like this. So I'm not interested in any of these politicians. Election is gone, and let's start rebuilding Nigeria. Thank you, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Let me
And
take you to the.
that's why I said, although there is freedom of speech, but it shouldn't be abused. It shouldn't be abused.
All right, freedom of speech, but with responsibility. I would have won without Peter Obi. I joined Labour Party before him. The Abia State governor-elect now, Alex Otti, who worked tirelessly for his victory, but the sheen of that victory now seems to be glowing with Peter Obi's image. So he's now trying to claim full ownership of his own mandate. So what are you then making of how this guy is positioning? Trying to it's also telling us, by the way, that he was a member of the Labour Party long before Peter Obi even joined that space. So he didn't even come into the party under Peter Obi's wave. And he told us also that he won an election as far back in 2015. So he's an entity within his own space, but his victory seems to have been consumed by the obedient narrative. So now starts to attempt to untangle himself from that space. So what are you then making then of this outcry by the governor-elect of Abia State, Zita?
I don't even know whether I will say that he's crazy. He won which election? So why wasn't he the governor if he won?
No, he did win. He did win, but he's saying Peter Obi was not a contributor. Oh, you mean the 2015?
He said he won before under
Yes.
ABGA. That's what he's saying, that he won before under ABGA without Peter Obi. Is that not what he said?
That's what he said, yeah.
So I don't like this situation of somebody saying that he won an election when you are not there. You didn't win, you didn't win. You are not the one announced, you are not the one announced. So that, by the way, I keep saying, yes, go and tell him that I said that his victory is tied to Peter Obi. Not only to Peter Obi, his victory is tied to the electoral law. So he should stop saying that thing he's saying. The victory is tied to Peter Obi and it's tied to the electoral law. If not for the electoral law, Peter Obi phenomenon wouldn't have been this thing, and he wouldn't have gotten, because if you watch the, what will I call, the aftermath of the election, it was like they were trying to rig it away from him, but the angry bears were chanting and disturbing, and they gave it to him. So it's not outside of Peter Obi, and it's not outside of electoral law. He should just keep quiet and enjoy his happy hour.
Why do you think come in, Ajahn Lekoko.
I think that guy is right. He won on his own effort, not Peter Obi phenomenon that won that place for him. He have structure on the ground across the state before Obi came into the party. And like you said, he contested 2015 and he almost won. So he have existing structure. When we talk about structure really matter. These are committed people, committed members of the party that are all over the local government and in every work in that state, in every ward, in each local government, that will work with all their energy for their candidate. So Peter Obi couldn't win in any other part of Eastern State for governorship election because it doesn't have structure in those states. This guy have existing structure already before Obi moving into the party. He has been in the Labour Party already. So it was the structure that worked for him and his own, effort that he has built already is popular among the people. So it's not.
Lekoko, is there not an argument to say that it was actually the Peter Obi wave that gave that final push to push him over the edge? Because like you said, he has tried several times and he's a popular candidate within that state. There is no taking away from his efforts and structure, but he has tried and failed on several instances. But the Peter Obi phenomenon pushed him over the edge.
Well, I don't think that is Peter Obi phenomenon that push him over the edge. Why Peter Obi phenomenon cannot push other over the edge to win?
Yeah, because he was already at 90% there, but he did not, like he said, like you've just confirmed, he's run several instances without success, but now he's finally able to tip over the edge. And that has to be the Peter Obi phenomenon.
It's not Peter Obi phenomenon. I keep saying it.
So why wasn't he able to win in 2015?
Yeah, they robbed him. He actually won. They robbed him. That's
so Babajani, he won.
Yes.
They robbed him.
They robbed him.
What do you think is the reason why they couldn't rob him now?
They couldn't rob him now because he overwhelmed them. He won by large, and he had his people that already on the ground preparing for that kind of scenario, that they want to attempt it again this time around. But he have his structure, he have his people. They stood on the neck of INEC and they stood against the PDP robbery operation. So you give it to this guy. This guy have been doing this thing. He has spent so much money, spent so much time,
but he never won.
And he have committed people on the ground that did the job for him, that make him work.
But he never won.
Obi. In the field of politics, sometimes you lose today for you to win tomorrow. It lost in 2015, and to create it worked in 2015. It worked hard in 2015. He had a structure on the ground, and they are still with him. And those are the structure that gave him this job. It's not Obi phenomenon. Why Obi phenomenon cannot win in other part of Eastern State?
Unfortunately, I agree with Madam Zita this time. The guy.
Why is that unfortunate? Zita is one of the biggest brains here. If you don't agree with her, you are wrong.
I barely agree with her because I don't know why. The thing is, Obi made Alex Oti win. There's no two ways about it. Without the
why
obedience,
did Obi win in any other? Hold on now. Obi won. Okay, hold on. Obi won in Plateau State, isn't it? Why couldn't his government won there? Obi won in Nasarawa State, and what's the name of that? The other state, is it Yobe? I mean, what do they call that small state? Taraba. Why couldn't all this? Why couldn't? Hold on. Let us clarify this thing to ourselves. Obi couldn't win in those places. He won in those places. He couldn't even win in Enugu. He couldn't win in Taraba.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you just one question before you continue.
Yeah.
The NMPP won Kaduna. Or Kano, sorry.
Yes.
What do you think made NMPP win? Be honest.
Kwankwaso.
Okay.
Okay,
so now Kwankwasia factor will make Kano
won the governorship too.
That's what I'm saying. He won the
presidency
now.
And he won
but that's different now. That's Kwakwanso's home state now.
It's not different.
Look, hold on, one man. Hold on, one man.
It's not
even
different.
hold on, one man right there. Even in Nobi, Anambra State, Abga won more state assembly.
Yeah.
More than the Labour. Look, when we are talking of structure is very important in political party operation. When you don't have structure, it is very difficult for you to win local election.
Oga,
Obi victory. Obi
Oga Jani,
victory.
I understand your
Obi
point.
victory, two factors are responsible: religiosity and ethnicity. Period. And that one has gone with Obi. But when it comes to local government, local election, people know who is who among themselves, those that they want to vote for. And that's why you see Obi couldn't win in any state.
Ajali Coco,
in
without
Baba
Obi,
Jani,
without
Baba
Obi.
Jani,
Hold on. Let's hear from Zeta. Zeta.
Baba Jani, you are right. You are not wrong. Yes, he has a structure. I quite agree with you. But if you bring the election, is it in 2011 or 2015? The man
2015.
he even won more than he did now. But they didn't let him. They didn't let him. In as much as he has a structure, he ran in APGA. He has structure. People were crying that time. I could remember following him about. He was screaming all over the place. But nobody listened. But this time around, he was in his house, nursing his wound, while the angry bird are outside screaming on those INEC officials until they declared him a winner. They almost robbed him of this one. If not for the gingering of the angry birds, he wouldn't have gotten it. So we give it to them.
Zita, let me ask you a question. Who gets the attribution more? Like you said, is at the finishing line. He's always been at the finishing line, but he's never been able to cross the tape. So who pushed him up? What pushed him across the tape? Primarily, hold on. Is it the Obi phenomenon or the new electoral act? Which one gets paramount?
Both. Because I used to tell people that
I disagree. It is the electoral act and the use of beaver that helped this guy this time around.
Including the Obi.
Difficult. It was so difficult to reach massively the way they used to do in the past. And his people, he have majority of people in that state behind him. They overwhelmed the PDP administration. And the PDP couldn't get it because people are tired of them. They have failed completely in the running of that state. So forget about Obi this thing. It is not Obi that won that place for him. It's that guy effort and the structure he have that have been following him for several years. Committed people. Look, when you don't have committed people behind you as politician, you cannot win election.
I agree with you.
Give it to Ajale Kuku. I think that's the best analysis I've heard in a long time.
Yeah, but I want to go with Zeta. No, Patrick. I want to go with Zeta because I think it was Obi that pushed him over the edge. I think so.
No, I don't think so. Ajale Kuku is sure that off my heart.
No,
he broke it down.
See, let me tell you a story that happened in Anambra in this 2023. There is one man called, is it Victor Woyedes? What's his name? That won Senate.
Yeah, Victor Woye.
Anambra people sworn that man, they will never vote for him. Thus, you know the story. But they went and vote from top to bottom, and Victor Woye become the Senate. And Anambra people are regretting now. It's the Obi factor. Yes, he has a structure, he has everything, has been doing it, and he never didn't win. He has never been announced the governor elect. But this time around, he got it. So let's give credit to who credit is due. It might not seem so, but that's what it is, Babajani.
Sorry, brother Zita, from the body language of this guy's commentaries, do you see that very soon he'll be leaving the Labour Party to a warmer place? Because it looks as though he wants to own his victory all by himself and he doesn't want it clouded by Obi's shadow. So do you see that this guy will very quickly, Alex Otti, move to a bigger party?
It depends on what he wants to do because if he think because he's the only state that is Labour, just like what this guy did, the Ondo guy. He will be the one funding everything. It depends on what he wants to do. If he wants to fund Labour Party, fine. If he wants to work in his state, fine. If he chooses the letter, definitely he's going to leave Labour Party.
All right. So a combination of the two is your analysis. Let me take you to this space, Zita. This is the Nigerian Bar Association. Say that for reasons of for clarity and probity, the president, not the Nigerian Bar Association, I should narrow it down. The president. Actually, before I go there, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. They've been coming in primarily from well, not primarily from Ayo. Yes, his own having now rescued his wallet from Fort Knox and dusted the cobwebs of it. He super chats to the enigmatic space. He says, enigmatic, maintaining your credibility starts with telling the truth. Right now, you have significantly damage the microbes of credibility you had. So that's having dug his wallet out of the Fort Knox, he also dug the dictionary out as well. Enigmatic, maintaining your credibility starts with telling the truth. Right now, you have significantly damaged the microbes of credibility credibility you had. So that's him punching at enigmatic via super chat. Al D joins us via super chat. He joined us on the screen yesterday. He says it is not done anywhere in the world. Try that in China, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Philippines, Mexico, Cuba, Israel, Palestine, North Korea, etc. Western Europe and United States of America is not the world. So thank you for that, Aldi. So that's to the freedom of speech narrative that we were discussing just about a couple of minutes ago. So Ayo now takes over his space, teasing first with a super chart, following through now with a super sticker. So he's gone through all of the options, only really to persuade you. So if you're not persuaded by my pleading, you should really be persuaded by Ayo now bribing you to like, share, and subscribe. So he's gone through the entire options on the playlist on the well, he's not gone through the entire options, but he's gone through a ratcheting up from $2 to from $1 to $2 to $5 to $10 and then to $20. All asking you to do the same thing, and you can see it right there. So to $2 to $5 to $10 and then to $20, all really with the same plea for you to like, share, and subscribe. So if you are not persuaded by me pleading, at least you should be persuaded by Ayo's bribery. But Ayo is not only bribing you with super charts. He has ever, you know, of course, what I'm going to say next. As soon as the session starts, as soon as Ayo settles in and gets that whiskey that he likes to drink all the time, we're still wondering if he's an alcoholic. He buys me a coffee instead. He doesn't drink whiskey. That's only a joke. I don't know if he does or not. So he does buy the coffee thing. So Ayo, thank you for all that. Keep them coming in. All those spaces are not exclusive to Ayo. So let me now take you to this space as Zita. Nigerian Bar Association president calls for live telecast of tribunal proceedings. So this has to be one of the more outlandish commentaries that I've heard from the Nigerian space. O.J. Simpson style, Tinubu looking like O.J. Simpson stood on the dock. So what are you then making then of this rather left-wing sort of suggestion by the Nigerian Bar Association telecasting the electoral tribunal?
Is it a law?
No, it's a suggestion.
Okay.
The law facilitates for it, but it's a suggestion.
Okay. What was his reason?
For transparency. For transparency.
I wouldn't have any problem with that unless if the transparency will start from their discussions with their lawyers.
Yeah, not but is it not going to get ugly? Can you imagine?
You don't. I'm just trying to ridicule his suggestion. Yes. Less transparent in everything now. It's not the proceeding. Less transparent. If he wants everybody to hear everything, let's hear everything. What kind of a ridiculous suggestion? Woman,
How is
please
that? No,
retain
no.
him.
I come
You know
on.
that
I'm
guy
not
is always a
serious.
ridiculous man. He's a
No, one
funny
man.
looking fellow. Anyway, let me bring up his
This
picture.
is what is wrong
Let me
with our
finish,
country.
please.
We
Let me
hate
finish now.
transparency too
Is it
much.
not my space? Let me finish.
Okay, finish up.
You see, in a country where you say a word, your opinion, according to people who say there is freedom of speech, that somebody is not supposed to be banned from speaking his mind. But in our country today, a particular region, you dare speak your mind, your house will be burned down. Your family might be killed. And somebody is suggesting that they make an open drama of what is going on in the courtroom so that the angry birds will see it and start burning judges' houses, killing their children, setting cars ablaze for somebody doing his job as a lawyer or as a judge or as a magistrate. Is that what the person is asking? I mean, I don't get this.
Madam
Is it that the
Zitman,
person... Let me finish now.
don't mind that guy. He was not even transparent in their own election, NBA election. They were not transparent. He bribed his way to be where
No,
he is.
Ajali Coco. The thing is, yeah, this is more like a national matter. You get? If it's not, I'm not saying they should do it. What I'm saying, it's a right way to go. If the
No, it
courts,
makes sense.
if no, let me say, it's a right way to go. There's no doubt about that. It happens here in United States. They
Where
they
did it
they
happen?
Where
broadcast
in the United
they
States?
broadcast
Where? Is it the
Where?
what do you
Congress?
mean where?
Is it the
Where?
Congress or the judge, the room
OJ
for
Simpson
for
now.
presidential cases? Are you talking about the Congress or are you talking about the Supreme Court judgment? What
I'm
the
not sure
hell
what
is
you
going
mean.
on here?
What do you mean?
Have you ever
You are saying in the United States they
have you ever seen any
broadcast
Do you
such a
want me?
thing
United States
live.
Do you want
being
me to show you
live?
so many examples?
I'm
There's so
talking
many.
about presidential election tribunal broadcast live in the United States. That's what I'm asking you.
I don't know about that. I'm just saying that I don't know about presidential, but I'm saying that I've seen a lot of court cases being broadcast live, and
And you've
I
not
feel
seen any in
like,
Nigeria being broadcast live.
I mean, I haven't actually, to be honest.
Okay. When
I
Tinubu
haven't.
was docked, wasn't it broadcast live? When Saraki was docked, wasn't it broadcast live? When they judged the case of the woman that was beaten up by U.S. Navy in Lagos, Nigerian Navy convoy in Lagos, wasn't it broadcast live? I mean, when
Well, I don't know.
people
Like
hold
I
on,
said,
let me
I don't
finish.
know.
You see, when people seems to keep blind eye in what is happening in the place they are and begin to talk, bring down the bar in Nigeria as if Nigeria is the worst country to live on earth. I get very, you like exciting my nerves.
You
What
know,
we are talking about is
you,
presidential election tribunal. We are some people already angry. They have already accused the Chief Justice. They're accusing people. They are ready to burn their brothers and sisters, their houses. And somebody's suggesting.
Where
I'm
is
asking,
charged
is
up?
that not exciting violence? If I
When
can ask.
everywhere is charged up, it's a matter so that anybody arguing against their own interests in the court, they will follow the family and go and crush them. I mean,
Well, I think I get the point, though. I get the
yeah,
point.
for
I
security,
mean,
we can't do it for.
yeah.
I mean, lawyers are going to do their job or be hired competent 20 sons. Is it not 20 sons that he hired? And all that, they will do their job in the court. And whatever is going to be the outcome is what is going to be the outcome. Showing it live is not going to help or what do I need
or hinder.
or hinder it. So he's not going to do anything special for us. The lawyers
Anyway,
are competent
it's
and the
true.
people is where.
I get the point.
Can I come in one
I get the
man?
point.
Can I come in one man?
Yeah, come in, Tony.
Thank you very much, sir. So I just heard somebody saying that we are acting as if Nigeria is the worst country. In the actual sense, madam, Nigeria is the worst country in the entire world because
Then
we have got all
denounce
the
your
resources.
citizenship.
We can't, hold on.
Denounce your
We can't, no,
citizenship
hold on,
and leave
madam. We
Nigeria
can't, no,
alone.
hold on, madam. Please, Biko, no.
Bra Tony,
You
don't
know,
say that.
no, hold on,
Nigeria is
please.
not a worst
No,
country.
hold on.
Don't worry.
Nigeria.
Hold
No,
on.
now it's
Hold
a
on.
freedom of
Don't try
speech
it.
now. Come on.
Hold on now. Hold on. Let him land, and then he'll get a response.
Thank you, sir. So,
Yeah.
Nigeria is actually the worst country in the world because we, consider the fact that despite all the natural resources that we have got, we can't even refine any of them. We can't even carry out a simple, electoral something. We know that somebody, there was a law that we say, okay, let us transmit this after 25, 1 month. We can't even complete the result process. And then nothing is working in the country. And you are saying that other countries like Thailand, like Burma, they are having powerful, power, electricity. But Nigeria, we are paying for darkness. And all of us in abroad. And then you are saying that Nigeria that we are acting as if Nigeria is. That's why today, Wama has performed very, very, very credibly, by, just being objective today. Thank you very much, Waman.
All right. I'm always
Can I
objective.
continue, woman?
Yeah, but let me
Like that, Tony. Don't want to make you right then.
yeah. Let me give Tony a brief response, and then you continue.
Having critically observed the way and manner the Nigerian election has been conducted so far, I have come to the conclusion that Nigeria can never be redeemed. As a result, I have decided not to be associated with anything called Nigeria. In order to buttress my assertion, I hereby destroy my Nigerian passport.
There it is, Tony. If Nigeria is the worst country, you have options. But back to you,
One
Zita.
man.
Back to you.
Yeah, there is
One
one
man.
thing
I told you I tore my passport, right?
You didn't do it live here now. If you did it live, then we'll believe you.
Woman.
No, I don't want to
Don't
get
hear
it.
it.
I
Don't
told
hear
you
it.
this
South
even
Nigeria.
before
Don't
this.
hear it. Don't hear your
No,
passport.
You
South
see,
Nigeria. South Nigeria is
woman,
in.
can I
even
continue, please?
even before the video started coming out, I already told you like a long time ago. All these things are.
There is
But sorry,
nothing wrong
woman,
with that.
Madam Zita, sorry, give me 1
Can I
second.
finish, please?
That
Let me
man,
just
sorry,
say
Madam
something
Zita,
before you people
sorry.
continue.
That man that changed his passport, he should also go and change his father's name. If he's actually dislocated himself from Nigeria, he should change his name. He should change his father's name from Nigeria.
He should take the blood in his
He should
body.
change it. Yeah, he should change his. He should change the name of his
It should change
Who wants him? Who wants him from Nigeria?
It should change it. It should change his diet from eba to potato. But back to you, Zita.
There is one thing I have to say. Denouncing your citizenship as a Nigerian is not by tearing your passport or saying rubbish. Go and make the appropriate application and denounce your citizenship legally. And I want to tell those saying rubbish about my Nigeria, you don't like it, you leave it. And when you want to leave it, do it the appropriate way. Apply.
Go and live there. Go and stay there.
Your citizenship. We don't need you.
Madam Zita, please. You love Nigeria so much. Why are you not living in Nigeria now? You are here in America enjoying the good life.
So that's what I don't like to hear.
That's
what I don't like to hear.
So sorry. Let's So that's the question was to Zita. Yeah.
That is one. Two, Madam Rosie, if you say that time where I did grow, I be young girl, you find your brother, he come marry me. I for the Nigeria by now. But
you
as
can
you
go.
won't
You
give
can
me
go
your
back to
brother to
Nigeria
marry,
with your
now I
partner
don't
now.
follow who marry me now.
You can go with you to your precious country. I'm waiting for Nigeria to be good so I can go back. I'm missing home.
No. Nigeria is good. I go to Nigeria whenever I want to.
But you can live there permanently
Are
with your
we
partner.
actually
Do you know when
deceiving
I left?
ourselves, Madam Zita?
Can you hold
I
on?
left because of
Let's say
job.
let's
I've been living in
yeah.
Nigeria even after so many years of marriage. So it's just a transfer. So why are you asking? I love my country.
Let me just say
I'm just pulling your legs, Madam Zita, because I know you're so
I know you
fond
are
of
pulling our legs.
Nigeria. So to
You
me, I
forgive me
think,
your brother. You for not ask me this question. I think you
but
can
your
see your
partner
life.
is my brother now. What are you talking about? You want to denounce my brother or up or in the open? Your partner is my brother.
No, she's saying she's married to an American, so therefore
But
she has
that's
to
my
live.
brother now. We are all from Adam and Eve, from one family.
You know, I just want to a little bit Zeta on that space because not especially what Rosie said, but it's a narrative that you hear often that if you love Nigeria so much, why are you living abroad or why are you not in the country? It's pushed at it's pushed at every one of us that lives outside of the country. The two don't. You have to understand that these days nobody lives anywhere. That's one. People live internationally. A lot of people actually live on an aeroplane. You know, they spend yes. So that's one. And the fact that you live outside of Nigeria doesn't make you less. In fact, you find that you're probably even more Nigerian outside of Nigeria than you are in Nigeria. You anchor more after the culture, the food, and everything. So you are not diminished in any way that you exercise a choice to live somewhere else. Given what you could go there and study and then marry there and settle, you know, there's a lot of people from Europe, America that are moving to places like Thailand, Spain. Everybody lives in Dubai. Do they detest there? They don't. It's just the choices that we have now. So all of that idea that if you love it, not you, Rosie, but
one man, you are going too far.
But Mr. Woman,
it's been around for too long. If you love
Mr.
Nigeria, why are you living abroad?
Mr. Woman, even me that I'm talking now, I'm here in the US, but
I know,
my physically my body is here in the US, but spiritually and mentally it's in Nigeria. I have to contact Nigeria, my family every day. So it's like my body is here, but my spirit and mind is in Nigeria. I'm so attached to that country. So
That's all of us now. That's why we all gather here now.
One man, let me say something before we continue. Can I just say something,
Yeah,
please?
carry on later.
One man, when somebody tell you, why are you not in Nigeria? Why did you leave Nigeria? Ask the person, why are you not in your village? Because leaving your village to go to Lagos, or leaving your village to go to Kano, or leaving Lagos to go to another village in Nigeria is still relocation.
It's the same thing, Madam Zita.
It's just a global
It's not the same. It's not the same. Let us
let me say something. Let me say
Who
something.
developed Nigeria?
No,
All the
let me say
mechanics are
something.
living. All the carpenters are living.
Madam Zita, let me say something, yeah. If you leave your village and go to Lagos, it's for one reason, yeah? For a better life and to make money and all that stuff. If you leave Nigeria, wherever you are, and go to abroad, it's because where you are in Nigeria or wherever you are in the village is not working. Or wherever you're in Nigeria is not working. That's why you traveled. No, now I'm trying to make sense. To calm down now. So anywhere you live, you live. Calm down now. If you migrate from one place to another, it's a simple reason, whether in the village to town. It's because the village is not working and you need to make money in the town. Whether you live in Lagos to US or wherever, it's because the Lagos you are is not working and you need to go to abroad. Now, when people in abroad are saying Nigeria is the best or Nigeria is whatever, the question is, if Nigeria is what you portray it to be, why not go there and live? So if you're portraying it as one fantastic place that you left because of a reason it's not working, and you're saying it's working wherever you are, then come back and live that life. It's as simple as that.
Let me tell you something. You know, most times when people leave their location to go to another location, just as he said, if it's within the country, they said they're looking for greener pastures. But if it's outside the country, they said they ran away from their country. Let me tell you something. What I am today, I became in Nigeria. That's why I can never watch anybody say any bullshit about Nigeria. What I am today, I repeat, I became in Nigeria. The place I'm working today, the company I worked in Nigeria is not better than the place I'm working today. The company I worked in Nigeria is bigger than the one I'm working here now. So whatever I am today, I got it in Nigeria. So I am so proud of my country, Nigeria. I am not saying it's perfect. But for anyone that is living anywhere in the world to turn a blind eye to what is happening there and open his eyes wide to what is happening in Nigeria and start making detrimental statements about Nigeria, I'm not going to take that from you. I won't.
Madam Zita, Nigeria is a mess.
Let me finish.
Madam Zita,
Because
please.
anytime
Nigeria is a
you
mess.
say
Look at that
something
accident
about
that happened in
Nigeria,
Lagos. Look at that accident that happened in Lagos. That people, the bus went to had a collision with the train. Do you know how many people died? They carried people from Lagos Island to Idiaraba, to the mainland. When they got to the mainland, they
did
left
you
people
watch
on the ground. That
hold
is
on,
Nigeria.
hold on. Did you watch the accident in the Sierra train? Did you watch it?
Can you not stop doing this? No, Madam Zita,
No,
you
let
always do.
let the conversation take place between Zita and Rosie.
What country was that? I didn't see that.
Something that is wrong, no matter where it happened.
Sierra, was it in what part of the world was Sierra?
Hold on, let me finish now. You cannot, because something happened in a country that happened in another country, and you turn a blind eye, or maybe probably you didn't know it happened in that country. You said the one that happened in another country, because of that the country is shattered. Do you know that in the United States, when I sit in the church for church service, when the door open, I keep turning back. That is how scared I am. Somebody is coming there to open fire on us.
But Nigeria did hope in the church.
That is what I am saying. That is telling me to stop doing that. That is
No, Madam
saying.
Zita, let me say this, yeah. If you're a Nigerian, you're not in any other state. We are talking about this country we are from. If something is not, don't start comparing it because something like this happened in other places.
No.
What I'm saying is that it is
wrong
now.
Everywhere. It's wrong everywhere.
It is everywhere. It's not my business and what happened in Kafanchan or what happened in wherever. My business is what is happening in Nigeria, and whatever is happening in Nigeria. If it's wrong and if corruption and ethnic bigotry and all these things is bad, we have to say, the roads are bad, the electricity is not working, there's so many things that is wrong. We have to say it is wrong. The country is wrong. It's not for me to say because it's happening in US is what's my business.
With you now. I agree
stop
with
portraying
you.
it like that. That's what I'm
say
saying.
it is wrong, but remember what I said. I said anything that is wrong everywhere. Yes, we can create a space and discuss the things wrong in my country, Nigeria. We discuss about it, we condemn it. But the one I said I will not take is somebody coming to say is the worst country on earth because of what is happening there. No, I will not accept that. But if you say there are things going on,
Nigeria is not the worst country on
earth.
No, I disagree with that. I disagree with Nigeria. I disagree with Nigeria being the worst country on earth. But is Nigeria?
There is something wrong in Nigeria. We discuss it
from Nigeria, please.
We discuss
I'm not traveling again to Nigeria. That's very sure. I'm saying that
we don't need you.
I don't care.
Ever
I don't care
for the rest of your life.
Can I contribute?
I don't care. But
can I contribute on this topic?
All right.
The only thing that brings me to Nigeria is trying to get married. But now it's
look at that.
I was trying, but it didn't work.
Can I contribute on this topic?
All right. Let's hear from Ogbeni and then round up that space after Zita, and then I'll move to another space. Good to see you, Ogbeni.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Des. God peace, everybody. Good morning, Papa Jane Koko and Madam Sita, Rosie, and others. You see, my take on this is this.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. You see, immigration and emigration, right, is as old as the earth itself or herself, whatever which preposition. Is as old as the world, this earth itself. The reason why people immigrate, and leave their country differs. And you can't put everything on, because Nigeria is not good, that's why. No, my brother. Even when Nigeria was good in the 60s, the likes of Fanika Ode, Father Awolowo, and all those Odumeko Ojukwu and others fathers, they kept sending their children abroad, right? Bianca Ojukwu studied abroad and all of them, and they stayed abroad, right? They only came home to come and share the power, which they still hold on to date. And when I look at the rate of emigration, how Britain emigrate out from Britain, statistics show me that about 4.7 million of British national now lives abroad. Then I ask the question, is it because Britain is not okay for them?
Sorry, Ogbeni, let me inject this. They've migrated to Spain so much that the Spaniards, they requested for British policemen so that there can be an interface between the British community and the Spanish authorities. Is that because Britain is so rubbish? What is that?
That's the question. That's the question I asked myself, And what is the British population? 67 point, I think, going to 68 this year. As of 2021, we are 67 point something million. So out of that 67 point something million, 4.7 million live outside. That is British national that live abroad. When you extrapolate it and compare it to Nigeria, 200 million, and you see the population, the percentage of population of Nigeria living abroad, you will know that if you have to rate the two, more Britain live abroad than Nigerians living abroad. So I get
Obeni, what is the rate of immigration and emigration in UK? What is the rate of people going out and people coming in? What's the rate?
You mean Britain? Because Britain,
yes,
Britain has a lot of nationals in Britain.
Yeah. Let me just use UK. What's the rate?
But I don't have the rate. The rate I know is British living outside. That's British that relocated out of Britain is 4.7 million. That's the
How many people have immigrated into Britain?
No,
That's
what
what I'm
the,
trying to
the
say.
index we need is what Ogbeni has given. We don't need immigration.
No.
We are talking about people who have lived abroad.
Hold on. You understand the point that Des is making, and you are trying to
Net
avoid
immigration
it.
position.
Yes,
It's not relevant.
so it's telling us that Britain is such a desirable space that is probably more migrants than immigrants.
No, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I think that should get me right. This is what I'm saying. The Britain, we're talking of Nigerians now that migrated out. We are not talking of people that enter. Do you know more population still enter Nigeria from other space now today? But what I'm looking at is Britain, the British that should be comfortable in their own space, right? The place we think is the best, that should be comfortable there in the empires that have lived since 1702 or something like that, right? Those Britain are leaving their own country to settle. I'm not saying they are coming out and going in. They are relocating. And statistics tells you that 4.7 million of them lives abroad, and more are still emigrating away from their country, right? To the extent that in Spain, they are requesting for law enforcement agents to come so that because of the clash of culture, right, and exposure, so that they'll be able to take care of the British population. It means that the British in Britain, in Spain are increasing for a reason. So when you ask yourself, so why would
Obeni, the reason is the main thing. If they are immigrating to another country, the reason is what we are trying to find out.
Okay, hold on. Des, speculate to that reason that in excess of 4 million Britons are told to migrate to other countries. Why would that be?
I don't know.
You don't
in
know.
America,
Speculate.
I can say here, I've had friends that want to go to.
It's greener pasture now. What are you talking about?
No. It's not. It's not.
It is.
Let me say something now. The ones I have here that have gone to Europe, definitely the greener pasture wasn't even in their books. It's more like trying to travel the world and go to experience other things. That is
No,
their main reason.
not vacationing, no, migrating
But
is what you're talking
no, that's what I'm saying now. They just go there to live
Me, I'm thinking
and
mostly, I'm sorry, that is mostly for greener pastures. Okay, look at like a British guy goes to Nigeria. He's considered an expatriate. He has a driver, he has a cook, he has a gardener, he has a gate man. Would he have all those things in London, in Britain? No. He's going to be taking his trash can out. He's going to be doing his laundry. He's going to be driving himself. But when he goes to African nations, they treat them like lords. They have all these
Yeah,
domestic
but
staff.
Rosie, he'll be doing all of that in Spain and Australia as well, which is where Britons migrate to the
Okay, you
most.
mean in Spain you're going to have a driver, you're going to have a gate
yes.
man, you're going to have a watchman?
What I'm
I
saying
mean,
is, no,
you're
you
not going to
won't
be
have all of
living like a
it. No,
lord.
no, you'll be taking your trash out in Spain. You'll be living as you were, maybe
But
at a higher or lower level in Spain and in Australia as you were in Britain. Nobody is giving you a driver and a car in Spain. Yeah.
Woman, let me tell you what my research shows.
yeah,
Human beings are
that's interesting.
fascinated. Human beings are fascinated by different things. Different things entice people. Let me give you an instance. Somebody like me, I love where I stay in Scotland. Some people don't love it. I have my younger brothers who came to visit and they said never would they come to this cold
It's
place,
very cold
this
there.
very isolated and lonely place with
Always raining.
that is what they don't like. But me, I'm a researcher. I like before because when I go to a place like Creche and I go to a place like Inverness, quiet islands and lowlands of Scotland, I sit down, I write poems, and it makes sense to me. That is what I like. That's what attracts me, right, to Scotland, and I stay there. But some like a very busy life. So
You
for the
can do
people,
same in Ekiti as well now.
Maybe you go for maybe you are with
yes, now.
maybe you are with Bwalawo Dudu.
Baba
You might be with Bwalawo Dudu.
I know you will come with this Ekiti thing, no problem. But yeah, Ekiti is growing. Nigeria 1960, as of 1989, we just wrote Yoruba history and all sorts. This civilization we have here is a very old civilization, electricity everywhere and no. So you may say, okay, that attracted me too, apart from the cool. But for the Briton, now my research showed that some from Britain believe they don't like the traditional and conventional lifestyle in Britain. And because of that, they take advantage of their immigration law that allows them to settle down in other spaces and they leave their country. Some, they believe that their laws are too Christianized. So many Britain that have been, how do I put it, neutralized in terms of religion, think that the laws and the way of life still attached to the Christian-oriented thing. So because of that, they don't like it. Some, it is the weather condition they don't like. Do you know some relocated to Spain and all this place because of sports? They just go there to retire there because they have access to some type of sports they just love. Some, they don't like the royal way, the way the monarch, okay, has not been liberalized in UK, and they believe they immigrate to Greece and all those places where they have been able to destroy their own royal system. Some is because the life insurance, if you take it in UK, the strictness and all sort of policies surrounding it, they relocate some part of Europe where they think the life insurance is okay. Places like Norway, Sweden.
Benny, do you see the sweet
oh.
reasons you're giving? As
yes.
In, I wish the reasons for Nigeria migrating was this sweet.
No, Des, you know where I'm going. This is
I know where
I'm
you're going though.
Yes, the general thing is, our country is not good. Do you know I've met people who say they can never relocate from Nigeria?
I know a lot of people like that. Yeah.
I've met
How much do they have?
Well,
millionaires.
They are reasonably okay. They are just middle class professionals.
They are okay to be truthful. So many of them are okay to be truthful. But at the same time, I've met millionaires who said they will never return to Nigeria. Even they are millionaires too. They will tell you. Just to tell you that There are different things that attract human being, different things that fascinate human being. If you read the history of Roman Empire, many people migrated from different areas to come and build that empire, right? And at the same time, while they were building that empire, some still stayed in their own empires because at the end of the day, Roman Empire fell. So the way I see it is this, different thing. I know one of the major contributors to people emigrating outside Nigeria, which we can't blind ourselves from, is that people believe or people know that things are not working the way we think it should work, okay, in Nigeria, and we migrate. But I don't just want us to generalize it. There are other reasons why people migrate out of Nigeria. And when we go back to history, you will know that Nigeria is in a phase. We are transiting, we are evolving, we are just in a yes, we are not where we should be because we believe that if a civilization have gone ahead, we should be able to learn from that civilization and jumpstart at least, frog leap some things. But at the same time, we should understand that it is a phase and we are passing through that phase. At a point in time in America, they were just killing their president as they liked, right? You see president within 2-3 months, they just shot the president dead and others. But today you don't find things like that because you know if you shot a president, it's of no value to you, right? So they planned coup also before. Democracy didn't just come and just drop on their lap. The same thing with the UK. They fought each other before Scotland fought before one king rise up and say, see, let's unite all these states and let's come together. Centuries back. So we're evolving. Yeah, we can be critical about our country, but let me tell you, if we demonize our country, we have become demon to the world. Somebody told me today, he said, I was in a bus and they were holding the Metro, one of these newspaper, and boldly at the front page of that newspaper was DK Kerimado and so I tried to engage the Oyinbo woman, like, what do you know about this story? And she was telling me that bullshit happened everywhere. It happens to the whites too. So, that attracted me, and I said, that's such a liberal mind. So we got to talk, and she started exposing a lot of ills in the society and things, how they apply their own law, not even uniform and things like, and when they make a scapegoat out of you, your nationality matters first and things like that. I said, yeah, you're right. She now told me, she said, but why is it that Africans we like demonizing our country, that we have good countries, that all we just need is to get it right in terms of leadership? And I agree with the woman. So that's just my point in that, as it's just to tell you, and to give you also statistics also show that about 3 million or between 3 million and 6 million of Americans also leave America every year. That's the statistic.
There's a phenomenon that is going on at the moment. They call them passport bros. So these are is largely an American phenomenon, but it's really a Western phenomenon. So you have a lot of these Americans because their society has been structured in such a way that they are lost in just the rules and regulations, and they are so stifled by those rules and regulations they can't date. Because even to date a girl, you need like a 10-page document for her to sign just to take her to McDonald's. So they leave the American space and go to spaces like Brazil, Thailand, the Philippines, etc., where the women still have traditional values and the role for male and female are still clearly defined along traditional lines. So they are calling them passport bros now. So people move for a lot of reasons. But Zita, back to you.
One man, to buttress on what you said, these people that are saying Nigeria is this. When my in-law came, my little cousin was taking them, to show them around the family uncles, like visit, introduction. And along the road, the guy picked a stick and hit a mango. The mango dropped. I'm just telling you what happened. The next thing, he hit an avocado pear. So my husband's uncle, who is a professor in the United States, they was like, what the heck are you doing? Who owns it? My cousin told it doesn't really matter. You want some? And the guy was like, wow, just like that. I would really love to live here. Like, you go about plugging fruits, plugging vegetables, the way we do in Nigerian villages. When a fruit ripe right by the roadside, you plug it. Those things are freedom they don't have in the United States. So there are a lot of reasons why people relocate, not just because of greener passions or whatever, how civilized that place is.
Madam Zita, in Nigeria, yeah, can you go to someone else's compound and pluck it and pluck
In my
a
village,
mango?
yes.
Yeah,
In most
you can.
instances,
Yeah.
in
My
most
village, yes.
instances you can, yes.
Yeah. In my
Ah,
village, yes.
What
mine
of
no,
if
you
what
can't.
of if
Oh,
the compound is fenced?
Hey,
the
it's fun.
compound.
No, that's different now. Then that's breaking an entry
This
now.
happens in Canada too, because my sister, she just relocated to Canada about 4 years ago. Sometimes she said when she's walking along the road, she see people getting apples from the apples drop around. They just pick it and they start eating. Nobody harasses them.
Yeah.
So
In
it's
my
only in
village is
Nigeria
But
it's
if it's in
happening.
somebody's compound in Canada, I live in Canada.
Yeah,
If it's in
I
somebody's
mean,
compound,
my
you
compound
can
in
get
the
shot too.
village. I'm
Yeah, yeah,
pretty
yeah.
sure
But these ones
nobody
are
can
the ones
just
that
walk
are
in
just
and pluck in
planted.
pears.
It's somebody's compound, but it's not fenced. It's like almost along the road, so you can just
Though that
dash out.
one you can pick.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can pick with some respect.
Yeah,
At
not
times, I
picking
think it
like you
has
are going to
happened to
go
my
sell it.
son.
It's not like you pick it in a bag like you want to go sell it. You take one or two. That's fine.
no
Yeah, some
no,
people will
yeah.
frown
If
at
it's
you.
for if for if for if for if for you to eat,
Yeah.
no. But yes, but packing it to go and sell, no. And in my culture, if it is behind the house, that is inside the compound, you take permission. But if it's in front of the house, it's free for all. It's even fun. Sometimes you see those old men and women chasing those kids around the tree. So it's normal. More especially when it is not totally ripe and they're trying to harvest it. You see those old people, it's fun. So in my compound, in my village, you can.
All
Roadside
right.
pineapple, roadside avocado, in front of people's houses, pear,
But
mangoes,
the
pawpaw, and
word
so
is
on.
trying to move past all those. These are village whatever. I mean, very soon I don't think anybody will have time to come and be plucking fruits. All these things are trying. I mean, I think the world has already moved on.
It's
It,
primitive,
you see,
Abby.
Des,
It's
you
so
see,
primitive. All these
Look at
things
this
we're
now.
you
losing it.
see,
No,
You don't know
we
anything.
will never leave our culture and tradition.
You don't know
I think you
anything.
have dropped Nigeria. You are in America. You can go ahead. But you see, in my village, our culture, our tradition is our name. Okay?
That guy you are
Yeah,
talking to is not a Nigerian
let
now.
me
Why you
let me
always
add a little to it.
Can I
Let me add a little to it.
All right. Add that wall piece and then we move on from there. I think we've labored that enough.
Yeah,
But
I
add
think
that and then we move on. Yeah.
yeah, I think every village, or let me say every, I don't want to use the word tribe, but let me use tribe in Nigeria, have almost similar uh, culture when it comes to this fruit. Yes, if you go to people's farm, you can take what you can eat, but you cannot take the one you take home. Is an offense. You can take what you can eat, but you cannot take the one you take home, or take what you put in a bag and take somewhere else. Is an offense. If you are coming on the street, you see a mango tree, you can pluck a mango tree. The one you can eat is allowed, because in the culture, like you are hungry, you want to eat, but you cannot pluck and put in your bag and take home. But again, there are some trees you see they will tie a red cloth on it. That one is no. They don't want you to take from it. So you walk past it. I think Des was born and raised in America. Even in America, they do something like,
no. Which
hold
one be
on, now, hold
born?
on,
Me?
hold on, now,
Imagine.
hold on. Sometimes they have some county. They do all this lemonade in summer, which they give out for free. Why some you buy for a penny, for $1? Even in Japan here, there are such laws. You can take something on the road, something along the road. It's free. You don't. Even in Japan, if you lose your wallet, it's not a must you take to the police station. If you have $1 million inside, somebody found it and take the wallet and take that money. There's no there's no offense to it. There's no court for it, because it's their tradition and their culture. Even if you buy pawn shop here in Japan, it's a culture. If you buy a stolen watch, the man has to clean it every day for 2 weeks and put it on the display so everybody sees. If nobody comes to complain it's my watch, that watch forever belongs to that man. So we cannot run away from our culture and our tradition. Thank you.
But what peace?
No, sorry, I want to move on.
Okay.
Thank you, Wapi. So thank you, Wapi, and thank you, Zita. Zita, let me move you to this space then. Senator Adeleke, his victory now upheld by the appeal court. At the Electoral Tribunal, as you know, they obtained this victory, and there was celebration in the Oyetola's house. So the champagne was put back on ice, now reopened in the Adeleke house. But how does, because this lawsuit in Osun State is all wrapped around the Beavers narrative. So that Beavers narrative comes into play at the presidential space. But how do you think the Osun State verdict at the appellate court, because you know the appeal court is the first court of instance for the presidential disputes. So that it doesn't go straight to the Supreme Court. So how do you think this verdict in Osun State will impact on the presidential space? So speak to us first on the verdict for Adeleke, and then speculate as to how it might impact on the presidential disputes. Zita.
Woman, for that Adeleke, I don't know. I'm usually somebody who is very objective, but that man, I think somehow I have a soft spot for him. I'm happy for him. He has a very welcoming spirit, if I may say. Maybe because of the way.
Would you have him as your state governor?
I wouldn't mind.
A yam head. A yam head.
I wouldn't mind. Because that time he lost the election in 2018, I was watching when they went to enter the court. He will now come and dobale for what is his name? The other guy, his lawyers. He will greet them, he will dobale for them. I was like, what? I mean, he has a gentle spirit. They should just leave him alone, honestly. They should leave him now. In 2018, it was seemingly that he won it. Now again, they should just leave him alone, I beg. I hope he wins in the Supreme Court. That's all I can say. Or rather, I pray he wins.
Yeah, but do you think this victory, because it was all wrapped around the Beavers and overvoting, so do you think this will come into play at the presidential tribunals, because the appeal court are the ones sitting on the presidential tribunal as well?
No, I mean, his own case will still get to Supreme Court, right?
It might well do if Oyetola decides. You know, it's 1-1 now. At the tribunal, Oyetola got it. At the appellate court, Adeleke holds. So now, does Oyetola, because his uncle now becomes the president, so even more incentive for him to still challenge it. But yes, I think, I suspect that he might well push it to the till he has no other options.
I know that lawyers do cite case that is won when they're making their case, but sometimes it doesn't really work. Sometimes it works. So even if they cite his case on Beavers, it might not work for the presidential, depending on the argument. I think Obeni will have an answer to that one.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let me take you to a different space. So the narrative then of who is where, when, and why. Who is where, when, and why. So Tinubu, he's in Europe. At least we know that. Location unknown, but we know it's in Europe. For what they are claiming his camp is a rest from the grueling electioneering, but what others are speculating as a medical trip. But for whatever the trip, but we also know that there are speculations, although it looks as though that may well be debunked, that the Chief Justice of the country is also in London for medical needs. So now, a lot of people are saying that they met secretly to discuss these upcoming elections, to the point now that the Chief Justice is coming out with video clips to explain his location, and the Tinubu space, they are bringing out press statements to tell us that no meeting took place. So the elections are gone, but the tone and texture of that electioneering, it has now moved into the judicial space. And is it your anticipation now that the focus will be on the judiciary and all of these justices that are likely to sit on these cases, their lives will be unpicked and their movements scrutinized? So what are you then making then of that little name cameo that a lot of people are saying is fake news?
Yeah, they want to bully the judiciary with fake news and propaganda. But the thing is that they did it during the election and it worked to an extent, but they didn't win. They're trying to try it on the judiciary. But if I may ask, Ogbeni should know this. If you have lived with a judge before, they always come to meet them. Both the lawyers, sometimes the person secretly or this thing. I don't see anything wrong in it. If they think Tinubu is meeting them, I'm just trying to be Zita now. If they think Tinubu is meeting the man, they too should try and meet the man. Tell me, who won a case that never met the judge? Is it the Imo State governor? Or is it P2B in Anambra for 3 years? Are they telling me they never met the judge? Or is it Wike?
Well, we know that it was Justice Mary Odile that wrote the judgment that gave Obi back Anambra State, and he went to meet the husband Peter Odile to
Wait, let me finish. Is it Wike? Wike was alleged in 2015 to have paid them 1 billion. 9 of them. Is it Amechi? Amechi was in Ghana. Wike did all he did with the judges to bring him back. So what is wrong with that? It might not be legally right, but they do it anyway.
Madam Zita, please, did you say 1 billion to 9 billion?
Yeah. Mm-hmm, 9 billion.
Is that rich?
9 billion. Yeah, River State is that rich. Yeah.
It's not the state money now. This is why Nigeria doesn't develop.
Although they said it's Mama Peace that helped him, because then he wasn't the governor, he was struggling to people. Remember, he was the minister for
during Jonathan's time.
Yes.
Okay.
In 2015. So they rumored it. So maybe Ogbeni will say that it's not legally right, but they do it anyway. So what is wrong? He meets the Chief Justice. They too should go and meet the Chief Justice. So what is all this drama all about?
Now Benny be the middleman between them and politician and
let me say this.
No, Baba. I will respond when Madam Zita.
So you see, why I'm saying this is my late aunt was a judge. I was opportune to live with her as a young woman. But what I have to say is that sometimes when they push this propaganda and lies to the public, that's why I said that it's high time we start educating our young ones. They make it sound as if it's a sacrilege. It is not. Legally, maybe, but in real life, they do it anyway. That's how they get their results. That's why they get to push to get something. I've seen it happen several times. So what's going on? They're just trying to bully the judiciary. Whether the man see him or doesn't see him, they too should go and see the man. After all, they are judges and they are lawyers. All those lawyers, all of them call. Why they are meeting the man too?
Do you have concerns about the CJN Zeta? Because he seems to have some sort of a political undertone, which that office has never had before. There was a time that he went to a gathering that was being organized by the G5, then the Wike group. That was in the throes of the fight with between Wike and the party. So he went to an event being held in Ibadan. He's from Oyo State, the Chief Justice. And then the governor was there, and he was saying that, and he was joking along with them that Wike is a good example for the governor, Seyi Makinde, to follow in terms of the way that he was putting up a fight. But then, of course, all these matters could end up in court where he will sit in judgment, and he's making such a highly politicized commentaries. So now the speculation and that he's meeting with Tinubu as well, whether that is fake news or not, but do you think do you think, because my imagination, and I've never really known a central bank, not a central bank, a chief justice that has been so frontal in the news space as this guy. Is it too political? Is he getting too political, this guy? Is he even fit for the office? This Olukayode Ariwola.
One man, the question you should ask yourself is, judges, magistrates, lawyers, most times, what impacts their judgment? Is it the law? Is it the fact? Is it the argument of the lawyers? Or is it their feelings? When you find out the answer, you know that maybe he might be outspoken about it, but he's not doing anything different from others.
Yes.
Can I say
go on.
something?
Yeah, go on, Ola.
Yeah, my opinion about this issue is like Madam Zita said earlier. You know, they are just trying to bully the judiciary. In my own opinion, I think that judiciary is still the only arm standing very strong when you consider the three arms of the government. And it has been like that even since the military era. Despite the harassment from the military, our judiciary always stand up to their constitutional duty. It's only that when politicians are involved, no matter how credible a particular judgment may be, they will still not agree, because I believe, I could be wrong because I'm saying this so that Ogbeni and Enigmatic can correct my ignorance. I still believe whatever these people will judge, what they present to them, they are going to apply logic. I don't see they will see facts and they will throw facts away and will just produce something from nowhere. So, and I think it's still whatever they are going to give as judgment will be based on what the lawyers present and the money to present in the court. You see, all these people.
Ola,
yeah.
That thing you said, you think they can see the fact and throw it away. That's why I asked. Most times, what enables them to give the judgment? I remember in Zambia, a man was killed, mutilated, and his body roasted. In Lusaka, when they brought the judgment to the court, there is nothing about that man's hand that looks like the hand of an animal. Obviously, everybody knows what a hand of a human being, even the monkey, you can differentiate it from the hand of the human being. But the judge looked straight in the eyes of the family of the man and said that cannot be a human being. It's the hand of an animal. So most times, it's not really the fact. My late aunt used to tell us that sometimes there was a day she came back and she was behaving funny. She said she condemned 3 people to death. And then she was like, she has to take almost a half bottle of whiskey. But when we know better to do that.
Okay, I got your point, but I'm just saying it based on my own limited knowledge of that space. And there's something that we go away with easily in Nigeria. And I wonder, how come that we citizens, we hate Nigeria and Nigeria so much that we keep spending some kind of propaganda? You are trying to manipulate the judiciary. You are trying to preempt, because already.
Hold on, Lola. The Chief Justice himself is not helping matters when he's fraternizing with politics, making political commentaries that are partisan in matters that are likely to end up in court. So if that is his backdrop, then people will view him with suspicion. They say to be seen, not heard, but in when it comes to these justices, they should be heard, not seen, and they should be only heard on their benches, not in the political arena.
One man, I'm sure some people who are among the team that are bullying this man support freedom of speech. The freedom of speech is the man excluded.
No, we keep saying no, hold on. The freedom of speech, everybody has, it's not every freedom, it's not every right that you have that you exercise, and it is not right every right that you have that it is expedient for you to exercise. Your position in life, your status, the circumstances, all of this color the exercising of rights. Now you say freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is not carte blanche.
But we are arguing on your platform about an hour or two ago about the freedom of speech. And I know the position people took here. Don't verify them, don't cancel them. Well, they're saying their mind, they don't not saying anything, incitement, blah, 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 blah. And I said, does that situation exclude that man?
Does the chief? Okay. Let me ask you. Let me ask you a question, Zita, and then come in after Ajanle Koko. Does the Chief Justice of Nigeria he have freedom of speech? Does he?
Of course he does.
Or should he? Should he?
Of course he should.
He should. You think so? All right. Ajanle
But
Koko, come in.
hold on, let me finish. He has freedom of speech, but to me, looking at what happened in 2023 in my country, Nigeria, I'm beginning to be among those who believe some people need to be censored for what they say. Because before now, I am an advocate of freedom of speech. Say what you want to say and be held accountable for it. But I noticed that most people listen to that thing, they don't verify it, they don't investigate it, they run with it. So because of that, I'm saying some people should be cancelled for what they said to be able to bring the truth to the public. Otherwise, he has the right of freedom of speech.
Please, Madam Zita, if I may also add this man, although he's the Chief Justice, he's a human being too.
It's not a human being now. You keep saying it's not a human. It's the Chief Justice now. It's an entity. It's not a human being. No, it's not a.
If he has his personal, ideology, is he going to have his affiliation? For the fact that he's a Chief Justice doesn't mean that he shouldn't have any tie to any political party. He's a human being. There are some people he
have tie. He cannot have tie.
He cannot. He should just act like a machine.
No, he cannot. It can't be partisan, and even the ethics of the possession. I don't think that he allowed them to just talk anyhow, even though they have freedom of speech like every other citizen. But being Chief Justice of the Federation and other justices and judges, they are men of honor, they are men of integrity, and they have to hold the ethic of their profession in high standard. So therefore, they have to be very, very careful. Be very careful and don't make any statement, any public statement, because people can politicize this, people can use it against them.
Okay.
People can use their against them. Some people,
some people in the United States,
this statement,
the line is drawn.
Hold on.
Every CJ.
Hold on, Zita. Let Ajanle Koko land and then come in after him, and then Ogbeni after you.
He can make a statement, and people will interpret it as a statement against their interests. And therefore, if they have any court case that he have to sit upon, they will ask for they will ask him to recuse himself, because they will say it constitutes a conflict of interest because of the statement he has made so against their interest, and therefore he cannot sit upon that matter because he can't deliver a fair judgment. So they are always careful. They don't just open.
And this CJN is running that risk. He's running that risk.
Yes, but one man.
But what are the evidences?
Let me finish, Allah, please. What he did, that we saw it did, that being politicized by opponents of Wicked Group and other parties, that is associating himself with politicians, thereby he have interest in Wike's and his group political interest whatsoever. What happened then was that he was invited for commissioning of judiciary something, maybe judiciary bill or something like that. That was what that man went to perform the commissioning of that thing. And after that, they honor him. They held a gala night for him or something like that. And then the opponent, the PDP, what do you call this? Ayosha Ayu and their group, an Atiku group, being that Wike invited him for commissioning, they started to carry the rumor or they politicize it that, oh, this man is on the side of Wike group. We can't trust him as a. You see, a politician in that country can divide people against each other, and this cause everything that they have done for this country, for that country, and they have succeeded in doing permanently, and they will continue to do it, is, set people against each other, divide people along their political interests, and then turn people against each other. And then what that will bring on that country at all the times always grievous. That is what the politicians have done for us. So it wasn't that man was fraternizing or
his headline is on your screen. If you look at the screen, his headline is there. It says, Ariwola, I am glad Makinde is part of Integrity Group. He will emulate Wike in project delivery. So those sort of comments, it's not. That's still political.
No, no audio evidence of that, because Supreme Court has since issued a reporter. They denied is that this man never made such remark, and up to now, nobody is able to provide whether audio or video evidences. See, we are in the era of propaganda. So some newspaper cannot just be trusted for this. So to me, this thing was making a serious wave then.
Hold on. Let him land. Warpace, let him land. So there's some structure.
A person like me, after reading how the Director of Information of the Supreme Court debunked this, now I be expecting concrete evidence. If I see video and audio, I'll just keep quiet. But if it's just what some of these newspaper, and if I cannot find the mainstream newspaper like Punch and maybe Vanguard and Guardian or some kind of TV station saying the same thing, then I can't base this on this cable, because we are in the era of propaganda. That's just the way I see it.
Yeah, can I interject now?
Yeah,
sorry, Ola. I want to interject what you were saying. I understand it's the era of propaganda. These days, before I even say anything or anything I see on Facebook or news media, I don't know which to believe anymore or which to hold are credible anymore. But again, this is a country that they sue anything that feel that go against their interests. How come the Chief Justice have not sued all these newspaper company ever since? Just like what just happened 3 days ago. How come he has not sued them that he's a show character, that he was not in London?
How many people will do so? Because every time you seem to say that, how come they've not sued that? How many people will do so?
Yes, because I'll tell you how many people they sued. Autumn sued Oshomole when Oshomole make a wrong statement, accusing him that he said that.
But how many wrong statements was one person sue? Is it every wrong statement that is made about you? You go to court.
Yes, one man, yes, because he's a public officer.
No, that's not how. No, that's not how life works. Hold on. All they have to do is to issue a rebuttal. You don't, which they have done.
One man. He has to make it. Hold on, please. Hold on, please.
What will you call that?
Hold on, madam. I'm not saying me. These newspapers are national newspapers, like Tribune and Premium Time. These are big national newspapers. You should make a statement, and you should make one as an example, and the other will take a lead. Every day, all of them come up with different news. Like I said, I'm confused. I don't even know what to read anymore. If the CJ one day or any of the political office
or even the Tinubu obedient team that they are throwing fake news up and down, if one sue one and make example of it, I think the rest news media will be very careful the next time the scrutinize news before they put it out there. And again, let me quickly talk about the CJ. This CJ is a public officer. I think Ogbeni will tell you what really led to Just Ohogene removed from power is because they said they saw him in Dubai, or they spotted him in Dubai having meeting with Atiku, which he came out to say, no, I did not. But yet he led to his impeachment. They not took up with the story. In America, when the how will I say chief justice, let me say chief justice, or put it like that, of Trump recused himself from a case because they felt he would be so partisan to Trump, he has to recuse himself from the case. So all these chief justices, they have to be careful. Like Jalico said, they should not use their move, and people use as criticize as a political
That one for Trump was
tools.
Attorney General. Was not
Attorney General, yes.
General.
Yeah, I just saying Attorney General. So this justice is on the wrong. Not every time we try to cover for them, he has to be careful. He has to know how to. He's supposed not to even fraternize people in church. The position he holds is so sensitive, very sensitive. He cannot go to garden up and down like just like that. He has to be very careful.
Hold on, Ola. Let Ogbeni come in. I think he wants to put a legal angle onto it. Ogbeni,
Okay.
what's in that clip you sent in? Did he say
Yeah.
it? Did he say
Yeah,
it?
I think I've tried to fast forward it to get, but I can't still get the place. But I've heard that before.
He did say it.
Yeah, he said that when that whole EU started, I watched that on YouTube, and but I can't specify the exact minutes that you should just pick. But he said that, and I'm not sure it's in this video, but I think it was this occasion. So for me, you see, judges are human beings like me and you. Let's start with that. Yes, they have their legal training and they rise through the rank. To become a Supreme Court justice, you must have spent minimum of maybe almost 20 years in the profession as a judge or as a lawyer. Because for you to even become a judge of a high court, you must have spent 10 years minimum before you now start rising, and you get to the Supreme Court. So don't forget, you rise within the profession and you have colleagues in the profession. For instance, before you can become anything in the legal profession, you need your colleagues to approve whatever anything you are becoming. In fact, you need somebody you're handling case against to approve what you want to become. For instance, you want to become a senior advocate of Nigeria, the way you see them, you go and get letter, okay, of endorsement from somebody you have found a case against. That's your opposing counsel, okay, to push you up. That's the way legal profession is woven. That's the way legal profession works. So lawyers are hardly enemies. You see them in court arguing that they are not, because you can pair A and B in a case today against C, and in another case ongoing in the next court, C and A is pairing against B. In another one, B and C is pairing against A. So that is how lawyers work, and that's why sometimes people say, oh, the profession is so mysterious, don't mind them, they are courts, they are this and that. Is because that is the way the profession work. Now, let me take you a bit to that occasion. Who were the people in that occasion, and what did the CJN went to go to do in that occasion? They are more like a gathering of lawyers for me, right? Yes, you had the integrity group guys there. Perhaps or possibly the governor may not even know that the integrity guys will be in that location, because that occasion was for them to commission something that has to, a very landmark project that has to do with the law profession. Don't forget, Wike has been doing a lot for judiciary, more than even what federal government is doing for the judiciary. Wike has built a law school, he has built quarters for judges, he has upgraded his magistrates, he has given them cars, he has done a lot, building court structure everywhere. He brought court of appeal, brought the structure down, built another one, federal court everywhere around. Why? Because it's their baby. It belongs to the profession. Wike is not just a governor. So I don't see Wike, you see, I don't see Wike in that space as a governor. All right. I see Wike in that space as a member of body of benchers. Don't forget again, Justice Odili, who just retired from Supreme Court, was in that occasion. Don't forget again, Wike's wife is a judge in that place. Don't forget the CJ of Rivers in that space, and other justices in the place. Yes, everybody see only the politicians. It's the narrative people come and peddle. But you see, these days, I think for us who are well informed, we should be able to sieve people's mischievous narrative from what exactly we want to pick from anything they are peddling. Okay, now he went to that occasion to do.
When he was wrong to make that statement, whatever it is that you have just said, it was wrong to make.
Let me try and analyze that statement. What did he say? He was referring to Makinde as his governor. Yes, he's from Oyo State, right? He got the Oyo quota to get to Supreme Court, right? And he's saying that I'm happy that my governor belongs to this group because he will learn from this man and deliver more projects for the judiciary. So now the headline came out and they put project and they said ... And you don't ask yourself question, what project is this man talking about? What is the background that led to what this man was talking about?
No, it was wrong to have said that he's glad that Makinde belongs to the integrity group, because the integrity group were in battle with the PDP party, and that battle could well have landed in the law courts. So if he's already given his assent and indicating a fondness for the integrity group, then it colors the sense of justice that PDP might feel they could get. It was wrong to make that statement, so there's no getting away from it.
What you see, we live in a society which I think he ought also to be very careful. If not because we live in a society now where we watch one another and where there's a high level of distrust for one another. If you make that kind of statement and jokingly in the garden of where you have lawyers sitting and you're talking to your governor, there can't be anything seriously wrong about it. But because we have this high level of distrust, yes, fine, he should be aware of the situation of things, particularly in political terrain in the country. But let me tell you,
somebody of his seniority is unforgivable.
No, I don't think so. What do you mean by unforgivable? You see, let me tell you the way they thank God that Buhari. I'm coming. Let me tell you the way I just thank God that Buhari didn't listen to this one. You see, when they brought Onogen issue, it started like this. Pedal lies everywhere.
Yeah, it should have been stepped down off the back of that. The only reason why they didn't step him down is because they wanted to use him for Tinubu.
No. Step down for what? Do you know what it takes to appoint CJN? So step down for what now? So tomorrow, if the next person now, you find the next person in that is living close to a politician, then you should step down again.
No, Onoge did less than this and he was stepped down.
No, that is why we are saying. So it was what they did for Onoge, is it right? Are we justifying it now? They did what they did for Onoge.
Yeah, but if they start Onoge down for a lesser crime, then why is he being able to get away with this?
Didn't even commit any crime. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, exactly. So
they bully Onoge out from office, right? They said Onoge went to Dubai, so as a CGN, you can't travel to Dubai again.
So,
right?
Mama, you believe?
No, they said they didn't declare his foreign funds.
I'm coming. Now, that was the first thing that was the rumor that first came out.
That was the rumor.
That he traveled to Dubai and he met
that they actually head on to, that the compass head on to, was the Dubai.
Yes, and the man said, I've never met Atiku in all my life. Bring out evidence. They didn't bring out evidence. The next thing they would do was to say, oh, you did not declare one bank account that there was no money inside it. Right. And he said, oh, it's an oversight. After all, no money even in the account. So how can you say an account is an asset? Oh, they never listened to him. And after they said he has millions of naira transfers, he said, I don't have anything. I can go and check. Till today, they refuse to show us that account. There's nothing in that account that shows what the federal government was peddling around, right? And eventually you went to Code of Conduct. You couldn't go to court. You went to Code of Conduct Bureau to go and use that guy, that one there.
Umar,
to Umar to get interim order to remove a CJN, and you just bully the man out of the office. And after that, you close the case. And that was just a week or two to set up an election tribunal. So it's the same thing that is playing out. I just thank God that
Ogbeni, you didn't finish it now. Eventually, a report came out that he was clean at the end of it, after a year or 2 years.
They cleared the guy eventually. No, I can't.
Ogbeni, this is what we are saying.
Yeah.
If Justice Rogan didn't go to Dubai, they wouldn't have framed him up with they started him with Atiku. That's what you're still saying about Arola that is in London now, that is trying to say that he did not see Tinubu. If you are
He did
stayed
not.
put in your
Onegen did not go to Dubai.
Onegen didn't even travel.
No, hold on. I follow that. No. At the very time the day they said he was supposed Atiku, he was not there. But at the same frame time, he was in Dubai when Atiku was in Dubai. Let's just say 3 months carol.
No. The point, let me tell you, in the first instance, what actually started on August problem, Ogbeni, you didn't really put it well to them. What actually started on August problem was they had a someone different than Onogen in that for that position. But are you aware of the fact that that time it was the time that Buhari had to step out of the country to take care of himself? It was this guy Oshibajo that appointed him, because he was supposed to be on that acting capacity, and even Fala and all of them, they've been trying to bully Buhari to say confirm this man, make it substantive. He didn't do anything. So it was Oshibajo that actually did confirm Onogen. So that actually did not sit well with the cabal. So they had to find every means to get him out, to bring their man on board. That is just the politics. He was never in Dubai, just like Suore, that when they were trying to prop up his so many cases, frame him up, they said he was in Dubai doing this, and Suore has never been. He said he doesn't even know how to get to Dubai in his life. He does not have it. So when you want to frame stuff up, there are things they do. This Ariwola, they are saying, he said he has not left Abuja in the last 3 weeks. So if you
No, that mathematic, I'll stop you there. Is the Nigerians this thing have confirmed his trip for 3 days now. That he was in London he traveled for 3 days. He came back on the what day here on Thursday. That's confirmed now.
So when did Tinubu leave the
country?
country?
So the country left on Tuesday.
Okay.
So he left on Wednesday.
Okay, look at this.
But Tinubu says he's in France. He said he's in London.
At the point, hold on, listen to this. And this is why we were talking about these people trying to cause commotion in the country. Has there ever been a time in Nigeria that we found ourselves in this unfortunate situation? Have you forgotten that we had an army general in Muhammadu Buhari, who ran 3 presidential elections? He lost, he cried on the TV, right? He went to court. He never incited the society. He never incited his team. He never incited anybody. There was never any propaganda like this. He went to court 3 times. Nobody bullied the justices of the Supreme Court. Nobody bullied the judiciary the 3 times. Atiku has been running presidential elections since 1992. This should be his 6th time running for presidential election. Atiku is still quiet now. Atiku's team, they are not bullying the judiciary. They are not the wing of the people, the headless mob, who are sponsoring this propaganda here and there. Now, two weeks ago, they printed all the names and all the pictures spread all over the internet of the Supreme Court justices, right? What they want is, they want this man to recuse himself, to get him out of the way. Then the number 2 person, are you aware the number 2, Kekere Ekun, is from Lagos State? If they actually want to do the policy, the number 2 person on the line is from Lagos State. Kekere Ekun is from Lagos. And number 3 person, go and check, is an Hausa man. So if you want to push it to the people, hold on.
Let me say this.
I want to for you. No, I want to round up that space fairly quick because sometimes we deviate so sharply. But yeah,
we should be cautious of this fake news and all this propaganda here and there. This is not the first time that presidential candidates go to court to prove their cases. Nobody has bullied the judiciary. Nobody has bullied the INEC. Nobody has bullied the institution of government. This is the very first time we are seeing this toxic, divisive environment in our political landscape. Very unfortunate.
All right, brilliant. Let's have that information, and then we make our way back to Zeta.
Just
Okay, let me clear say this.
what Ogbeni is saying to you, if you go to minute 10:25 from it, that's where Ariwola made that statement. And I want to tell you that they've taken this man out of context. Because this man started by
No,
saying,
hold on. It doesn't matter. It shouldn't have said, if he said the words, then he said the words.
Let me just tell you the brief now. One man, you two, you are believing them already.
That's just what I'm saying, that he should be guarded in his words, but carry on.
Now.
Because the context you give us is your interpretation, isn't it?
He went there to commission judicial licensing office.
All right, just give us the context in a condensed, go on.
No, that's what I'm saying. Now, he said no governor in the history of Nigeria has done what Wike has done for the judiciary. And now wait ahead that he's happy that his own governor is there, that he should be able to emulate what Wike is doing for judiciary. So this guy is canvassing on behalf of judiciary and see the way people are throwing that thing. He's just begging that, okay, do more for the judiciary. That's the contest. And look at the way people now pick it. It's just like you want to say Tinubu computerized Lagos State judiciary and everybody should follow what Tinubu did. Is there anything wrong?
All right, sorry. What minute did you say he said it? What's the minute?
The meaning is this.
No, not the minute. The minute. Where in the clip?
Go to minute 10:25. Listen from minute 10:25. And you will see where he made that statement.
All right.
Sorry, can I quickly say this before you play the minute?
No. Let's. I want to move from that space. It's getting too labored. But let me just let me just play this, and then Zita rounds it off, and then we move on.
My home governor is one because you will men of integrity group, and that's why we should not be scared to have this men of integrity group, and I'm happy that my home governor is one because you will try to imitate his friend and in-law because we came here to marry, and that's why I understand we continue to commission projects till his last day in office. There are projects wide open all over the place. And that's why we should not be scared to have this men of integrity group. And I'm happy that my home governor is one.
All right. I think that's a damning statement, but Zita, round of that space.
Which space are you telling me to round up now?
No. We with the Chief Justice space and his unguarded comments.
I've told you now that Chief Justice, that woman, according to people in the platform, you should not, in as much as they should be careful in what they say, you should not stop them from talking. It's freedom of speech, so they said. But there is no freedom after speech. That's what you people are doing to him.
All right. And just briefly on this space, actually, let me give you this one instead. 2023 elections, all 26 governor-elects announced by INEC. So, yes, there's no surprises there, but do you have any thoughts on that space? So the names coming in now, APC taking 15 states, PDP 9, Labour Party 1, the NMPP 1. So the landscape changing somewhat, and new names now, some new names emerging to conjure with. So are you monitoring that space? Basi Otu, the governor of Cross River State now, Francis Inwifuru, the governor of Ebonyi State. So the new names emerging into the landscape. That's really good for democracy.
Yeah, it's good for democracy, as I said before. It's the let me tell you, this, as I said before, this is the closest we have gotten to democracy. I know Nigerian politics is terrible, but if you look at the way the result is going, you will see that a lot happened. Even the Zamfara man lost his seat, right?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
A sitting governor losing. He was kicked out. So you see, it's a new thing for our democracy, in as much as some people who lost doesn't want to accept it. I hear them saying this is the worst. And I keep wondering, how worse was it in 2003? No other party. In 2007, Obasanjo bullied his way all through.
In fact, if we look at the elections from Obasanjo till date, it's almost like a different country where, you are right, progress is being made.
Yes, progress has been made. A very big looking at somebody coming third in the presidential election in Nigeria, and he has 6 million votes. When I sit down, I drink champagne, I laugh, and I say, wow. I remember the third person is always 100,000 votes or 50,000 votes. We don't even know who he is. It's just the two candidates. But a lot has changed. A lot. We should acknowledge that and move on. Like, continue from where they stop. I'm not saying anybody should not make a case. You have the right as a citizen of Nigeria to pursue your case to any length you want it, but it's a good step towards the right direction. I'm happy the way the whole thing is changing. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I like the way that some states have, like Abia State, since 1999, they have been battling with PDP. At least now they have a change. I pray that Enugu State too will have a change. Maybe one day.
Yes, Madam Zita, that is why. I'm sorry, yes, Madam Zita, that is why a keke driver too now has had the access, right, to power because of this new change.
Yes, that's why I was surprised that most people were abusing Buhari. When Buhari came out and said he has delivered one of the best, he's right. It's not perfect, but it's to an extent. If you look at this election, at one point people voted party, at one point they voted individual, at one point they voted in anger, at one point it was a kind of a swing to another direction. So that's how politics is supposed to be. It's not supposed to be the whole of South, the whole of South is PDP. The whole of North, one side, no. They should mix up. That way there will be competition, at least in governance. I'm really happy for Abia people. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I'm happy because PDP has brutalized and baptized those people. Honestly, I pray this man will work. Because if he doesn't put anything on ground, those people will really lose hope. I hope.
What are his credentials in terms of what won him that victory? What quantity does it bring to Abia State? I'm not aware of his body of work, Alex Oti.
You see, he's actually, let me be honest with you. Abia people wanted something new. I must be honest with you. They are sick and tired of being sick and tired of PDP. They wanted something new. They have tried it severally, more especially with that man. It's not working. So with this electoral law, they were able to achieve it. So the man, yes, they say he can do something. They say he's intelligent, but his performance in Diamond Bank, I don't want to say anything, but I pray that
Another 419.
Same way Agbewiri ni.
Be only Paraco. Another Peter Obi.
No man, Alex Otina na quiet guy man. Quiet guy man.
so his performance in Diamond Bank is not really. I don't know. Let me just shut up my mouth. Let's hope he will do something.
All right, but just the change in itself is progress. Just the breakaway
Yes,
from
yes.
from yeah.
At least a breath of fresh air, because that PDP was actually shocking Southeast. They are shocking Southeast, and there is one thing about Southeasterners, because of the way we are. We do what we call, our Christmas is fun, and then we do what we call a harvest of name and project. So it is nice in a way, but it's not nice in a way. You see communities, their big children, their rich children coming together to launch money, to grade the road, to tar the road, to build boreholes and things like that. They shouldn't be doing it anyway. That's the job of the government. But at the end of the day, the governor will pocket all the money. But most times we do it not because of affection, we do it because of affluence. You get the point. You need to see when they start donating the money in dollars and in pounds. And recently they have added the yen. You know what I mean. So you see them getting those names, or Mero Hawan or Buruburu Tatin, those stuff, they keep donating and their name will be announced, and they dualize this road, they did this and did that. I mean, even my younger brother was involved. The road to my father's house, he did it with the electricity and everything. So it makes our governors very lazy. They do it anyway, but I hope the man will work. Igbo people have to get away from that PDP. It's not working. Honestly, sincerely speaking, it's not working. Let's see what the man can do.
Hopefully, it does a good job. But there's one thing that struck me in this governorship elections at Zeta. Because now, if we're saying that the influence that Peter Obi had on the victory of Alex Oti, if we're saying that is watered down, because you've just now listed the pedigree of the man that was strong enough to have won that election anyway, but then Peter Obi may have tipped him over the finishing line. If we look at all of the results of all of the governorship spaces, then you cannot see that Peter Obi actually influenced anything. So the votes that Peter Obi got was essentially, I was just having the thought that the vote that Peter Obi got in the presidential space was 30% for him and 70% against Tinubu. So it was an anti-vote that Peter Obi got in the presidential election. And what solidifies that, what gives that statement some credibility, is the performance in the subsequent governorship elections. Abia State stands alone, and the victor of that state is trying to distance himself from Peter Obi. He won no states. He didn't win anything. His influence and his cachet, he did not deliver anything outside of the votes that he got as an individual. And a lot of those votes were not so much a vote of confidence in Peter Obi as opposed to a vote of disquiet, a vote of lack of confidence in the status quo, which Tinubu is a representation of. I'm suggesting, Zita, that 30% of the votes, only that 70% of the votes that Peter Obi got at the presidential space, they were not for Peter Obi, but against Tinubu.
I wouldn't say that one, man. Let me say something. Before I go into analyzing what I want to say, I will first say that, let me be funny and political a little. I will say that they learned their lesson after the presidential, because it cost them some of the Congress seats. So they learned their lesson. That's me being funny and me being me. But back to the protest vote. I don't really think it's a protest vote against Tinubu.
How do you explain the performance at the governorship space then? Yeah.
Wait, let me come now. One more.
Yeah, go on.
Be coming down.
Yeah,
See,
go on.
the Igbos, they don't vote APC. You and I know that. They vote PDP. So the protest vote is actually against Atiku, not against Tinubu. And when you come to my place in Imo State, I told you people in this platform that he will not win in my district. And he will not win in Okibe. We are too learned for that shenanigan and propaganda and lies and innuendos. And he didn't. So those, if you look at Imo's Southeast result, I think he had lowest in Imo State. I think
So
77.
who won in your area?
Huh?
Who won?
It's Ositi Zuna, so.
No, in the presidential.
That's where he got the 14%.
No. Who won? You said Obi did not win there.
In my district, yes.
Yeah, who won?
Tinubu, of course.
Okay.
That's where he got the 14%. If you look at the Southeast, I think it's in Imo State he got the highest percentage. I think so. I don't know. I'm not too sure. But I think he got 14% in the Southeast. And these two areas I mentioned, they are all occupied by APC. Even the young woman that come for House of Representatives in APC, Nokigwe, she won. So it's not a protest vote against Tinubu, I must say. I think it's a protest vote against Atiku. Because
but it wasn't a vote for Peter Obi. It's more my assertion that and disagree, please. But I am suggesting that 70% of Peter Obi's vote at the presidential space were votes against the establishment rather than vote for him.
See, one man, I don't really think so. Let me tell you something. When I came in this platform this evening, I made a comment. I told you that when you look at some histories of the electoral landscape of some countries, there come a time when something will happen and change the electoral landscape. In Nigeria, what happened in 2023 has changed the electoral landscape, but most people are not seeing it. One man, God keep us alive in the next 5 years. Maybe by then your platform will be very big. We'll come back to discuss this. You see, the gingering of the G5 in the Southeast, in the South, was brought down to the grassroots. If you go to interior villages in Igbo land, in the South side, you know what they say? Madam Gideon, I think the one in Bini at home girl, she will confirm this thing I'm saying. They're like, you want another Fulani man there? No! You get the point. In as much as they don't like Tinubu, they don't like the establishment. They are not they are pro PDP, but they have issue with the name Atiku as a Fulani man. That was the grassroots jingle. So now, most of them take it personal. And they say, vote for Tinubu. No, we know they vote APC. For here, we know they vote APC. We go vote, let's vote Labour. That is, what happened was, I'm not going to vote the establishment. I am PDP. I'm not going to vote the Fulani man again. So I vote. It was like a protest vote, but not against Tinubu. No, I don't see it that way. Against the establishment and against the Fulani man, I would say.
No, all right, thank you, Zeta. So thank you, Zeta. So is there anything else that caught your attention in the news cycle today? Actually, hold on. Let me play you this clip. Let me play you a clip, and then I'll take a short commentary from you on this clip, and then I'll go on from you to Ogbeni. So this was where I opened up with Princess Rosie, but I was going to open this with you, but you were not available then. But you are available now. So watch this.
Our own, and I'm with two people Yorubas, please. People should not be annoyed. Those of them that said Lagos is no man's land. Is an understatement and a slight to people's personality. I beg, I say, please, I am sorry. Lagos belongs to Yorubas. They are our host country, our state rather. And I told my people, we should appreciate the Yorubas because they really accommodated us. Among all the tribes in Nigeria, I stand here to say that Yorubas are the most accommodating. Yes, I said that. And why I'm saying that is that I schooled there in Yoruba land. I married there. The land blesses me and blessed me and is still blessing me with children. I married there. And I have houses here. Is that not a good land? It's not.
So there it is. So that language of Lagos is no man's land. It was at the front burner just a week or so ago. But now that the elections have come and gone, so that lady then in a gathering then saying that, look, nobody really holds those views and is certainly not representative of the wider view of any section of the country. Let's put this behind us seems to be her message. Would you agree with that lady, Zita, that the elections have now come and gone? People should sheathe their swords and just let bygones be bygones. Everybody knows who Lagos belongs to, and now the politics is over. We come back together.
One man, before I say anything, how much time do you have for me to discuss this?
You know people love hearing your voice now. Take as long as you can spare us.
Okay, thank you.
Take this with your journey, Madam Zita. So I think some people are seeking for certain clarification about what you said in Imo State. So they are challenging you that APC nobody votes for APC, that results were manufactured. So
yeah, now you know when you don't win, the votes are manufactured. When you win, you voted. So I don't.
You know that he just said that in that clip we watched. He said their votes was good, but the rest were rigging. That is somebody. But
yeah, it's what it is. My place. People who know me, know my family. They know that we don't do those PDP stuff. My place. We decide who become. I said it in this platform. Who becomes the governor of Imo State? Not because we are the largest number, but because we are enlightened. We know what our thumbprint means. Mbitolu and other places that are bigger, but you see Okiwe and Uguta, they decide because they will come out and vote en masse. And then maybe 1999, 2003, they were going for PDP, but recently, no. Instead, they vote Abuga. Anyway, one man, back to the video you showed me. I want to say this thing on your platform. Thank you for giving me your platform to speak. I want to say this. When I say some certain things about my tribe, I used to hear Yoruba people show pity, show concern. A dope person showing pity, showing concern, and saying, Zita, hey, you are taking it too far, so better. You know what I see those people are? I see them as enemies of the Igbos. I must say, I can explain. When you see somebody doing something that from time to time, it takes his life and his property, it destroys his human capital, and somebody is speaking against it, probably his brother or his sister, and you say, why? I heard somebody saying, why does she talk? She's not an Igbo girl. I am concerned for my people. And when I hear some people showing, the other day I was going through your studio, what you people said, and I heard a Yoruba man saying, hey, the attack is too much on the Igbos. Hey. I wanted to.
That was Rational Mind.
I wish I was there that day. The person wouldn't have liked me. You know why? When they say that kind of a thing, do you know what they remind me of? One man. They remind me of 1966. And when anybody reminds me of 1966, what you are just telling me is that I'm stupid. In 1966, this is the same thing that happened. Ojukwu got a lot of support, a lot of pity. Hey, no, now why you do this and we do this? No, let's face them. Blah, blah, blah. And when the man declared, Igbos were left to be slaughtered. No help. It didn't end there. Even the River State people by our side, they rather die than say they are Biafrans. When the Biafran soldiers come, they will raise their hand and be shouting, "One Nigeria." Some of them were killed. A lot happened during the war. A lot. Fine. That's war. Nobody sent you to go to war. What do you expect from war? People will be killed. Human capital will be lost. You are going to lose your property. Blah, blah, blah. Then when I hear people trying to show support, mercy, pity, agree, and blah, blah, blah about what is going on with the Igbos. I remember 1970. Then after the war, the same people who wants to be Biafra, who was Nigerians, wanted to be Biafra, couldn't make it to be Biafra, came back as Nigerians. What happened to them? In the South, who's supposed to be their brothers, to help them to speak their pieces, to start again, they took all their property. Landed property was gone. And what did they have? The same from the South. The percentage of the money they have in their hands was reduced to nothing. That was totally unfair. But I thank God for one thing today. We have a group of the Igbos. Most of them are extremely wealthy. We are speaking to our people. And some of them are understanding us. They are listening to us. No man is an island. Wherever you go, live in harmony with your people. Don't tell them to come and take permission on who will lead the land. It is not done. Don't be too frontal. I say all these things in this platform. I've never documented it, but Chinwe Ashabe documented his own. Different English, he knows English very well. I don't know English very well. But if you read what he wrote, it's not different from what we are saying. The other day, a woman, former congresswoman in Igbos State, screamed. So what's going on? Soludo is talking. I'm talking on one man too. A lot of them are speaking. You cannot be, it's inhuman for somebody to be telling somebody, my own people, that I should leave them. I should not talk to them. That I should leave them to continue doing what they do that takes their life and property every time. Yeah, I'm happy the lady has come out. The groups are there. They should live in harmony with the Yorubas. No man's land. Lagos is no man's land. It's a cosmopolitan city. Let's agree on that. If it needs to be annexed, is it the Igbos that will annex it? It's closer to Yoruba land. The one you accepted that is Yoruba land is closer. And peradventure, those saying Zita should not talk to her people like that. Peradventure, the Yorubas are incapable of annexing Lagos. The next people closest to it is Benin. They should take over. Why the Igbos? Why the Igbos? And when people like me say, hey, you shouldn't be that frontal in a land you are, you can still go and vote who you want to vote without making noise about it. You shouldn't come every time to campaign and be opposition in a place you are. You have a governor. You should be supporting him. He's not doing bad. So why all of a sudden you want to become an opposition and you are campaigning publicly? Are you the only tribe in Lagos? By the way, why are people pushing the Igbos? Do they want Igbos to be wiped away from the surface of Nigeria? What is all this that I don't like the way you talk to your people? You want them to be killed. If this woman, look at what Gubana, is it Gubana? What is that guy's name in Lagos?
Cubana, oh no, Guadebo.
No, Gubana.
Is it the Obi Cubana? Yeah.
You see what he did? Because he's among our group that is screaming. Yes, he supported Obi, his brother. There's nothing wrong in that. For presidency. During the governorship election, he was going to every enclave, campaigning personally for the incumbent. I'm freaking out with his name.
Sanwo-Olu.
Yes. He was campaigning for him. I know why he's doing that. He's in our group that wants to show Lagosians. No, that's not what we are gunning for. We are your land. We are peaceful. We are here. But you see some people shouting, let's go and take over Lagos. And I ask, take over Lagos for what? Somebody said it in one man's platform. Go out and vote in Lagos and take over Lagos. Look, one man, let me tell you something. If somebody call my little Uguta, even if he's turned to Washington, D.C. in the near future, and somebody call my Uguta no man's land, I swear with everything that I worship, I'm going to send killer hornets after you. And I will make sure you don't escape it. It is good. Some group of Igbos are coming out openly to talk to the Yorubas, to avoid killing, to avoid people losing their property. My people are fun, they're hustlers, we like affluence, we like opulence. But when you are doing something and the thing is hurting you, you should listen to the concerns of people around you. No man is an island. You don't wave their concerns away and say, I'm going to do what I'm doing. Who are they? I have the... No. You should put into... The other day, I was listening to one man show. One boy was... I think it's one man that asked him, why do you think Yorubas have issue with giving Igbo people making Igbo people their tenant or something? I can't remember. And the guy started reading out the same thing I was saying. And
that was a Golo.
Yeah, I think he's an Akwa Ibom guy.
Yeah, it was from the creeks.
Very well. Huh?
Yes, it was from that region. Yes. So those Effiong sort of. Yeah.
He said they group all of them as Igbo. He started saying this that Igbos they're loud, that this. Sometimes they take the landlord to court because they know the court, they will just pack and go. Is that a nice thing? Somebody will hear about your own tribe and you'll be happy. I'm asking. Because I hear people come to say, Sita, I don't like the way you talk about your people. I'm trying to save them from the people who wants them to be killed. Because when you say Zita...
don't use that word too often. It will trigger YouTube, but carry on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So because when you say, calm down, don't talk to them like that. I remember 1966. That was exactly what happened. If everybody has told Ojukwu, more especially other tribes, that look, this thing you are going to, we are not going to support you. You shouldn't do a thing like that. Let's find another way. But he was encouraged. He was propelled. He was even advised. They agreed. They proposed. At the end of the day, what happened? What happened? They slaughtered the Igbos. Our productive age gone. And now, to tell Zita to shut up. No, I'm not going to shut up. If you like, throw rocks at me. I will continue to. And I'm happy some people are talking too. Not only me. We are telling them this is not the way to live with your neighbors. You don't go to another man's land and tell him to come and take permission from you who rules. By the way, you are not the only person there. But well, one man, I will conclude by saying that when civility turns to stupidity, you pay big time. Thank you.
Zeta, well said, because you have the power of oratory and very compelling to listen to. But the thing is, what that lady was actually trying to do in that clip, I don't think she does not know the backdrop, as you've just elegantly fleshed it out. But because the octave in Nigeria is ratcheting up, and she's just coming into that space to try and create that middle space that everybody can come to. So all of those backdrops, a lot of people hold those views. Some people hold views differently. But now we have to manage the space because if we continue to ratchet it up, it can only really lead to one space, and nobody comes out on top in that space. So is it time to at least to paper over the cracks, even though the cracks are still under the wallpaper? Just really to just ease that place, because that space, it will only end in disaster. And I think that is what that lady was inviting in that clip, that it is time for people to sheathe swords and come back together. The language of reconciliation, do you think it's time for that, or do you think we have to go all the way to address actually what the issues are and let it land wherever it does land?
Woman, please, can I just interject a little bit before Madam Zita continues, please?
Yeah, come in, yeah.
In addition to what Madam Zita said, that she's trying to kind of talk to the Igbos to be, peaceful, not loud, wherever they are, that they should be quiet and just go about doing their business. I think she's very right, because what sometimes I'm not like, sometimes where what they do in other places, I don't think they would accept it if any tribe comes to do that in their place, right, Madam Zita?
Oh no, hold on, Rosie. Do you speak Yoruba? Do you understand Yoruba? Oh,
yes.
Okay. If I say something like "mo iwa fun oniwa," do you know what that means?
Yes, of course.
So can you translate that?
That means whatever character a person has, you know that person's character.
Yeah, so that is it now. You know what we are actually saying is a problem with the Southeast is actually their strength. They are very assertive in their ways, and they are very single-minded in what they go for. So if that spills over in some negative way by somebody else's understanding, you cannot ask somebody or a society to change the way they are.
No.
So maybe a bit of give and take. Maybe.
That is their strength to them. But what I'm saying is that what they do in other lands, no other tribe can do it in their land. I mean, no person can go to any part of Igbo land and say, this is a normal land. I mean, we have been here for ages, so it's a normal land. Or, being, I don't proud, boastful, coming out to be very territorial. I don't think it's going to be accepted in any part of the Igbo land. You get what I'm saying?
Well, it's not been tested, so we don't know for fact. It's not been tested.
No, I don't think so, because
But what you are saying is with Afoniwa, you are simply saying accept them for who they are.
Yes, accept them for who they are.
Yeah. But Yoruba has another proverb that says, "Aralelo molamudi wurilara takwe." If we say, okay, they are Nigerians, we accept them for who they are. That proverb said, we Nigeria will know that that's who they are. But if they go outside Nigeria, they will see them as lousy and everything. And I shared my experience in China. One day I was in a shop in China and I met a Chinese guy. I said, "How are you?" He said, "Are you in Nigeria?" I said, "Yes." He said, "But you are not Igbo." I said, "Why did you say so?" He said, if I'm Igbo, the moment I come here, I will say, "Hey, come here." How much? I'll just be pushing people around. While he was saying that, 4 Igbo guys just came into the store. And the next thing was, they were just commanding the guy. So the guy tapped me and said, "Did you see what I just told you?" What I'm simply saying is that even outside Nigeria, in Guangzhou, they know that. So I think people need to start reorientating themselves. Mutual respect is something people should learn. We should respect Igbos. Igbo should respect us, and Igbo should respect other people. That's what we are saying. Nobody hates Igbo. But we say respect people. If you respect the Igbo person, approach us and respect.
The only thing I wonder is that if people try to if people try to water down the Southeasterner, are you going to take away the magic that makes them what they are? Are you going to take
that thing is not the magical. That is what the magic that made them who they are is their enterprise and their industrial nature.
Yeah, but that's all wrapped in that. No, but that's all wrapped in that alpha machismo thing.
No. If they work on this side of things that we are talking about, they will become very wonderful. Can you imagine somebody being that industrial, being enterprise, and then respectful? It will make them a super being.
No. But what I am saying is that you cannot take an arm of somebody and say it's a whole body now. Part of all of that.
Are you telling me, okay, that's the way they are, they cannot be changed?
I'm not saying
that's a vice now.
It's not a vice nor a virtue.
Bullying people and harassing people.
No. That's how you've chosen to say it. But another way to say it is being assertive and clear in your mind. So you can say it's bullying, but I can say it's being assertive and being clear in your mind.
But the Yoruba people are also very assertive now.
The Yorubas are not assertive. The Yorubas, they are more stealth and guile. Yorubas are stealth and guile.
If you mean being assertive, it's standing your ground, standing firm in believing in what you know and what you want and pursuing it. Look at the way we asserted ourselves during June 12th now. We said we want June 12th and we pursued the
but we did not. We
have to go around harassing everybody.
Yeah, but those are ethnic peculiarities now. Those are ethnic peculiarities. So if that is our ethnic peculiarity, and nobody is asking us to be more frontal and more vocal and more punchy. So why should we say that people who are more frontal and more punchy should be as we are? You can't. They are not.
Okay, that's true. They should continue the way they are, but they should respect pushback and fight back.
No.
Assertiveness, and you tell me to hold back and not fight them. If they come at me, I'll go at them.
If you are saying they should know the culture of people for who they are or whatever, the question you should be asking, right? Because it's like you are focusing on maybe the Southwest now and stroke Yoruba as a whole. But you will ask yourself the same question in the North. Why do they have similar issues in the North? Why do they have similar issues in
I think that is the same thing Madam Zita is saying, that they could go about doing their business and not be frontal, not be loud, not be aggressive. Just be calm and don't go there and try to think that you want to, rule over the people or take over the place. You can go about doing your business in a very quiet way so that you don't get in trouble. Why is it that anytime there is trouble in the north, it's the Hausas slaughtering the Igbos? In this thing, it's like in Lagos now, area boys, they are going after Omo Igbo, want to fight by Lewa, why?
No. I think that's a bit unfair because they are the most traveled. If you anywhere in Nigeria, hold on. No. We have to be balanced in this. Anywhere in Nigeria, the second largest population outside of the indigenous population are most likely the Southeasterners.
Yeah.
So if the indigenous population is going to weigh against outsiders, then there's the probability is that it's going to be Southeasterners because they travel wider and they constitute the largest non-indigenous populations everywhere.
But the Hausas travel too. Look at Ibadan, for example.
Where do they travel? How many
settlements? No, Hausa have 2 settlements in Ibadan. They have presence in Sabo and their presence in Sasha. There is no place in Yoruba land that you don't have a Sabo. In the Yoruba land, there's a Sabo. It's like a city community.
The whole of Nigeria, every tribe in Nigeria travel. In those states,
the Yorubas too.
Okay. The only thing I'm being conscious of is that the Southeasterners are underrepresented on the panel outside of Zeta. So it's almost like talking behind people. If somebody from the Southeast wants to come and join, I'll make room for you. Just for balance,
I am from the Southeast too. I'm from Bayelsa.
When did you are diet Coke Yoruba? Diet Coke Yoruba. Don't worry, you're Yoruba.
We don't inherit you now. One man. Can I interject?
Yeah, no, carry on. You have the floor.
It saddens me when I hear you said it's our character. They should leave us that way. And I ask you, one man, if somebody has a character that always take his life and
And that
property,
is
you
detrimental
don't
to them. Yeah,
think
it's
he should
detrimental.
change it. Is that what you're saying?
But I don't.
Let me say,
I don't consider it's detrimental. Is the thing.
really?
Yes, I think that you talk about industry and profit and
Okay, sorry, woman. Okay, sorry,
entrepreneurship.
woman. In South
All
Africa,
of that is wrapped
in
into
South
that
Africa,
character.
most of the people that were killed were they not Igbos? In South Africa,
Okay.
that is why they said it's detrimental.
It's still my narrative now. Who constitutes the bulk of Nigerians in South
There
Africa?
are a lot
And
of
then what are they doing
Yorubas
that
there.
beg them to kill
No,
them?
Omar, you don't understand.
Sorry, Gideon. Let me shuffle you for a Kenneth because I did call for a southeasterner voice. We have Zita already, but for counterbalance, so Kenneth joins us. Yeah, carry on.
You don't really understand what they are saying, Omar. If you look at it this way, let's even start with from this political cycle, right? Look at during the campaign period, Atiku and PDP, they were basically campaigning for trying to woo people to their side. APC were doing the same thing. But there is a certain group of people, right? The Labour Party folks, you cannot campaign for your candidate. It's either you campaign for your candidate or when you campaign against when you support PDP, you are in trouble. When you support Ashwaju, they will probably be looking for catapult to shoot you down, right? It's either you go with their Labour Party or you are not Nigerian or you don't or you are are you not tired of tiredness? So it's either their way or the highway. They do not allow people to have right to their own choices, and then it transcends right to every other thing. If you've lived in certain places in Nigeria, or if you live in the north, for instance, right, you will see the coziness of some certain groups, tribal groups that the northern folks are cozy with or cozier to, right? Than it's like they when you have a little kid slaps you in a very quiet way and you say, "Stop it. That is not nice." And then again, that kid does the same thing. And then when you want to teach the kid probably one time, you give the kid your own, you retaliate by the strength and the step of your own retaliation. That's why you start seeing the kid crying, playing the victim. So ìgbà tí èsì bá ń jẹ Labour, I don't know how to say it, ìgbà tí èsì bá ń jẹ Labour kò sí ọ̀n tó rí, but ìgbà tí Labour bá pa èsì èpìṣà máa kígbe sókè. So like they have what Obi Cubana chief priest was doing in Lagos, and some business folks in Lagos from the southeastern extraction. They are like trying to tell them, look, in some certain localities, leave them to their thing. Let them do their thing. When we are talking of all this, investment here and there, go and look at the numbers of investors in Lagos. Right, number one, they are the Northerners, over $70 billion. The second are the Yoruba people with over $50 billion. Right, the Middle Belt stroke the South are the third by 40 something billion. The last on the ladder on the table are the southeastern folks, 7 billion. But
Is this some you got the statistics from a reliable source? Because I'm surprised that the Igbos are not.
They are the number four.
If you look at people investments like Dangote, people who own banks, and it's not the economy is not a spare parts dealing in Alaba.
They are not doing container. Look at this thing alone, the cement, the new fertilizer stuff, or the new what is it? This new refinery that is starting. Alakija. So, and one thing about Yoruba for let me just say Southwest people now. Let me use that. You can have a Southwest folk, a Yoruba guy sitting beside you, worth almost $10 million. His body language is calming. You don't even
know.
No. Yorubas are lousy. Wambe. That's
No,
not.
that one is a different people.
Look,
but traditionally, Yorubas are not lousy. Traditionally,
Yorubas are loud though. When they live in one room and pack a V-boot in face me, I face you.
No, but what we are saying is that okay, we say we want one Nigeria, right? But when we have to speak de facto, because when, and I always use this simple scenario, when we have like 10 folks in the room and 9 of those folks are pointing to you, and you keep telling them that you are playing the victim. So it means you have to look at yourself in the mirror and say, what are you doing wrong? So it's not by coincidence that you are always almost the topic of any discussion.
All right. Let's hear from Ekene just for balance. Ekene, you join us. I suppose you really decided to come in just because of what's been discussed. So Ekene, let's hear from you. Good to see you again.
Yeah, good. Thank you, everyone.
You know
Good
they
morning.
sleep anyway. We know say you know they sleep.
I just sleep. Also, I sleep. If I sleep early, I usually wake up.
But I can hear sleep in your voice already anyway, but carry on. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, thank you. Like, I just decided to come in because of this conversation. So I've been following other ones. So, but the issue Southeast do this and that. Everything concerning Nigeria, it's all about a better country. And I used to say it like people that say they don't like Nigeria. And Nigeria is not working. And Nigeria is bad. Nigeria is this. I once said it in this platform that nothing will make me leave this country called Nigeria, except for business trip. And that is my stand. This country called Nigeria, nothing will make me leave it to go and live in another man's land. I can never do that, except for a business trip. So for that reason, I think I am more a Nigerian than any other person. So
please, if I may ask a question, are you living in your village, or you are living in a big city?
I live in Lagos.
Okay, that's living your.
I'm talking about Lagos entirely. I'm talking about Nigeria entirely. I'm not talking about Lagos is Nigerian. Every
But
state
you're
is
not in
Nigerian.
your
But I'm telling
village now, because you would have. I mean, you came to Lagos for greener pastures, right?
What Rosie is saying to you is that you leaving your village to go to Lagos is no different from other people leaving Nigeria to go abroad. You left your comfort zone to go and look for. You went to look for greener pastures, just like the people abroad went to look for greener pastures.
I didn't cross the border of Nigeria. I'm still within the country.
Your own Lagos is your own America, your own Canada, your own.
Yes, that is it. Nigeria is my own. Lagos is my own greener pasture, whatever you want to do. And I'm still within the country called Nigeria. So if anything is happening today, if I want to travel to village, it doesn't take me anything to travel. So that is the thing. So, but in terms of Igbos
Kenny, let me bring you to where the conversation is. And by the way, this space was initiated by Zeta, so I just to observe myself somewhat. But I played a clip of a lady speaking to that. Did you hear that clip? Did you see? Did you see the clip?
I saw the clip.
So I played that clip, which the lady was trying to douse down the tension around that Lagos is a no man's land narrative. And then I invited Zita to give her opinion, and then we opened up, and that space opened up by itself the narratives around the interaction of especially the Southeast and the Southwest, and then the Southeast versus interaction with the rest of the country. And people were discussing somewhat that if there's some character traits amongst the Southeast that stands them out sometimes in conflict with their host communities. So that's where the conversation is.
Let me tell you something. All this Southeast Yoruba, I don't see, there is no problem between Igbo and the Yoruba. I can tell you that for a fact. I'm telling you that one for a fact. Maybe you people staying there hearing the news. There is no problem between Igbo and the Yoruba. Do you understand me? There is only problem between politicians and their supporters.
Okay, let me ask you this.
The reason why, let me finish. The reason why I said that is this. That's why I said I'm a Nigerian And I told you how I love my country. I stay in Yoruba land, quite all right. I live in a Yoruba woman's house. The first place I lived was a Yoruba man, very close to me, in a good relationship. He called anytime he visited. He came inside my apartment. I buy drink. We discuss. An elderly man, much older than my father, much older. Till I packed out. I never have any problem with him. I still live in a Yoruba woman's house, Alaja. Still today in a very good relationship. I'm the one. If anything happens today, I'm the one she will call. See my compound though. I'm not around though. They see this, that. And all of us staying here are from the southeast. The whole tenant she has is a southeasterner. And nobody owns him penny. Before
Let
even the time.
me ask you a question,
So,
Ikene.
let me finish. Let me finish. I want to bring all this narrative so that
all right.
People saying that there is a problem within Southeast and Yorubas. They are talking in a political view. You understand? And anybody that wants to follow them can follow them.
No. Hold on. You know the language you are speaking now is the language we want to hear. But you, the speaker, there are two things that about you that may remove you from the conversation. You're a gentleman and a middle-class elite, so you might not have a direct interaction with that space because that's not your manner or your income bracket. But you are in Lagos. How is that narrative of Lagos is no man's land? How is it? And you cannot say that you're not hearing it. So how is it being discussed in Lagos? That language of Lagos is no man's land. So you are within the space. How is it being discussed, and how is the space digesting it? Lagos is no man's land.
That is something I'm telling you. Nobody said even that Lagos is no man's land. In my area, I don't know who is bringing that narrative. Lagos is no man's land. Even as I am here today, I know this is not my place, personally, and I don't see that. I don't know who is bringing that narrative. I'm busting it up that Lagos is no man's land, and I'm making it a topic that it becomes an issue between Yoruba and Igbo. You understand? I travel every time to the village. I know where my village is. I know where my father's house is. So even if I have any property in Lagos, I know the reason why I have it. I don't have it to stay here forever. Maybe if my children wants to continue with it, maybe they can hang on that. But that narrative, if I want to retire, I know my village. I know my father's compound. Do you understand? And I believe every other Igbo man knows that, because why does an Igbo man travel every Easter and every Christmas? If Lagos is no man's land, maybe Lagos is his place. Then every Christmas, let me go to my village and enjoy myself. Then the next thing he comes back and begin to start his business afresh. Like my guy will stay in the village for almost 2 months before he comes back. If you ask him, he say, I went to enjoy my village.
Oh, okay. What about Ekene? So you are an Igbo man, and Zita is an Igbo lady. But what about the assertion that Zita keeps making? And Zita, if I'm quoting you out of context, please correct me. But what about the assertion that Zita is making that the Southeasterners, not everybody, of course, because you are a complete contrast to that. You're a gentleman, softly spoken, but the average Southeasterner is too brash and too loud. I don't want to use the word obnoxious, but that there's a brashness and a crassness and some sort of a crudeness to the presentation that jars the senses of people. So this is what Zita was sort of fleshing out. Do you identify that as a character trait? And do you see it? And if you do, is it a strength or a weakness?
Let me say something. in terms of character, in terms of personal character, whether an Igbo man or Yoruba man, there are even you as a Yoruba man, there are some of your colleagues as a Yoruba that you will not be able to accommodate their character. You may even like an Igbo man character better than your brother's character. And that is life. So I believe intelligent people or how that is why we need to educate our country. The problem we have is politicians, and I will keep on saying that there is no problem between Igbo man and Yoruba man. Educate the people, expose them, talk to them, let them know, say something peaceful to the society. Say something peaceful to the society. See, there is no problem between an Igbo man and I will continue to say that. My best customer in the street is a Yoruba woman. My best customer, all of them, both the one I buy meat, both the one I buy fish, the other one is a Yoruba man. Even this cashless policy that we are facing in this country today, it was because of my relationship with a Yoruba man, that I'm able to still buy food stuff in the market, because they can pack any amount of fish that I want, go transfer the money when they are, because even the cash is not there, the network is not there. But whenever I got the network, I transfer the money for them. But once I enter the market, anything that I want, a Yoruba man, Yoruba woman, I'll pick it and go house. I will not even beg them. So where is the problem? But I continue to see people, me, I'm relaxed, yo. I don't have any problem with anybody. I've told you, I've not been privileged to live in a Igbo man's house. The place I'm living today is a Yoruba woman, not even a Yoruba man. The first place I live, this is the second place I'm living in Lagos. It's also a Yoruba person. And we never had any issue. Even let me say this.
Woman, can I
let
come
me say
in?
this.
Okay, Madam Zita is still here.
Let me say this. And I'm not saying it to my landlady will not give her house to a Yoruba person. It's a fact. Because he don't like, the reason is this, she don't like doing brothers in his business. And that is her personal view. You cannot question it. So that if she wants to collect her money, she will come boldly and tell you to give her her money. If she don't want you to stay in her house, she can serve you a notice. And that is her decision. And you will not say that she's wicked or she doesn't like Yoruba. She don't miss business with pleasure.
All right. Let other voices come in. I think somebody wants to. Is that Rosie? Zeta. Yeah, Zeta, come in.
Ekene?
Yeah.
Let me not ask you how long you've been in Lagos, but let me say this. Have there been any time Igbos have been attacked in Lagos?
Oh, like what? Let me say this. What we have in Nigeria is political problem. Because whenever Igbo are being attacked, it's always political. Maybe it's political period or something like that. But after the politics, you will see everybody coming together. But even at that, I've never seen in my area, yeah, many times they have been attacked. Like the time we have problem in Alaba with Aboros, but it's still political issue. It's still political issue.
Please, what about in the north when Igbos have been attacked?
Waiting now.
I'm sorry.
Please don't vex. Ekene,
Yeah.
have you ever heard or seen or somewhere been told that Igbos are attacked in the north?
Yeah, Igbo are being attacked in the north.
Is
but
that
not
political
recently.
too?
I don't know for them. I'm speaking about in Lagos where I stay. I've not traveled to the north. I'm telling you for a fact.
Okay,
I've
let me
never
ask you again. Have you ever heard in recent times that Igbos are being attacked in Ghana?
Yeah, I've had that one.
Is it political?
What Madam Zita, what about
Wait,
in South
wait,
Africa?
let me finish now, Madam Rosie. I'm driving the point to something. And I'm sure you've already also heard that Igbos are being frontally attacked in South Africa. I am happy the way you try to dodge the questions and say that we are Nigerian, we are in peace and everything. But I'm happy too that you are able to acknowledge that Igbos are being attacked. Although you said it's political, if it is political, why are they the only one being attacked? You see one man, before now, as you said, let them be, that's their character, that's unfair. Because it's not right for you to be saying people who are doing a particular thing that is taking their life and property, you should leave them. But one thing I have to say before I close this night is that I thank God and I thank goodness that before now, we've not seen Igbo people speaking out against the way they behave. But of recent time, we have had Igbos, prominent ones, coming out, holding meetings, talking, tweeting, writing, we should mellow. And I am happy about that. In as much as some of them are trying to dodge the question and trying to make as if nothing is happening, people like me understand that something is going wrong. And I will never keep quiet and watch my people being wiped out of the surface of Nigeria. Mbano.
You see where you see where I have to be mindful is that I am not an Igbo man, and I'm not sure if I'm the conduit, because I would just stand accused of being an ethnophobe, and I don't want to be called an ethnophobe. You know, there's certain things you said that I think we all associate with. We've seen play out so many instances. And we also, but it's just, you have to balance it, especially because I'm not of that race or tribe. You know, that I don't have the fullness of expression in that space. You know, I don't have the fullness of expression.
And
otherwise, I'll stand accused.
I do have, and I am saying it, and I am gaining ground, and I have support from my people who have the same view with me. We have to mellow now. It is us. We like showing affluence. We're showing what we got. Yeah, it's us. Our language is loud. It's hard. I agree. But when you are doing something and the people around you is showing concern, not just that they're showing concern, it's hurting you too. You have to change strategy. Thank you, woman.
What about what this?
Okay, let me
Hold on. Let me add this, and then you come in. There's this lady, Arowo Shubo TV. She's saying, I agree with the Kene. In fact, the problem is online only. So do you think this is, because that seems to be what you're suggesting, Ekene, is this really more something that is playing out online rather than in real life, Ekene?
I'm just telling you the relationship going on, physical relationship going on between Igbos and the Yorubas on the street. I'm not talking about online stuff. So anybody can paint anything that he wants. If we go to the street, we know the people we associate with. We know the people that buy market from us. We know how we go. We know how we do things. You understand? How can Igbo man keep his business without relationship? Igbo man cannot grow his business without having a good relationship with an Hausa man or Yoruba man. Business is all about relationship. Do you understand? So I'm telling you what is going on the street. You got an Igbo man or an Hausa man cannot come and say, I want to buy in your shop, and begin to fight him. You're an Hausa man, you come to buy. Oh yeah, go. It's not possible. Or you are a Yoruba man, go. Igbo man was able to grow his business because of the relationship he was able to build. And that's business for you. You cannot build business without relationship. So every other thing that comes is political.
Let me interject.
All right, let Ajanle Koko have the final word on that space, and then we move on. But thank you, Kenneth, for that. I wanted that
Woman, I
balance.
think Rosie wants to ask me something.
All right, okay. All right, then Rosie asked the question, and then let Ajanle. But let Ajanle Koko not lose his thoughts, though.
No,
That's just the thing. Yeah.
Madam Zita, I was just trying to like kind of add in addition to the question you were asking him, when he was saying it's political, I was like, what's political about the attack in Ghana? What's political about the attack in South Africa? So I mean, that's why, I was, exactly the type of questions I have in mind was the one you were asking him to, because to
But the
you,
same thing you see it in other countries, like a black man fighting a white man in America, something like that. Is it not going on there?
no, what we are saying is
Is there not racial abuse? We
what
watch
Madam
we
what
watch
Madam
football. We know
what Madam
how
Zita
they.
and I is saying is
No,
that
let me say something. Let me say something. When you watch football, you see when they come on the field, they say no to racism. Why are they trying to contend that? It's a human factor. It's trying to build their mindset.
but that's not
To
political,
tell them
right?
to don't.
They are not trying
That's
to be indefensible now.
You see, what we are saying
They are
is
trying
this:
to.
what Madam Zita and I is saying is this, that it's good for them to, go travel wherever they want to go, but once they are there, they need to mellow. They need to, not be loud, not be like, I mean, not like, I don't know how to, not
let
be
me say
like,
something. Let me say
okay,
something.
like in the north now, when there is always uprising, most people that are killed are Igbos. In South Africa, when they killed a lot of majority of the people that were killed were Igbos. I mean, in Ghana, they are having the same problem. So what we are saying is that they just need to calm down. They are very assertive. They are very
Okay,
industrious. They are very.
calm down on what? Calm down on which
Let me
aspect? I'm not saying they
explain.
will not calm down, but you have to explain where they need to
Okay,
calm down.
let me explain that. Okay, they are very hardworking, very industrious, but that wherever they are, they need to not be too. That don't show up too much. Don't be like proud. Don't be, don't overexpose
Not
yourself.
confrontational.
Okay,
Yeah, so that you will not be the target of
have
attack.
you been able to find out the problem they had in Ghana with the because I know that the problem they have in Ghana were business problem. Have you been able to find the reason why the problem came up
In South
and balance
Africa
it
too.
up?
Okay, anyway.
The same thing
So
in South Africa. Have you been able to investigate and able
hold
to
on,
balance it?
hold on. Ikene is right, because in Ghana, what the Ghanaian authorities are doing is they are overtaxing the Nigerian business person, who
That is the
often is
thing.
as a yes, even when they have all the taxes. And in the taxing system in Ghana is that you pay the tax and then you put the certificate on your wall. They do all that, but the Ghanaian authorities will still change the rules to try and squeeze them. So that's
And they
where,
and they
yeah.
they will give them rules. This is how, because the Igbo people are the one importing goods there. They will tell them to sell this price. They'll tell them to sell this price. They'll begin to give, and how do they make the money to meet up with those expenses?
Was that what happened in South Africa too?
But
Almost.
woman, what I
I'm
don't get
telling you
is
the one.
Woman,
I'm telling you the one I know the
woman,
fact.
do you
what
know
are
this
those
thing you're
recycling
saying?
factors? What are those
This thing you're
recycling?
saying, they do it in River State to the
Eh?
Igbos too.
What
Yeah,
are those recycling factors, woman?
I will
so
come to that. The day
we
you
have to
give
look
me
at
your
the
platform, I
mitigate.
will
Yeah, no,
explain on that.
yeah, we have to look at the mitigating circumstances and not just broad strokes, because
Because
Ikene is right. The Ghanaians, they are targeting the Igbo, the Nigerian business community, which is largely Southeasterners mainly.
What was
Let
what
me tell you
was
the one that happened. Let me tell you what happened in Alaba last time ago, not too long. Then you use it to judge, and that is why I said
before
there
you
is
continue,
nowhere you cannot find them.
let me give you this one. One man, I don't
Yeah.
know if you people are really following what is happening in Lagos State now. There's in I think in one of these Igbo dominated markets, they are trying to devolve the powers now, because you cannot contest for any of the executive offices in all of those markets. It was actually stated in their constitution. If I see it, probably I'll send it to you again. They mentioned the states clearly in the constitution: Imo, Abia, Ebonyi, and stuff like
That is
that.
in Alaba market. That is in my market.
So now the government, and I told you You know, like Obama said, elections come with consequences. But this election that just finished in Lagos.
All right. Let Kenneth flesh out that space because I think that's where he was. So yeah, is what he's saying just true? Well, what
If you
I
come,
enigma?
if you come in Alaba, we have section by section. They have electronics, they have electrical, they have fancy and furniture. All these areas they have. You even have outside area the brew the change. Those Alaba Lago, they are outside sections. You understand? So when you come to Alaba, the electronics, they have the people, they have their constitution. Because those places are mean. There is no. I never see an Igbo, Yoruba, or Hausa person doing business in that area. Then the same thing with electronics, the same with the fancy furniture. Then you come to C line, those people are dominated Yoruba. Handwork, they repair television, all this and that. You come to brew the change, they are dominated with Hausas. And in this area, they have their constitution. Then they now have amalgamated the government, as in they have amalgamated government that bring those government together in the market. So in electronics, the this thing there is between the leadership there is between Imo is combined with Enugu, then Anambra State. The same thing in electrical, the same thing in fancy and furniture. Then when you go to C line section, it's Yorubas dominating that area. You have Yoruba as their this thing, their chairman. You go to Hausa, that C line, they brew the change area. You have an Hausa man as their chairman. Then they now have amalgamated. Maybe if they want to have a meeting, maybe something is happening in the market, they need a task force to do this thing. Yoruba will bring their task force, Hausa will bring their task force, Igbos will do this, they join it together to do whatever they want to do. Do you understand?
One man, let me give you a story. Let me give you a story real
So
quick.
I don't know. I don't see any
Right?
problem there.
Let me give you a story real quick. When Mimiko was about to be, when he was campaigning for the election in Odo State, they had to find a way to meet with the leaders of different groups. When they got to the northern groups, you know what those people said, one man? They said, "Oh, very simple. We are here. So it is the government that is in power that we go with." So they are basically telling you, right? What does that mean to you, one man? It means they go with the flow of the local politics and everything that you do. So acclimatize yourself with that, and that's what happens in their own neighborhood that they basically do. But when they went to Arakali and all those places, those people said, well, at the end of the day, they were not really, they were not really trying to listen to, okay, there's no problem. At the end of the day, they voted against the party, and then they voted for PDP, which was actually the party. So when you look at all this stuff, and what Ekene just said now, if Ekene had not been here to actually confirm it, people who do not want to listen or hear from Eddie Martin say, oh, it's probably lying, right? But like I said, this election came with a different dimension entirely in Lagos State. So there are so many things that is changing in Lagos that people, even Ekene is not even aware of now, that I know already. And it's because of the hoopla and the noise that came with the Lagos election. And then when these policies and these bills have actually been rolled out, you start hearing the victimhood again. But they will forget when they actually started opening up the eyes of these people, because sometimes you are unconscious of what is happening, but it's like they wake you up from your slumber to say, oh, you need to do this, you need to do this. Like all this, I spoke about the Land Use Act one time. The Land Use Act now in Lagos, as it is, 99 years. But there is a possibility that it will be reduced. So if they have reduction to that, what do you think has actually led to that? It's because of this election. Because look, they will not leave things the way it is to continue. And most of the states in Southwest, they are basically having a uniform views and stuff. So when I know you don't want me to say because you are thinking it's tribal, but we have to say it, one man. Either people like it or not, right? When you get to a certain place, acclimatize with the system and get with the flow, or you by the time they come back to you, you won't like it. That's what's gonna happen.
Let me tell you.
Let me point out something to you. Sorry. Do you know that I have a very strong presence in Togo? This same issue that we're having with Igbos here, my friends in Togo are beginning to say the same thing. That's outside Nigeria. I told you my friends in China, even in Togo.
All right. Let's move on from there. It's getting a bit too somewhat. I don't know, but a few.
No. Let me say this. Let me say this. It's better we begin to educate our people, show them, because all these things we are saying here. The point I'm trying to make is this: an average that woman on the street and that man, whether Igbo or Yoruba, all these things we are saying, they don't hear it, and that is the point I'm trying to make. And the elite that are supposed to douse this tension, make it cool. Because if this thing happen, maybe if there is a war tomorrow, which I know there will be no war, it is those people that don't know it, that don't know what we are discussing here, that will suffer it the most. Because maybe probably you are online, you are hearing what is happening tomorrow, you run out of the country, something like that. That is why I said, all this unnecessarily, like there is what one man said about the characters of Igbo man on this and that. You cannot take it away from you. You don't go and begin to bring out the 200 million, millions of your Igbo people and begin to tell them you are lousy, you are this. You begin to change your character, this and that. Normally, people have to change their character normally, but there are things you cannot change from people. And I used to say it: an Igbo man political view cannot be a Yoruba man political view. That's a fact. It's there. And you can see it in the Southeast political system. It might not be the same thing with a Yoruba man political view. And that is why I said that the problem in this aspect is political. Just like Umar, he said that we are doing Nzobu politics. Do you know what that means? Once the Igbo people decide this is where we are going, it's just like that. Nobody looks back. And that is their type of politics. And the Yoruba man can decide to play another type of politics. And in terms of politics, you don't expect everybody to go the same way. You don't expect everybody to go the same way.
All right. Let Adanle Koko have the final word on.
I'm sorry, sir. Can I say something? You said, okay, the Igbo politics is in Zobu, but then
yes,
they go the same way. Then you're
yes,
not saying you don't expect everybody to go the same way. I mean, you are contradicting yourself.
I'm combining it with I said Igbo and Yoruba and Igbo might not be the same view in their politics.
All right. I think Zita is about to leave us soon. So Zita, wait to hear Ajanle Koko's intervention, then have your final words, and then we're going to open it. But let Ajanle Koko have that intervention. Ajanle Koko to you. Yeah.
Yes, I think what divides us more, between the Igbo and Yoruba, is mainly politics. No other thing. When it comes to business, we do it together peacefully. But when it comes to politics of the land and that of the country, politics in Yoruba land and that of the national politics, that is where we have problem with each other. And until when Igbo people respect Yoruba and doesn't interfere in Yoruba's indigenous politics until when they respect us and stay out of it, this problem will persist. This problem of pointing and accusing fingers to the Igbo for not respecting other people will persist. And people that can do the job better by, retracing and redirecting Igbos from interfering in the local politics of other people, particularly that of Yoruba land, are the elders of elders of the Igbos. If elders of the Igbo don't stand up to their responsibility by letting their people know, by standing in the front and letting them know that when it comes to the politics of the local people, like the governorship of the land, like all state assembly and all the rest, don't play it, don't get into it, don't try to put out your chest and start to support one candidate frontally against another candidate. There will be no peace. And we have seen what played out recently. And it has not just started. It has been like that for so many years. Igbo doesn't play in the same political camp. They don't stand in the same political camp with Yoruba people in Yoruba land. No, overwhelmingly, Igbo people will be on another camp. And politics is very, very sensitive and it's so dear to the heart because we are talking about power and interest, political power. How dare you on my land? You want to wrestle political power with me, supporting an opposition that I don't like. But it is not that you will even split yourself evenly, but you will concentrate in majority on one side against the politics and the party that we overwhelmingly support on our land. That is the problem. If Igbos don't recognize that, they have to pull back and then stay out of the politics of indigenous people and not interfere. This problem will never leave, and it will continue to degenerate. What will it degenerate to? We don't know. And it's very, very dangerous. Politics is dangerous. It can bring peace. It can bring.
Let me ask you something. Then you conclude, and I want to understand something from you, my brother.
Yes.
Then you conclude. Are you saying that anytime there is maybe political season, Igbos should just stay behind and not come out?
What I'm saying is that when you see the political party where Yoruba stand, where Yoruba political party where you see majority of Yoruba, the political party that rule the land, it is very wise for Igbo not to come out frontally against that political party, because coming out frontally against that is as if you are challenging the power of the people on their indigenous land. You are challenging their politics.
Explain it as in coming out frontally and the other. I want you to explain it very well so that I can understand it. There's a coming out frontally as in.
Let me actually, Coco, let me answer him.
Okay.
Let me answer him, please. Ekene, what he means by coming out frontal is, it is politics. It's not your land. So when we want to throw your support, you divide so that it will send. That's why I use the word concern of the people around you. It will not seem as if you're against them. All you need to do, some people vote the other side. Some people, if in Lagos, some people are campaigning, so Igbos are campaigning for PDP. Some people are campaigning for APC. Some people are even campaigning for Labour. Some people are campaigning for ADC. Nobody will say that Igbo people are frontal. But when you come together and you are against one person and totally you are for another person, that's what he means by frontal.
Okay. I still want to understand it. I still want to understand it. How do you, as in, how has it shown that an Igbo man is totally against the Yoruba opinion in terms of politics? I still want to understand.
Okay, please
As in, how
let me answer it.
can
Take
they
it.
play
Actually,
it and
Coco,
show
don't
that they
worry.
are
He's my
totally
brother. Let me address it.
against Igbo
Yeah, let
politics?
me address it.
Okay, address it.
Yeah. In 20, you know the party, the Yorubans, more especially Lagos. Igbos know the ruling party in Lagos. It was, I think, ACM before it changed to APC or something. That has been the ruling party in Lagos. Let me tell you what he meant by frontal. You so much campaign about what it is in the land to the extent that the Oba even threatened you people. He said, if you don't vote for this man, he will throw all of you inside the lagoon. That is how frontal you are. To the extent that the Oba of the land have how frontal you are.
Can you tell me the campaign and the words used by any woman to campaign that made Oba to say that?
You didn't. You want me to start sending the videos?
Yeah, I want to see.
You want me to start sending the videos?
Zita, please
Or
give me 1 minute.
All right. I don't think I'm just worried. I'm worried that we're being a bit too ethnic, maybe.
No, it's not ethnic. You should allow this space to flow because I still want to understand all these things. The way I understand, maybe when I go out, I will tell my people. I will tell my
Zita,
people
let's
this is
please
the
give me
view
1
I'm
minute.
holding.
Give me 1 minute. You see, Ekene, I'm sure you will be of help.
Be guided in the language. Be guided in the language.
No. Me, I won't.
Yeah.
You'll be of help to your people in this area. I used to live in Abeokuta, so I'm involved with politicians there. Do you know what these people do? They try to use your people to gain power. You understand? They try to use your people to gain power. They say, let's mobilize the Igbo community. They plan, they put you in their plan. And once they gain power, it's not as if they do anything to help your business or anything. They've seen that you people have collection of people and that you have leader and you can easily reach them. They can easily reach those leaders and get you to vote for them. They do that. I met a very major politician in Lagos. We met in the plane. We flew together from Abuja. I won't mention his name because you all know him. They try to do the same thing. And Jimmy Agbaje also, not, I didn't meet Jimmy Agbaje, it was another person. Jimmy Agbaje also tried to do that. You understand? That was when the Oba made that statement. So you should understand that these people are just trying to use your people. And when the consequences come, it comes on your people. You understand?
That's still like the fact that I said that the problem we're having is political.
Political, exactly. So you should be sensitive to it.
What I'm saying.
You understand? I understand you. So be sensitive to it. And wherever you are, maybe if you are in the north, play their own. It's either you flow with the political space there or you stay back. There, don't let them use you. What they do in Ogun State, for example, they will give them one special assistant, and if man, they will make you special assistant. They'll say they are even in cabinet, and they use them. So please don't let people use your people. And then when the consequence come, you be the one facing. If, for example, you support somebody in power today, and they use your people, if that person leaves power tomorrow, the new person that will come in, what will happen? You understand? So those are the things that we are trying to make you people understand. And that's the
Ekene,
beauty of the process.
I need to clarify this for you. And I want to use Lagos space for you because you live in Lagos.
Yeah.
And you know that in Lagos, there are some markets that Igbos are known for. It's just like when you mention that market, the first thing that comes to your mind is Igbos, business people that are there. Now, in 2007, the Igbos in their markets, I must say this, when I talk to people, we say, I don't like the way you talk about your people, but I will keep talking. They were campaigning against, I am not saying they don't have right to vote for who they want to vote for. No. You can go to the polling unit and vote who you want to vote for. The ruling party in the land is ACN, if I'm right. They were campaigning in their groups publicly against the ruling party, but for Jimmy Agbaje. I am not saying that there is something wrong in you voting Jimmy Agbaje. Don't get me wrong. What I am saying is for you coming openly to take sides.
To confront them. To take side with them.
That's what I'm saying. It did not end there. The second time, they did the same thing. Come to Ambode, they did the same thing. You don't do that in somebody's land. The signal you are sending is that you are not with them. But you can actually not be with them and have peace with them. You might actually not like the government. Live with them, vote against the government, and have your peace. You don't need to be loud about it. Go to the pool. It's a secret ballot.
But do you know?
Wait, let me finish. Let me finish.
Yeah.
When you go to the secret ballot and vote PDP, that is your choice. There is nowhere it is written that vote you put is written Igbo man voted PDP. So now you understand what they mean by being frontal. You cannot come openly. It's just like Hausa people living in Owerri. Those ones that say,
all right, we want to round up this space. I think people are starting to feel a bit.
I understand everything, but if you are in Nigeria, I don't need to explain all these things to you. You know what is going on. You know how the politics are being played. Because even you saying, even a politician know the strength of his political opponent. You understand? Even before they begin their campaign, they know that this person will have his large vote from this place.
But let me say something before.
I want to move away from that space.
I want to leave now because I want to go and start my stuff. But what I want to say, why is it that it is only this platform that some individuals that we see even their comments and what they say in other platform, very cool with them when they go even off tangent in ethnic and tribe, but they want to come to this platform to control the narratives. Why do they do that every time? Why?
No, they're not controlling the narrative. I know where you're going. They're not controlling the narrative. And we spent a good hour on this topic, but I'm just mindful that in the course of the conversation, lines will be overstepped. I think
that's what I'm speaking to your sense of magnanimity. At least you are being conscious of that, right, one man. But you go to other platforms where they will speak for 10 hours, right? And they will. It's just going to be one. It's like zombie discourse. If you come with a,
I thought woman was afraid of Google.
Yeah, if you.
No, I'm not afraid of Google. Google doesn't care. It's just that I don't want to offend my audiences.
Have you ever asked me why? Have you ever asked me why I love to come to this platform? Have you ever asked me? You never asked me that. You just bring me in. You just bring me. You never asked me. You never asked me why I come to this.
All right, hold on. Let me ask the question. Why do you come to this? Is the elegance of my presentation and my or your handsomeness. This is what draws everybody. But what draws you? Since you are not a female, you are not attracted by my. What draws you? Why do you come here?
Okay, I love your slangs. I love your slangs. I love. It's just I love your attitude. That is the thing, and that is what I always say.
You know,
You
a
see,
lot of people don't get it. You know, a lot of the things that we are saying here, at least myself, is mainly in humor, and it's just I'm just
I know,
messing
but
around,
people don't
really. But
understand it. Sometimes you
yeah,
will try to hear somebody, but the
most
people
of the
will
time,
be taking it serious.
I'm just messing around most of the time, but people don't get that, you know. But you get it clearly, Ken. You know, so there it is. So there it is.
What I want to tell you, there are two people on the comment section now, right, one man. I've seen what they wrote about even Kulata and you and myself on the other platform, and they come to this platform. They want to be sanctimonious with their comments. They basically call you bastard and everything, all openly, and they are here on the platform acting. So if you cannot practice what you preach, then stop preaching. Then, because you cannot come to a platform where they will be speaking 10 hours and you see only one dissenting voice, dissenting opinion, right? They want to suppress that. But you come to a certain platform, we are just having an open discussion, but you want to keep controlling that discussion, sending stuff to say we have to move, and you are moving away. I just have to say this before I leave.
All right. If people want to stay within this conversation, we can carry it on. Is everybody happy to stay within this conversation?
I'm not afraid, this conversation has to build. It has to yield fruit.
I haven't. Let me round up here. Can anybody hear me?
Perfectly. Carry on.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so what I was saying, what I was trying to say is that Igbos have to respect other people. I'm not saying that they cannot vote, but they should not come out frontally in support of opposition party against the ruling party in every state. When when um, when they stand united en masse in one party, but the ruling
Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko is driving, so his connection may be dipping in and out. I think we lost him for a moment. Ajale Koko. All right, we cannot have a vacuum on here, so somebody else can step in. Let's hear from you. And
yeah,
Rosie.
Yes, please. Can I can I say something?
Yeah, go on.
What he was saying that they shouldn't be too frontal. I think, it's right in the sense that if they do that in other places, I'm sure they won't accept it in their own place. Like, imagine if, there is some politics going on in Owerri or in Enugu, and then the other tribe will come in there and come out openly and be supporting, trying to kind of influence the politics there. I'm sure they're not going to accept it. So, in the same sense, wherever they go, they could do, support whoever they want to support, but to make it kind of they should be quiet about it, right? Don't come out in the open so that you don't expose yourself to unnecessary hatred, attack, and stuff like that.
Can I close my thoughts?
Yes,
What I have
Zita.
to say is that
Yes, ma'am.
sometimes when my people talk and type rubbish, it becomes so ridiculous. It makes me feel what's going on with their brain. When somebody say, can't we campaign? Who is saying that you should not campaign? I said here, divide yourself into three. You shouldn't come as a whole to support somebody. And somebody said, we are trying to vote who will serve us better. Why is it that it's always the opposition that will serve you better? And again, if you think that the people in the land and the government they preserve is not serving you better, you know the word, you don't like it, leave it. Good night, everybody.
All right. Good night, Rosie. You've come and drop a letter bomb in the session, and then you've run away. So that's Rosie. So I have to pick up after you
No,
now.
that's not me. That's Madam
No,
Zita.
no. So Zita's, I beg your pardon. How can I mistake the two voices? No, that was Zita. You come and drop your letter bomb as usual, and then your nuclear bomb, and then you run away. So that was Zita. Zita, of course. You all know Zita, the elegance that does graces us every so often. So thank you, Zita. So let's move on from Zita to Ogbeni, who I suspect may be snoring away now, already in bed. Ogbeni,
I'm not snoring.
the conversation is too gripping to, but so thank you, Zita. So to you then, Ogbeni, where do you want to pick it up from? You take your
I don't like. I think the space we have now is a bit sensitive for me because I'm
half and half. Yeah.
half and half.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm half Yoruba, half Fulani. I have Igala, half Igbos as sister-in-laws. I have Fulani as a wife. I have
So you're a melting pot then.
A true Nigerian. A true Nigerian.
My family is a complete Nigeria, so I don't know where to pick it up. But
all right, let me take you to go to Adeleke then if you want to kick it off from there.
Before I go to Adeleke, my thought on this. I support Ziekene to an extent, which is that you see there is nothing like we and us. There is nothing like we against us. I've looked at it. I've tried to reason the thing and rationalize it. To date, nobody can come out and tell me who exactly, with a video evidence, tell me who exactly among the Igbo elites staying in Lagos, among the Igbo industrialists staying in Lagos, apart from maybe few ones in the street, but those ones that has weight, that have influence in Lagos, that actually came out. If there's any video evidence that say, oh, Yoruba, Lagos, we are taking over Lagos. Lagos is not Yoruba land. Lagos is a place we must conquer. Lagos is. I've not seen any woman to date, right? Yes. Secondly, when they talk about talks, because I have so many Igbo friends that will tell me they are fighting them in Lagos, talks enter their house, and I ask them a question. Are you saying talks don't also enter Yoruba man's house in Lagos? If a Yoruba man house is not supporting them, so if they enter Yoruba man house, enter a Gala man house, and enter your own house, it's politics they are playing in a very crude way, which I think government should take responsibility and correct. But it's not that because you are Igbo, they are attacking you because you are a political enemy. That's the way I see it. Then another thing, when you go back to history, I remember there was a guy called Bomboy. See, today everybody come, they blame MC Oluomo, MC Oluomo, MC Oluomo. What I ask people, do you know that the position MC Oluomo is occupied presently? An Igbo man from Ebonyi called Bomboy has occupied that space during Mawa time, even till the early times of Tinubu. And it was even more brutal. Back then, before you can be NURTW chairman, you must plan a coup. It used to be like a military coup back then. They will strike one day and the entire garage will be set on fire. You see them chasing one another with guns, with pistols, with cutlasses and everything around in the garage. The whole Lagos will be a standstill until they either kill the former Shama or dethrone the former Shama and enthrone a new Shama. That was the reign during Bomboy time. I can't remember what happened to that guy again. But even spread to Ibadan and others, all those Tower and all those guys in all those spaces. But yes, now it is the turn of MC Olomo. One day, another person will come until our government find a solution to find a way to take back the transport industry. Which, if you come to UK, for instance, transport industry is not left in the hands of illiterates. They commercialize it. The government is making huge revenue from it. But we have left it in the hands of the illiterate in Nigeria. And it's a big business, not entire space in Nigeria anyway. But if you go to Southeast, Southeast has modernized their own. That's why you find the Fesinashi, the Kede Dilishuku, the God is Good, and others. But back in the Southwest space, we've not been able to do that. So we are not doing it. And that's why you find all these guys around.
No, they have their own MC operating in Igbo and.
I'm not aware that Igbo has a very strong NURTW and RTAN. I know it's a Yoruba
They have it. They are nationwide now.
I know.
Yeah.
No, they have, but not like that. Like in Onitsha.
Yeah, they don't really function like
but
ours.
they're not too powerful like Lagos.
Yeah.
But
all right, gentlemen, let me ease myself out and hand over to Thomas as the conversation carries on. But just bear with me 1 microsecond to acknowledge the super chats that have come in. Hazel came in first, and then Arby came in next. And of course, the only person that's been dominating the one man went to more space in recent times. Ayo, of course, he comes in copiously. So the electricity continues to be switched on the platform thanks to the official sponsor of the space. So that's Ayo just going wild with the super stickers and super chats. Only really to encourage you. So he's paying you money to like, share, and subscribe. So you can do that then just to acknowledge his spend. So RB continues to join Ayo in that space. And then Solly from Amsterdam, he comes in only to acknowledge Zeta. It says, for Madam Zeta, rational mind, you see yourself, laugh out loud. So just the contrast in the narrative of rational mind and Zeta is highlighting there. Thomas, with the co-pilot, he joins in to applaud Zeta. You know how strong a following Zeta has on the platform. Augustine Ahigbe, who came in recently with the super chat, has now continued with that space. If you want to know the character of the average Nigerian, speak differently from what they believe. So that's his assertion to that space. RB continues with the super sticker. Prince comes in to caution Enigmatic. Enigmatic and his band of followers. He has Enigmatic has a special section on the platform, and he has his own group of I'm not sure if we are calling them admirers or not, but he certainly has his own special group, Enigmatic and his followers, I have to say. So thank you for all that. And of course, the coffee thing, as ever, by Ayo, who continues to keep that place 100. If it wasn't for Ayo, that space would have long dead, but he holds it steady, and that's Ayo doing as he always does. So thank you, gentlemen. Let me ease myself out. Hand over to Thomas as the conversation continues. You still have the floor, Ogbeni, and of course, so round off where you were, and then take us into Adeleke and let the conversation flow on. So to you, Thomas.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. How are you guys?
Good evening.
Good evening. Before you speak, I want to say this. Enigmatic points out something, then I want to emphasize on it. I hope one man is still listening to me. There are some people in the comment section. They will go to other platform. They will batch us, call us big gods. When they came here, they will be mindful of their words. I know you in the comment section. Or anytime you mess up, we will block you here. I know you. You know yourself. We are not taking rubbish here. This is not the platform you will insult people. You will be kicked out or blocked. Thank you, one man. I hope you like that as well.
Yeah.
No, one man. Let's be
factual here. I'm not disagreeing with you. I mean, it's your section, so
you can. Babajale Goku, let me say this.
Thomas,
let me say. No, Tola now. You can't go to other platform, rubbish us.
Don't let's go block the
Thomas,
people.
do you know why
Let's
they
enjoy
hold you?
ourselves
If you
together.
block
I
them,
say something?
they will
Ìjọba
still come
Thomas
in another
lágbára o.
plan.
ìjọba ológun ìjọba
Ìjọba
ológun.
ológun ni o. Abeg, feel free to put your comments. O. We are enjoying
ìjọba
everything. Even if
ológun.
they abuse us, we are okay.
Yeah, let's have a Bajale Coco.
You
Yeah.
understand? They can have tons of accounts and they will still come. So don't waste your time. Leave them.
Yeah.
Freedom of speech.
Yeah, let's have a Bajale Coco.
Freedom of speech, but then maybe we'll ask DSS to go after those people cussing us out.
We will have to write a petition to DSS with their name. Festus Kiyamo style. Ajale Coco.
Thomas.
Yeah, Baba.
People at the comment section, leave them alone. Let them do what they are doing. I see them as the strength of the platform. Let them curse as much as they can curse. I think it is okay. You don't have to kick anybody out as long as they don't use foul language or they don't, if they don't use any foul language, just leave them alone, let them operate. We love everybody to come. Let them come and say whatever they would like to say. Let them attack us. They abuse us that, look, one man, yam head. It's okay.
He's a bigot. He's a bigot. That word normally irritates me.
Yeah, let them call whatever they want to call. Don't let us say, we cannot operate like commando. Look, we are enjoying.
We cannot operate like a Buhari regime that wants to close up all this.
So just leave them alone. Let them be doing their own. While we, inside the studio, let us focus on the issue and let's continue to discuss the issue. So that's my advice. Don't.
Ajale Koko, I always listen to you, but it annoys me when I saw some comments here. Yeah.
Yes. Well, just one of the tricks. Thomas, as you are the co-pilot and the moderator, sometimes you just have to detach yourself from it. I see it a lot as well, but I just like Ola said, what can you do? You see the comment section is like, I see it as somewhat like a zoo, So no, we don't give respect to the comment section, but I say somewhat like a zoo. So let them just go wild if they want to go wild,
One man, a zoo is even better. It's the wild, wild west.
It's the wild, wild west. Yes, a better place, a better way to put it.
Can I speak now? For 6 hours, I'll be waiting for you guys. I've heard you guys' assumption and everything you guys said, and I heard what Thomas is saying.
All right, let me bail out as you're about to speak. Rosie, if you have access to the private chat, have a look there. Over to you, Thomas.
So.
Thank you. Who is speaking? I think it's Albania.
It's me. What? It's me.
World Peace. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's your section. Thomas is your section. So understand what they're saying.
Please,
it's gonna offend you.
Where's the private chat? One man was asking.
Look at the by your right hand side.
Yes.
Look your right hand side. You will see comment private comments. So just click on it. You can see what one man is writing.
Okay, I don't see that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, just check. Yeah.
Have you time?
Hold on. Sorry, apologies. Ogwene has the floor because he was just going to talk us through. It was going to talk Adeleke, but I think World Peace just wanted to interject. But then Ogwene has the floor.
Ogwene can continue. Ogwene can continue. I will say what I'll say later.
All right.
Yes. I will come back to you, World Peace. Yeah, Ogwene, give us in we are almost 6 hours now. Yeah.
Yeah, just 1 or 2 points before what we because I'll be leaving where I am now back home. So for me, okay, that's about the we and us, because
for me, the danger in it, you see, the danger in the issue of we and horse is that eventually it becomes a bad wagon thing. If you're not careful enough, you will know who to pack with the we and who to pack with the horse. I know during this election, so many Yoruba supported Peter Obi. Some Igbos do not want to see that. Okay, so many Igbos also supported Ashiwaju. Joe Igbokwe is one of them who even got his house burnt in Igbo land. But why would the Yoruba man not see that too? Somebody like Obi Kubana supported Sanwo-Olu and others. So we should see that. So for me, it's neither there nor there. But my stance has always been that the owner of the land should determine what happens on their land. You are a tenant and you remain a tenant. Somebody asked a question. I can't remember the person they asked that question that, how do you see Lagos? I think it was on Dr. Damage's platform. How do you see Lagos in the next 100 years? Just to peddle a narrative that, oh, by then, probably Lagos will no longer be Yoruba land. And I can't remember what the person said. But my own take is
Really?
that, yeah.
Benny, really?
Yeah, that was the question. I think it was before one man later joined and just they bamboozled one man out of that thing and kick him out from the place. So it was a talk. It was this same topic we're discussing presently. This we again Igbo, Yoruba, Lagos space and everything. And they brought some two Yoruba guys. One, I think Kayo and one other Remi Oyenei in one shift. And then they
Yeah,
brought one
Remy and Chief Oyeyemi or something. Yeah.
Oyeyemi, and then on the other side they brought Franklin, one Paul, one very polished guy like that. And
That section was so my brother. I will not lie to you. That section it went wild.
yeah,
Wild.
and you
Wow.
see, those guys started on a good footing, but at a point in time, it became a serious thing and it became insulting. And at the end of the day, if you actually, because I waited till last, they were glutting, gleaning over what just on a particular ethnic, and you keep just talking down on the ethnic, and even when the speaker that came just told you, there's nothing like we or horse. That's the way I see it. There's nothing like we or horse. But they were trying to peddle this kind of, in the next 100 years, Lagos will now be fully metropolis. That for me, there's no space anywhere in the world you find that. United Kingdom has been there for how many years? 1602 or something like that. Scottish still remains Scotland, right? Scottish in their land, English in their land, Irish in their land, and Welsh guys in their land. So you're not going to find out because people's language, people's culture, people's way is part of the people. That's what makes them their people. That's their identity. So for me, people peddling all those things. And if we can make a solid retrospect, right? You realize that Gbadebo started all this. You see, this thing wouldn't even have come up apart from Obi. Obi started it in by way, okay? And for Lagos Space, Gbadebo started this thing. He was the first to go and put on his profile that a true Lagosian or proper Lagosian, son of Igbo woman, Igbo wife. He put it on his profile. And that triggers people.
But Ogbeni, even before Peter Obi, before the election, nobody knew Gbadebo.
That is it.
He just came out from nowhere. And they started saying Gbadebo. I said, nobody knew him.
That's the issue. He used to be one of their top.
But please, if I may come in for a little bit,
Rose,
yeah, what you were saying about what Lagos will be and stuff like that. I think there really needs to be a form of education, about the value of our culture, our belief system. Because right now, with the youth coming up, this Gen Z generation, they are like throwing everything to the wind. They are like have no regards for culture, no respect for elders. It's like they are throwing everything away. So if they continue that way, then imagine what is going to be much later in the future.
Yes.
I don't think they don't care. I think they don't care. That is what I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully, we don't lose our values, we don't lose our beliefs, our traditions.
You
Because
see,
right now, most of them is like they're trying to, become westernized. Oh, doing all these things like, oh, I mean, even though they're in Lagos or in Nigeria, they want to believe like they're in London or they're in America or
But
they're in.
Rosie, westernized is not going to happen in Yoruba land now. We are still indigenous people. It's not going to happen in Igbo land. They are
Yeah,
still indigenous people.
they're
It's not.
indigenous
It's not going to
people.
happen in Hausa land.
Yeah,
They are
they're
still
indigenous
indigenous
people, but
people.
what about the educated youths that are coming up that are losing all these values? I mean,
I agree with Rosie that over westernization is really
yeah,
deep into our people, particularly in the urban areas, right? I agree with that, but you realize that for instance, in Lagos, the House of Assembly in Lagos, they are waking up to that reality. They realize we need to start we need to start ingraining Yoruba curriculum back into the system, and we need to start getting history also back into the curriculum so people understand where they're coming from. I think they are trying in that area, in that aspect. Osun State is another area that I know is trying very well in that aspect. So yes, there's a generational gap already. Probably the children of the 2000 plus now, yes, a gap. But I think they are trying to bridge that gap so that that will not be too deep a cut. That's for me on that
But
system. Anyway.
all these things, I don't see it happening. Somebody taking another man's land. How is that? It's not possible now.
No, we are not talking about taking another man's land. We are talking about the culture,
Culture,
the value, the
our
beliefs,
culture.
stuff
Yeah.
like that. That's what we're talking about, not taking another man's land. Because right
If
now,
you
Rosie, I've been hearing Fulani is taking our land since I was born. Nobody
And
has
they
told
have not
me.
done that.
but the Fulanis
Nobody
that
has
we
even
have,
shown me one land Fulani
the,
has
pe-
They
the,
have
taken.
the,
taken.
the Fulanis we have in Nigeria, they are the peaceful ones. It's like the ones coming out causing all this problem are from outside. That's my take in that. But to me,
It
what
is
is
the one
going
that
on?
is using for political reasons. That's
Yeah,
everything is political.
On that Fulani you are talking about, let's face it, Southern Kaduna, where they created grazing reserve. If you go back to that issue, what is happening there now? It has turned to a full village or full town. And all the crisis that is happening in the Southern Kaduna, how did it come? When you resettle the S-men there in the name of grazing reserve, and they turn the place to village. See, if you look at the banditry in the northeast, in the north, go and look at where those people displaced people and they start putting the emirate there. See, this idea that nobody can take someone's land is not entirely true. If you sleep too much, it's going to happen. I will be just be saying it's not going to happen.
that's true.
Yes.
Like even in
But
Benue State,
Ola, please
even
hold
in
on.
Benue State, those people that they are now in
Rosie,
IDP camp.
I just make a comment now. Since
Yeah.
I was born, they've been saying Fulani is going to take your land.
I
Which
said
land
they've
have they
taken Southern
taken?
Kaduna. The grazing reserve
Forget
they
it.
gave in Southern Kaduna, they've taken over the place.
But
Go and
Southern
check.
Kaduna,
Southern
Southern
Kaduna
Kaduna,
still remains Southern
is it not
Kaduna.
Northern Night?
There are some
Is
parts
it
in
not
Benue
North
State.
land?
There are some parts in
It don't,
Benue State
see,
that they
look,
have
Thomas,
killed
Have
the
they come to
farmers.
Yoruba land and take
Like
your land?
okay,
Have they come to
what
Igbo
about
land and take your land?
this
wait,
IDP camp?
ṣe ó
This
dìgbà tó
IDP
bá wá
this
tó
I
tó
this
tó bá wá
IDP
tó bá
camp.
bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní gbà yẹn lọ́ máa mọ̀
The
pé
I
ó
the,
fẹ́
just
jà.
I,
ask,
the
how did they take
IDP
over
camp.
Ilorin?
Okay, what
How
about
did they take over Ilorin?
the
You are saying it
IDP
hasn't
camp?
happened.
The IDP camp in Benue, is it not people that were displaced that ran out of their lands and now they are living in the IDP camps? They've taken over their farms, they've taken over their land.
Exactly. Yeah,
No,
see,
Rosie, no. That is insurgency.
Thomas,
Insurgency happen. Let me
Thomas.
talk now.
See, no,
It's
we are trying to,
insurgency that displays
Thomas,
people, isn't it?
Thomas, we are talking of narrative. You call it insurgency. What's the government supposed to do when you have insurgency? Are they not supposed to protect you? The first job of government is to protect life and property. The government look and people are going to the IDP and yeah, these people, they are staying on this land, they are putting the emirate and they are collecting their toll if you want to go to your farm. And the government is looking away. How do we take land more than that? Then look at the example. How did Fulani
Ola, hold on. What I'm telling you now is people grabbing their land. They are still northerner. It's northerner that is grabbing
Thomas,
northern land.
Ilorin is not northern. It's not.
They don't come to Anambra and grab your land.
Thomas, Ilorin is not north. So see, let us stop some political
ṣé
politics.
àwọn tíìfù ṣé wọn yàtọ̀ sí Fúlàní ni?
But do you know that even within the villages, do you know that even within the villages, they are dragging land in the village, killing themselves, as in community to community.
That's right. Thank you.
Community.
They are both Igbo. They are both Yoruba. They are both Hausa.
And they are fighting a serious war. They are fighting a serious war.
Each other. Wait, this community.
So what are we saying?
The community to community wars that is happening. Have they created the IDP camp that people are running off and deserted?
I can tell you one that I know. As in, they chase out the whole village to village. They chase out the whole village. Army need to come in. They didn't sleep in their village for close to 2 months. I know the place.
See, Thomas.
So all these things. After the settlement, the indigenous still need to come back and settle, because you cannot chase them away. Where are you chasing them to? This is community to community.
So with all this banditry that is happening, the government didn't do anything about it.
Look at one thing in our constitution
like
that you people you are not putting into consideration. Did you remember that they want to amend that part of constitution that say when you stay on land, or I can't remember, maybe Ogbeni can remind me. If you stay on a land for 10 years and you are associated with that place, you know it's become difficult for you to be chased away from that place. When we say this thing, we have to go back to the history. How did Fulani capture Hausa land? They came as a visitor like this. All of a sudden, they started preaching that, oh, your leaders are keferi, all those things, and they kill all their leaders. What happened? They put the Emirates. How did they take over Ilorin? They are using the same method in the modern way now, and we are saying it's because it hasn't happened in Koma. Go and look at the security report. Go and read about the intelligence report of this. These guys, they've taken over some places in the north. So we can only say to the extent to which we've researched and to the extent to which we know. We can't just stay and be speculating that it can't happen. I'm telling you.
Then there must be a law. There must be a law in every state. Like I know in some places in Lagos, they give out land for 50 years, 90 years.
Yeah, because if you keep saying that.
I know places they give out land in Lagos for 90 years to Igbo people.
If you keep saying since you were born, you keep hearing Fulani is taking over the land. Nothing has happened. But there is a lot of banditry going on. They are taking people. I mean, the problem. I mean, it's like you are downplaying the problem in the country.
No, I know it's a problem, but trying to say that you will take away somebody's land, that I don't agree on that idea. That's the idea. But I do not say that there is no problem.
You do not agree is one thing. Whether that is happening is another thing. Ekene, my brother, it's happening big time. It's happening big time, and these people, they are being backed indirectly by your current president there. Don't you know, like I said,
and that's still the political problem I'm talking about. These politicians are not helping their matter.
It doesn't matter, but the fact remains that they are taking land.
Okay. What about the one that happened in the Gongo? That Sunday Bobo stood up and went there and said he's not going to accept that anymore. That
do they take their land?
They were not letting. I mean, there was a lot of insurgencies there.
No, they didn't take their land. I'm specific on land.
But there was
Can I speak?
I don't know.
What are you talking about?
I think let's move on. We are deviating. Let's just move on. Let's just move on.
Let's
move on now, please.
It's for us to face the problem and not to downplay it. Can you imagine?
Ola, can we move on, please?
No,
please.
Before you know now, in Lagos now, we're going to have a Seriki in Lagos. As the way things are going.
We have to put disclaimer and dismiss that statement that you've not seen. The fact that you've not seen doesn't mean that it's not happening. You don't see it, but people have seen it. It's on record. The historian, they put it. The researchers, they put it that this thing has happened. That Thomas of one man went to show hasn't seen this thing. doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. So
wow. Let's move on.
Gone now.
Thomas,
The problem
Mr.
are here.
Thomas,
We are
see,
Ogbeni, please,
yeah.
let's go to
Sorry, can I?
dancing governor.
May
Dancing
Ogbeni
governor.
tell you,
Before we go to
before
Mr. Makosa, can I
Dancing governor.
can I quickly make one point before we move to that? What I just see, we just finished doing now is what they call ethnic profiling. Now, every one of us now we agree because there is no one Fulani man here. If it's the Igbo we are talking about now, one Igbo will stand up and be agitating. So we just, it's just ethnic profiling, right? Because I have a wife who is Fulani, that's why I speak out to tell you that.
To me, I don't think it's ethnic profiling. We are just facing the problems in
I
the
will
land.
tell you why.
People are being displaced. There are people living in
I will tell
IDP
you.
camp.
Let me tell you why it's ethnic profiling is because probably you don't have Fulani as friends, you don't relate with them.
What I have Fulani as outside as friends.
Have you lived in their land?
Some Fulanis, we have always lived with Fulanis for a long.
Do they look like people who grab land?
The cattle rearers, the people that sell
they are
Fulanis now.
Do the cattle rearers need land to settle? They don't settle in a place; they move around. You see,
that is
Ogbeni, that's what I said. Which land have they grabbed? That's what I'm be asking. Nobody has tell me the land they've grabbed in Yoruba land or in the east.
Mr. Thomas, let me tell you, there are three major. Even within the Fulanis, they know one another. There is the Bororo, who are the nomadic pastoral ones. They move around. They don't have interest in your land. They settle temporarily and they move, right? They don't settle in permanent in the place. They move around with their cattle, right? Those ones are the ones you see who are bandits. They are bandits. Those are the ones disturbing Igongon, disturbing all those Okeogun parts, disturbing part of Kwara to date. Those are the ones who ESN was trying to push away from the Anambra because Anambra share boundary with that place, and the one also affecting Benue and all those asses, right? They are the Moburo, the nomadic pastoral. Now there are semi-nomadic, and you have the settled one who are settled in town. People like El-Rufai, the Atiku, and all the emirs everywhere, the Sultan himself, and all of those. Do they look like people who have interest in the land and pick your land? So what I see in them, and even what research have shown, is that they have this repressor attack they do. So most times when they come and you have offended them before, if they are returning to that axis in the next 15, 10 years, they must attack you and move. If you attack them back, they will still come back and attack, and they'll be terrorizing, particularly the North Africa's part. Now, how did they get to Nigeria? That's the question we should be asking ourselves. I read some researches on that, some pieces of research on that. How did they get? Yes, we've always been having our own, who would have been very peaceful. People will say, okay, but some conspirators will tell you that, they've been peaceful because they had an agenda, and it was when the agenda now got to the fullest, now they are emboldened to move around. Yeah, some researches will show you that, and some will tell you that no, that's not true. That what happened is because the desert is now moving, is getting affecting them, and they are moving. I don't believe that. The story I believe so much about this bandit, what they call Fulani. Let me tell you, they are not all Fulani. There are people of many tribes among them. By the time we will change government, and I pray there will be change in all those our services and service chief and others, and they start arresting them, you discover that they are mixtures of they are mix of all ethnics in Nigeria and in Central Africa. But because we are ethnic profiling a particular tribe, which is very dominant in that thing, then we follow that narrative because they don't get to be on the social media on the media like us. So now, for me, Libya issue was one of the major issues that led to those guys migrating into Nigeria. And then the fully so-called APC and others who went to go and invite them to come and fight Jonathan out in the country for them and register to vote and all sorts.
Is that really a true story, or it was
That's a true
just made up?
story. No, one of them came out
That's a
now.
true story now.
What's
That's a
this
true
guy's
story.
name? He said it when Dade Onido any now. The man said it. We brought them in, we armed them, thinking Jonathan will not leave. Now Jonathan left in order to disarm them, wahala, send them back to their country. No, give them money. Sheikh Gumi was all around telling them, settle these guys and let them go back. But how do you settle them? So they hang on in our forest, and they are there terrorizing everyone, moving up and down. And Buhari will not do anything with them because they see Buhari as their tiny god. They belong to almost the same tribe. But what I want to tell you is there's criminalities everywhere, and these people are mixed. There are a lot of ethnic and races among them. They move around. Let's call criminality criminality. Don't let us.
I hope Tinubu will be able to do something
Ogbeni,
about this.
Ogbeni, I understand, you are talking from a very difficult position. That is well understood. I would have even preferred to request yourself because I understand you totally. See, we know how Southern Kaduna was before they brought Grace and Reserve to Southern Kaduna. And what is happening today in the Southern Kaduna is purely ethnic cleansing. See, when people like Danjuma talks, those people, they don't talk carelessly.
Danjuma is not from Southern Kaduna. He's talking about Benue issue.
No. I'm just talking about when the like of Danjuma, the former chief of army staff, will be telling you that under this government there's ethnic cleansing. You see, for him to talk that way, he won't talk carelessly because he was daring enough to tell us the truth. And he won't be the first person to say that. What I'm telling you is this: before these people were brought to that grazing reserve in Southern Kaduna was a very peaceful place. Today, when that place now grew into full township with all amenities, please, who are those people occupying all those grazing reserves? They are Fulani people. Now, when did that problem, the ethnic clashes start? When did it start? Did it start before those people? It was when those people came to that place. Now, look at what Buhari is doing. They are saying people from your tribe, people from your ethnic group are the one creating problem. First of all, there was the time they announced that everybody with a weapon, they should submit their weapon. Secondly, you started looking for one grazing reserve that never existed in the history of the country. You are looking for it everywhere. Sometimes ago, it was an issue of creating a cattle colony around, as if cattle is the only business in the history of Nigeria. Then, not only that, then it came to water resources a bit. See, we've seen the hands on the wall enough hands on the wall. If they make an attempt to repeal the Land Use Act, why would the federal government try to repeal the Land Use Act? See, when you see all these things, and we are still saying there's no agenda to grab land.
Can we please move on, please?
See, Thomas. You see, this is why I was criticizing Tinubu initially. You see, anybody that doesn't know how I criticized Tinubu in the past, they will mistakenly believe that maybe I'm one of the parties. No, it's just that because I'm dynamic, I play within the context of what is obtainable. That's why I came to the area of Tinubu. I used to criticize him based on all these things. So that nobody is trying to grab land. If you don't get this thing history, Yoruba will say Pansa Ofura, Pansa Jonah, Aja Ofura, Ajaji. We keep saying a lie. And if you don't do the right thing, the thing will come in front of us. So there was a time that we say, all those things that they happening in us.
I don't want to be stereotyping.
No, see, this political correctness is what is killing us in the South.
Ola, show me the land they grab in Yoruba land. Just show me one, or in the East.
What are you talking about? We've told you that they grab Ilorin already.
Ola, can we please move on? Please, can we move on?
See,
Thomas, I want to go.
When you are running away from the problem, you are not ready to discuss it. You don't run away from the problem.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kene. Yeah, let's wait for Kene. Kene is going, yeah.
So you see that they don't want to grab land. No. Political correctness, please let us just do away with it and face the reality. Some people just went to churches in Owa and they started killing people. What, for what purpose? They are chasing people away from their land.
You know the people they arrested about that war, they were not hustling.
I don't know.
Let me say something. Let me say something.
Yeah.
I want to.
So why
See,
do you now
all these things we are saying, we have been living with the Fulani Igbo, and that's why I said all our problem is political, and nobody can take land from anybody. I know, but the issue, the political problem still remains there. We need to reset our political system. Our politicians are our problem. So that's why I'm not
Wait,
against
so
any government.
these people in IDP camps, where did they come from? Did they not chase them out of their
and we are
land?
seeing this thing and we are
And you are
denying it.
saying nobody can take land from
We
anybody.
cannot say we cannot
Those people that are dying in
we
IDP
cannot
camps, did they
we
not come
cannot be
from a place?
we cannot be one
I
Nigeria and
mean,
be
let's
saying that
face facts. Let's face
we
facts.
cannot be one
People are dying in
we
IDP
cannot
camps.
be one
People are
Nigeria.
living in poverty.
Those
We
ones
cannot be
you
living
see,
we cannot be saying we are one Nigeria and be saying that Fulani want to take land, Igbo want to take land, Yoruba want to take land. That's not the right statement to make. So it's
let
just
me
to
say
find a
this.
solution to accommodate, and the bad ones, like what my brother Ogbeni said, I understand him very well. All these things, if you can go now, you can catch, if you catch one of those thieves, maybe 2 or 3 of them, you will see that they're a mix up. It might not be
Okay,
Fulani, it cannot be pure house.
if you are one of those people that were living in the IDP camps, you won't be talking like this. It's just because you are not affected, you are living comfortable,
No, it's
your
not because
business
I'm not
is going
affected.
very well.
I share their sympathy very much, even more than you think. But the issue is that we don't have the political will that, like, the leaders that are supposed to do some arrest, do some prosecution. You understand? Are not doing it.
When the followers
That's
are
the thing.
denying the fact, how will the leaders know our pains? Because we
Yeah.
are supposed to be the one to put them on prey or to apply pressure on them. But we are denying the situation. Even Thomas that is a Yoruba man is asking me, where you know the history of Ilori, how Ilori was taken over by Fulani, and you are still telling me that okay,
No,
since
now
you've been busy.
you are telling a wrong history about Ilorin now.
What wrong
Let me
history?
tell you what happened in Ilorin. Which Fulani came
Okay.
to take over Ilorin? Fulani didn't come around to take over Ilorin. You
Mhm.
have Akonja. Wait, let me tell you the history of that space now. I know you will know the history, but let's straighten things so that we don't think, oh, Fulani just came
No,
and grabbed.
Ben, I know you are in a difficult situation, though. I would have
No.
preferred for you to replace
I'm
yourself
just
in
no.
another
I try
capacity.
to be very dispassionate in my, in
Okay,
my.
can you tell us a little bit about Usman Danfodio too?
No, Usafodio was just Fulani to Hausa now. It has nothing to do with other ethnics we're talking about in the
But
space.
Fulani
But
and Hausa, they are
let's
two
deal with.
ethnic groups.
How did Usman Danfodio capture territory? How did they capture?
Usafodio use. You see, that's another thing you need to know about Usman Danfodio. Usafodio used their own people who he first converted to Islam, okay, to take over their lands, right? It's just like you have.
He said Usman Danfodio Fulani or Hausa.
Usafodio was Fulani from
Okay,
Sudan.
thank you.
He has a Sudan origin, right? He has a Sudanese Fulani origin, right? And don't forget that Fulanis who are indigenous to Nigeria, don't think they came from nowhere. They are like also settled, they settled also. And they have been Islam before he even came, right? But he believed that they are the Islam the Hausas were practicing were a mixture of Islam with the traditional thing. And he believed he brought a pure one. And he believed that God sent him also for jihad, that's to take over land and ensure that to take over a space and ensure that the religion is spread. So because of that, I started converting people, just like what the Boko Haram are doing now in the Northeast Axis. When they started, I actually served in Yobe, Adamawa Axis. I remember during my service here, I was a professor. Back then, we were doing rural rugged evangelism for Nigerian Christian Corpus Fellowship, which I was the secretary. We went to University of Maiduguri, and that day was the last day of this Boko Haram guy. It was their earlier days when government was yet to be going after them. And do you know people were crying? They were burning their certificates. We landed and were even crying for them. How can people be burning their certificate? Because they were brainwashing them, telling them, oh, it's haram. Western education is haram and everything that has to do with it. Go and burn your certificate. And they had a bonfire, and everybody, they were throwing their certificate inside the thing. That was how they were able to radicalize these people. 2 or 3 years after we heard about Yobe, then had already left the north, and we started hearing the born. I said that was the seed they were planting as at then, and our government, So with Madabodo was exactly like that. Was able to indoctrinate some, converted them, and from there they became a mole, and it was there to invade their land and wage war. In this day, nobody will carry that and be waging war on your land. Where I'm going, the point I'm going is this. So what happened in Ilorin? What happened in Ilorin is simple, so that we don't miss history up. There was a revolt within the Yoruba. General Simo, Afoja revolted against Alaafin, right? And he felt cheated. And he knew that the Yorubas would come after his life. So he ran to Ilorin, he carved the Ilorin out from the Yoruba land. And he invited them. Don't think, and that's why this thing doesn't correlate when you say, oh, how did they take Ilorin? He invited them to come and help him to fight. And they came. They were together, and they together fought Yoruba and fought the Oyo to a standstill. And then they changed the border to ensure that they carved Ilorin out from the Yoruba land. And eventually he died, and the Fulanis took over. So he invited
Ogbeni, see, I got that story you are talking about, but you are just painting the surface. You are not looking at the underneath. Something appear on the surface to be, oh, these items, but you have to go deeper into the root of that thing. See, what you are saying, I know all those stories you are talking about. I help you to come and help me. At the end of the day, you eliminate me just to take over. They eliminate Afonja. It's not as if Afonja died and they took over.
No, Afonja grew very old.
That is exactly what I'm saying now. See, they will use people on ground to achieve their aim. That's exactly what we are still saying. Afonja on his own was rebelling against Alaafin. But wait now, but those people that were helping him too, they had their own mission. In Yoruba, we say, you wanted to achieve something and you go just like that opportunity, you grab it. Okay, look at in 2016 when El-Rufai wanted to create another grazing reserve. You know what people of Southern Cardinal told those guys that, okay, rewarding these people with this land, 500 hectares of land, is like you are legitimizing, you want to make the killing of people on their land, you want to legitimize it so that you make it legitimate. That is what we are trying to do. So look at it critically. You keep people from their land. And the next thing you wanted to do a few years after that time is to now create a grazing reserve for those people that eliminate people. What exactly are they doing? You are encouraging them to even do more tomorrow so that they will carve out that place too as grazing reserves. See, look.
I agree with you. Let me tell you, see.
Everybody has access to the history. Like I said, I understand your situation. I don't really talk, to be honest. If I were you, I won't get myself involved too much here because by the time we go deeper in this history, I can tell you that there will be a lot of materials that we are going to release right here that will just everybody, the truth will be staring at everyone blankly. So
I would love to see. I would love to see all those materials. I love reading historical book like that, and
what Buhari could do. What Buhari could do back. It took Oshibajo to come out to say we never agreed on Ruga.
Yes, because they were trying to.
Audube was the one that came with Castle Colony.
What they tried to do for Osinbajo was they want to railroad Osinbajo into the program by saying that the federal government livestock and something program.
They now raised it to Ruga. Even some people were started giving Ruga some kind of fake name.
And they came out to tell them that no. So for me, when you look at that, that Ruga thing was an agenda.
Ogbeni, please, I want us to move away from that talk.
Okay, please. Let's move away from
That's enough. Have your final talk, then go to dancing governor so we can move on, please.
I won't speak much on this again. I just believe that
I don't hear what I don't like what I'm hearing.
Because the place I don't want to put you in a tight corner, please. I understand your situation. No. Ogbeni, it is unfair on me knowing your background and to put too much pressure on you. That's just me. So
well, anyway,
tomorrow if you are not here, with me and Thomas and other people, we will face ourselves fact for fact.
You will no, Ola, you will show me that land they grab before I agree with you. That land they grab in the kitty, in Oyo.
Thomas, I'm surprised you are telling me the Indian ground.
Benny, let me ask you a question. So you add it to your final talking point.
Okay.
This court, this thing they grant Peter Obi to able to petition Bola Ahmed Ashua Tinubu. If they can't see in person, they can give it to his media aid or go paste it at the APC secretariat. What was the meaning of that?
So it's called service by substituted means, right? Because the election petition, the paper itself must be served personally on you. Okay. And so they have a big order to cross, because they are not only serving Tinubu now, they should be looking for Shetima also all around. Normally in most petitions, you just put the main man there, you don't put the deputy. So for me, this is the first time I'm seeing them putting the deputy. So now that you have both the deputy and this thing, then you have to serve all of them personally. So if you made that time, you can't serve personally, then you have to come back to court court to now enable you to go and serve by subsidy means. So subsidy means could be different ways, maybe to go and drop it in your compound. Then that they deem mean that you have a notice of it already, or to serve it through your political party, or serve it through your wife, or serve it through DHL, so that DHL take it to your house, or paste it in court. So there are so many other ways. It's just an alternative way to dropping your court paper with you, personally, if they can't find you. Since Tinubu is not in the country, so they just need to do that. Because they are buying time, APC is buying time, of course. Because it is when you serve that their own 21 days will now kick off to file. So if you add another 21 days now, we're already hitting into May now. So by the time you now start the preliminary, before you even go into the main case, swearing in date, May 29 has come, and the man is already in charge.
Okay, because I was reading, the court have granted the LP that prayer, so now they can serve it to Tinubu's to APC secretariat, and they can go places in Shetima's house. So it's ready for them to appear in the court within 21 days, starting from yesterday. They granted that prayer.
For me, it's just a trouble they are giving them, particularly by hiding Shetima. I understand what they are trying to do with that Shetima thing by saying, "Oh, Shetima, you don't have, you're not qualified to be a candidate as at the time."
Benny, do you know I'm not happy with that court judgment.
Which one?
I want them to
Adeleke's judgment.
This guy.
Adeleke's judgment.
This guy, this dancing governor. Yes.
Okay, let me speak about that dancing governor thing.
Yes, I don't like the judgment. I want them to sack him.
You see, Mr. Thomas, you see, court cases are not like that. And this is the major problem I have with the obedient guys. And Article 2, although Article has been a bit relaxed recently, when it's not going your way, still be happy with the court, be dispassionate, and look at what court is doing. And when it goes your way, then thank the court. You see, the work of judges are why you always call it a thankless job. You win a case, you praise the judge, you lose the case tomorrow, you lambast the judge. And even the person the judge gives a case will still go and find something there and say he did not look at this aspect. So whichever way you look at it, a judge is just doing a job, a thankless job, a job that nobody will come and say thank you. Even government will be looking at you. You give a judgment against government, they look for a way to sack you like another. So that is the situation they always find themselves. But now, let's go a bit deep into Adeleke case. You see, for me, Adeleke case is just setting, it's a prelude to Tinubu's case.
So by the time they free Tinubu that Peter Obi are not able to prove overvoting, he shouldn't complain. And Atiku also should not complain. Now PDP is rejoicing, Atiku is congratulating and rejoicing with them. And what's the major findings in that case, which they should be very curious about? I know they are so many of them are exuberant. They only listen to essay, what Obi tells them or what any of for their Oga tells them, like zombie. They don't go and check themselves and know what is happening. Now already a principle is being laid down, because don't forget, Beavers is new, right? It's relatively new in our electoral system. So the court is just getting used to it gradually. The guys from the technical world are coming to court to explain it to court gradually, and the court is making principles. And don't forget, in our jurisdiction, there's something we call judicial precedence, that's third decisions, where if the court make a decision today, if tomorrow a similar case is coming, the court need not to be wasting its time any longer. You just look at the principle you have established yesterday, then you rely on that principle to make today's decision, and you don't leave that principle unless you find that it's no longer in tune, right, with times. So now, what is it that they have laid down here? They've been able to. So okay, Oyetola went to court and said there was overvoting, right? And you remember we've discussed that here before. How did he prove his overvoting? He got a certified true copy of the data from Beavers, right? From INEC. And then by the time he tabulated that data, he chose overvoting. And what is overvoting? It means that the numbers of people you are accredited in that place, the numbers of people that eventually voted exceeded the number of people that you accredited. So what Oyetola simply did was that he just looked at areas where Adeleke won very well. He attacked those areas. He didn't go to the entire state. He just attacked those parts, those areas, and said there was overvoting here. If you cancel the election in those places where there was overvoting, then I should be the one to lead. Now, by the time Adeleke are coming up with their own answer to reply, the CTC they got from Beaver shows that there was no overvoting according to them. So there was this question about the fact that the data has not finished synchronizing. You know, the same thing that happened in presidential election and they're shouting about. So as at the time Oyetola got his own, the data were still being synchronizing. As at the time Adeleke got his own, the data has already completed, so there was no overvoting. But the court believed that of Oyetola, I don't know for any reason. I wasn't part of the case, but that was what we've been reading on. And Tribunal said, yes, there was overvoting because I believe this one is a certified record from INEC. And also they said INEC came to court and agreed, considered to the overvoting thing, and then the whole thing went like that. Now Adeleke appealed and said, no, there was no overvoting. They should have looked at this my own to judge if there was actually overvoting. And a lot of issues they raised. They said the second judge who agreed to the majority judgment didn't write her own judgment too. But Court of Appeal threw that one away. They said, well, as long as the person signed whatever they've written, it's as good as he also wrote. Okay, fine. That one was against Adeleke, fine. And a lot of other cases. But let me tell you, what was now their finding on this overvoting thing? Which we should be very curious about. And I think we should be on a lookout when we are analyzing Tinubu's matter, or whenever we are meeting our friends, particularly those ones obedient, to analyze this issue so that they can understand and be schooled. Now, the court has been able to say now that before you can prove overvoting with this, you know, in those days, for you to prove overvoting, all you just need to do is just apply for the voter register, bring it, then apply from your Form ECA, bring it, then apply for your proof of accreditation, then bring it, then compute how many people did they accredit as reflected on your Form ECA, how many people voted. If that one is it, that's overvoting. Then you go to your voters register. How many people do you have in voter register? 10. How many people voted in this polling unit? 12. 12 exceeded voters register. That's overvoting, right? That's our traditional way. Now what the court now said is that no, INEC ought to bring that beavers to court to come and show us what is the number of accreditation as per the beavers. That is the only time we can believe that there was overvoting. And I will repeat it again. That's what the judgment is saying now. Beavers now is key for you to prove overvoting. So when INEC brings beavers, whatever you have, all those ones, the obedient, we have our own copy. Our agent have our own copy. Was it not the same? I have my copy. You have
Oh no, Ogbeni. What of the results from the sweetation room? 1 million votes for Lagos.
It's a blah 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 blue blah.
Blah blah blue.
Blah blue.
Blah blue.
Is a blah blah blue. I don't want to say brother dash so that we can be borrowing Tinubu's language very well. It's a blah blah blue. There's nothing there. If they have, Mr. Thomas, let me ask you a question. Have you read that petition? That would be petition.
No, this is just the summary we read here. That's it.
Please, you need to read it. Do you have a copy?
No, you can send it on private chat. I can have it. I want to be able to check the petition as well.
I can only send it on WhatsApp. I think I send it to World Peace. I have his WhatsApp number. I send to World Peace. If you read, you need to go and read just 90-something paragraphs, not too many. My brother, if you read, you see all those things, the allegations that is flying around online. There is no one in the petition. Nothing like voter oppression, voter no, nothing like that. They are not complaining anything like that in their petition. They are there, still deceiving their gullible followers outside. But in the petition, now by the time the court now will make judgment, they will say, with all those voter suppression, which you did not place before the court. See the issue we have now with our leaders and the zombies followers that we have. That is one. Do you know in that petition, they are not really emphasizing on Lagos. In fact, they just listed Lagos as a passing comment. They say another state. They now put Lagos inside it. Nothing to say.
But they want Lagos now. They can't contend Lagos now. Why would they?
But they said they had 900,000 in Lagos. They should be saying what Tinubu had. Give me 300 to add to my own. Is that not what they should be saying about Lagos? That's what they should be saying. If it is true that they are 900 and they declare 600 for you, you should be saying, that thing you get Tinubu in that, give me 300 for me. There's nothing, I don't know the magic.
It doesn't work like that, Benny. You know that now. It doesn't work like that.
See the way it works. See the way I expect them to come. I don't know. They can't amend again. So this is the way I expect them to come. They said they have their own results in their hands. Use that your results to do your petition. Then ask INEC to bring their beavers. If it is true that your result is the real result, that's what they will find in the beavers. But you are still saying, let me even see the beavers.
But Ogbeni, let's be reasonable here. We are not a fool.
Okay.
How will you have a result? INEC is the one. INEC is the umpire.
Yes.
INEC is the one that conducted the election. So where is your results? Their own results. Where is it coming from?
No, this is it. This is it, Mr. Thomas. You see, when you finish in a polling station, that result, that from CCAA, they execute it. They do it in counterparts, right? That means you have a lot of parts. They now tear each one. Whatever you write on the white one, the first one, will reflect all through in others, just like that carbon paper, right? So you now
like carbon paper, yes, yeah.
So you now tear for each person. But do you know the funniest thing? They tore it for each person, right? And they said their agent brought it to their collation center. Don't forget, Labour didn't even have agents in all polling units. So this Labour that is branching.
No. Okay, before the election, we saw them when they were looking for party agents.
And even some that even joined them, they were just moles within them. They were not really part of it.
Ogbeni, it reminds me of Tinubu then when they said Tinubu is paying some people in Yoruba nation. I said, that means if Tinubu call you and pay you in Yoruba nation camp, that means what you believe in, you don't believe in it.
Yeah.
You're supposed to rubbish him and say, Baba, go to hell with your money. Abi, am I right?
Yeah, you're
But
right.
if you collect the money, that means you are not serious,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yes. So now for me, now Beavers has come, right? Good. And Court of Appeal have told us now that INEC, before sorry, Mr. Obi, Mr. Atiku, before any of you can prove overvoting, you must be able to be friendly with INEC to bring this thing to court. If you are not friendly, if INEC refuse, then you must be able to come to tell us to compel INEC to bring Beavers to court. Then lastly, whatever we see in that Beavers, we're going to believe, regardless of what you are bringing. That's for me what that judgment has shown. No, I've not read, and don't forget, I'm leaving a caution here. That is what I read as far as my understanding of what press, because I don't even believe Nigerian press again. Everybody with his own version of a story. But from what I've read from press, that's the impression I'm getting now. So until I find a colleague to send, I've tried to get it. They will get it for me. If I get a colleague to send to me, fine. Then I should be able by then read well and come back to this platform to enlighten people on it. That's just my contribution, and I think I'll be signing off for the day. God bless everyone. Uptown, welcome.
Yeah, hear from
Thank you,
Uptown before
Ogben.
you sign off. I think he's come to challenge you, Ogben.
Thank you,
Uptown.
Ogben. No, I just
Okay.
came to greet him, and
Okay. Thanks.
I'll greet every other person on the platform. I'm Baba John. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. All right. Yes.
Do we have Ola? Do you want to say something,
Okay.
Uptown?
Yeah. On the challenging, I really wish I have strength to challenge anybody right now, but I don't. Sadly, but I think on the OB case, on a very good day, yeah, we'll come and talk about it. I've had the opportunity of sitting with constitutional lawyers, at least 3 of them as at now. That was able, because me, I don't like stressing my head with legal issues. I would rather listen to counsel or people that are into it to explain for me. That was able, because me, I don't like stressing my head with legal issues. I would rather listen to counsel. I can hear myself. I don't know why.
Yes, yes, he's from Remy. I've muted. He mutes himself. Yeah.
Okay.
You two, we are hearing some background noise from you as well.
Oh, okay. Let me check that.
Yeah. Maybe you are watching Nollywood movie.
Yes, it's playing on the TV.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
Hold on, please.
Yeah.
Thomas,
do you want me to
sorry.
come back to you?
Sorry, just 20 seconds.
Yeah, Remy. Yeah, come in, Remy.
I sent a link to you about a new judgment from Appeal Court relating to Shetima double registration. The Appeal Court already struck it out. So even before
in the comment section, in the private or the
it's a new judgment from Appeal Court. PDP took them to court about Shetima double registration, being a senator and also
really we haven't heard that.
And you can check the link from the comment section. You can check it. That is the new thing. So even before they went to the Appeal Court for the
hold on, Remy, settle down. When they struck it out because they said
they lack local standard.
They lack locals, so that they lack locals. That's not to say that there wasn't substance in the case. It lacked locals. That's what it was.
Yeah, well, you are right, but this is
what's the meaning of the lack locals? Enlighten way that are novice.
So
they don't have jurisdiction.
Competent to bring the case. Is the PDP now that brought the case? They are saying you don't have the standing, you don't have the legal standing. You are not. It is not in your. It doesn't lie in your mouth to say
why.
Because they don't belong to the same political party. So they are saying, what is your business with what is going on in other person's party?
There
You
you go.
understand?
Now
Just
I
like
get it.
what is happening in their party, leave it to their own internal affairs, or you are prognosing, something like that.
You're right, but this is from the appeal court, not from the high court.
Yes, I think PDP now appealed. Do you understand? I'm not
Yes.
sure what you are
So
bringing there.
this is from the appeal court. It's not from the high court. It's from the
Yes,
court of
no, hold on, Remy. I'm not sure that you should get too excited.
I'm not
Because
excited. I
no,
just
no,
wanted
no,
to know
no.
the news.
Hold on. I just want to clarify. They did not say that the case lacked merit. They said that PDP, they don't have the legal standing to bring forward that case. So the case itself was not adjudicated. No, it is the standing, it is the status, it is the qualification of the person that presented it, a technicality that made them throw it out. So the substance of it has not been heard yet.
But one man,
is,
why
right.
PDP don't have the right? Is
Because
their opponent now?
I think Ogwini is probably better positioned to explain that. So let me just.
Yes, Remy is right. And if he's excited, I think he's right to be. The reason is that that is if he's actually on the part of on the side of Tinubu, then he may be excited, because I think it's exciting for the Tinubu guys, for the Baptist, because that is to tell you the Supreme Court the Court of Appeal will not depart from this position. So whoever is bringing the issue now, they may likely want to say we have to be consistent with what we have said. If you want to talk about this issue, it doesn't lie in the mouth of whoever is not within APC.
Well, Benny, does that mean APC carry card member can do that?
Yes, that's pre-election matter. I've explained here before. See, nomination of members of a party, of a candidate of a party, is more like yes, there are divergent decisions on it, but so generally, largely, is an internal affairs of the party. So who can go to court now to be challenging it? You must be somebody who participated in that primaries. Do you understand? For instance, I'm a candidate in a primaries now. You change me.
You go. Yeah.
I can go to court to go and challenge you. Not that somebody from another born somewhere far away will now be coming to you. What's his business?
Like Okorocha now can go to the court.
Like Okorocha that participated and Lameshi that participated, like Oshimbajo that participated, can say, okay, I'm a member of this party, you didn't follow our constitution. But not that article will be cited APC constitution. What's his business? Is he a signatory to it? So that's the basis.
But Ogbeni, sorry. Are those articles lawyer? Don't they advise them, or their lawyer doesn't know the law?
No, they know. They know. See, the problem is actually with our court. Different judgment with different position just come out from our court. And problem also start from litigant. Cases that they have litigated will go back to court to go and battle it and start looking at. See, our court is one of the busiest in the world. Though. That's our apex court that you see.
Ogbeni, sorry, can I interject just a little bit?
Yes.
Ogbeni, I think
you are Remy.
I think you are supporting as a lawyer. I think from the financial angle, the lawyers are making a kill. So no matter what, this is election petition, this is the time for all these senior advocates and so many lawyers to make their money. So it's just to make a kill. And unfortunately for black men did not see a lot of things objectively most times. They always think, okay, I can still do it, I can still become a president. When you look at the result, you look at everything. A black man will already know I lost this election, but they won't accept. They still want, this is Nigeria. We can still use mago or anything that goes, anything we can use anyway, we can still get it. It's done. Look at the petition. I listened to you, Ogbeni, several times, several hours, telling us that the pros and cons and everything about the petition. I was also expecting that I will see a lot of the polling unit where they were cheated, where there was a lot of rigging. I'm waiting to see a lot of thousands or millions of votes that they are going to remove from Tinubu article and give it to B, or maybe remove from article and give it to B, so that he can have that spread, and then they can now declare him as the president of the country. I didn't see that in the petition. I'm not a lawyer, but I listen a lot. So sometimes I'm in this place, I'll be listening, and digest a lot. So just as normal with every black man, sometimes you don't want to accept defeat. Sometimes you just fight unnecessary cause. This election has come and gone. The winner, we already know what happened. To be frank with you,
But Remy, they said they stole the mandate. If nothing was stolen, they will say they stole the mandate.
okay,
And they have approached the court. Yeah,
if the mandate was stolen,
I like Remy.
how
Wait,
come?
don't you like how Peter Obi went to the court? Everybody
No,
like it, so that
I'm
the
not.
court can determine.
It is his right to go to court, but unfortunately, I think he's just deceiving himself because he knows the truth. He knows the truth. He knows he lost this election. We are fighting a cause. Maybe he just think this is my best shot. I should give it all my best because in the next 8 years or 16 years, it doesn't going to have that chance again. Maybe that's what he's trying to do. Ranking on sentiment, crying or weeping. As 60-year-old man weeping or crying on national TV.
61.
It's totally for what reason? Just an election? You win some, you lose some. Why do you want to die there? Life continue. I'm so disappointed in some of our politicians. Why are you crying on national TV? And you want to be. We think that a president must be a strong leader, a person that must show good example.
But Buhari does as well now. Buhari does.
Yeah, well, to be frank with you, I really supported Buhari in 2015. But during the second time, I was totally disappointed in him. Especially, he didn't handle the insecurity system very well. During the tail end of his career, he just destroyed everything he has. Why, for God's sake? If not because of that cashless policy, maybe APC would have even won more votes because there's a protest vote against their candidate. So it makes the party lose a lot. And now you are just playing double face. And you look at him, he's just a cheeky leader. You voted and you're not showing everybody, hey, I voted for APC. Who are you, for God's sake? To me, him and Obi, they are not too different. Obi weep and he also cry. These are not strong leaders. We need strong men. We need somebody that can take action. Not just people too soft and too sentimental about everything. But what I'm trying to say is that as a pre-election matter, the Court of Appeal have taken their decision about this thing. And I was expecting the petition from what these other candidates show us where you are rigged.
Remy, are you thinking maybe this article can instigate one of the person that participated in the primaries to bring back the case to court? Because
they can't file again.
You understand what I mean?
They can't file again. The time is foreclosed.
So Otupari?
Ojuton now. They can't file again now. Time is foreclosed.
So even before the start of the petition at the Court of Appeal, I mean the presidential election, the things already showed. So look at it. And look at our delegate yesterday.
Let me tell you, the judgment of Adeleke and this judgment you just talked about now, those two judgments are prelude to what will happen to Obi and Atiku's petition. Go and write it down. They will be the major authority to throw away those petitions, but they won't depart from their decision.
Wow. So they just leave Adeleke and nobody will cry foul now.
Of course,
you understand what I mean? Yes. Nobody will cry foul at the end of the day.
Even the Oyetola said, if they have to advise, and I know their legal team will sit down and re-strategize. If they have to re-strategize now, what they will just simply do is just to leave the judgment the way it is. Don't go further to Supreme Court to upturn it.
No. They will go to Supreme Court. Now Nigerian politician now.
Well, it's true, Sha. So because the issue is that so that leave that principle, don't ruffle with that principle. Let the principle be binding of the court as at the time we are doing our presidential case, so that nobody will say the Supreme Court has changed that principle. It's a very strong principle, that Beavers thing. I'm telling you against them, and they are not conscious of it now. We will still be going to TV station and be deceiving them, and that's how we'll be going to channels and be saying they should swear and they should not swear.
There is this senior advocate of Nigeria. He already retired, Robert Clark. He mentioned one thing in an interview, I think with Arise. He said the court will believe INEC. They gave INEC the power. It's what INEC present that the court will usually say, this is the truth. This is what
our own. And with two people Yorubas, please. People should not be annoyed, those of them that said Lagos is no man's land. It's an understatement and a slight to people's personality.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm talking about Robert Clark before the video went ahead.
Yeah, I remember Robert Clark.
Robert Clark said categorically it is INEC that the court always believe have the truth because they are the one that conducted the election. They are the one that have the result, that have everything. And to me, I just think the reason why I said this is an exercise in futility for Obi and Atiku is that I was even reading all their petition. I did not see where they said, okay, I was rig out 100,000 votes, 200,000. So I don't know why you are giving a lawyer 500 million just for, oh my God, just to buy. I don't know.
What of the 1.5 million votes in the Nasarawa or the two?
You need to read that petition, Mr. Thomas.
Send
Seriously.
it to me now. Let me.
If
I'll
I have
put my. I'll put my. No. I'll put my mail. I'll put my mail in the private section.
Put your mail. I'll send it to your
email. I'll put my email there. I need to read that petition.
I'll send it
go on, Remy.
Put it down before I sign up.
Yes, I'll put it down. I'll put it now. Just now.
As it is now, I think as a leader, especially Obi, Atiku already mellowed down. And Obi should find a way. If Obi is truly a true leader, he should try to galvanize his movement very well. Even if he's not going to contest in the next election, or maybe he's not going to contest again, galvanize it. At least look at Tinubu. It took him more than 25 years of hard work. The reason why I supported him is because I like people that work hard and that focus. It's not easy. Even for him to 25 years, he still cannot even win Lagos.
Remy, you are making a mistake. You see, this movement is even bigger than Peter Obi. Peter Obi followed the followers. Peter Obi doesn't have his mind of his own. Peter Obi can't say, I don't want to go to... He can't say, I don't want to go to court. They will take him to the Eagle Square and they will stone him.
I'm not saying he should not go to court. What I'm trying to say is this. It's very simple. I know he's a selfish man. Sorry for my language.
You can say that. I don't care about them.
I am too sure that after everything, this man will just go away, leave all those guys that maybe some people already died because of him or maybe injured or something like that. He does not care. He's just an opportunist. And he was lucky because he used the sentiment because of no lack of job employment opportunity in Nigeria. Then he also used religion and tribalism. When people talk, people don't always say the truth. The reason why the Yoruba came out en masse to vote against that guy in Lagos State because of Obi, not even because of that guy, because the politics he played, you can see that they were town criers in the Southeast saying if you vote for APC or PDP, don't come out. The same strategy, that is what they also used against Vival in Lagos. So he is the one. And when the results start trooping out, the Yoruba being very liberal, they think, okay, I can vote for Obi as my candidate. They voted for him. But they expect the result to be nearly the same to all over the federation. When they come out from the Southeast, you voted for your son only, 90%. And then you are giving us a crowd that we always voted that way. We always voted that way. Now, to now rub insult upon injury, you are now telling the Yoruba people that we are the one that voted for Obi, not you guys. That Lagos is no man's island. Something like that. Even if you don't say Lagos is no man's island, your body language, some of your leaders, whether they are elite or they are not elite, what they're saying is very insulting to this tribe. That's why people say, okay, fine. This is what you are. For you, I live in Ibadan. My neighbor is an Igbo, and he's a very good guy. We are friends, no trouble. But there's this some set of people, they spill out rubbish and so many other stuff like that. So at the end of the day, that is why that Lagos was okay, we'll show you who is the true owner of this land. Because we have seen that you play tribal politics in your own region. We are going to pay you back in your own coin. Simple as ABC. That is objective from my part of from my reasoning. So don't blame the Yoruba for voting for their son, because we are not so dumb and so stupid that we are going to vote somebody that cannot speak our own language. They cannot accept 5% of what they are doing in Lagos. They cannot accept in their region. But as we said, it's now we should put everything behind us as a Nigerian. Let's move ahead. So OB, if you are truly a true leader, there's a way you should communicate to your people. Mellow down, soft it down. I was watching Rufai Oseni with Fayoshe the other day, yesterday. And Fayoshe gave it to him because he's
Oh,
going
yes,
to,
yes. You didn't came and you saw the video,
yes,
isn't it?
because he gave it to him because he's going too personal. And as a journalist, there was a way you can coin your language. Look at Politics Today on Channels TV. This guy has been holding this, I mean, for so many years. When he put his question, he will always find a way to ask questions so that it doesn't feel personal or maybe insult the person you are interviewing. You invite
Are
this
you
guest.
talking of Sheon or Kimbaloye?
Yes, he's good at asking questions and he can get whatever he wants. But Rufai always think you are better. Who are you, Rufai, for God's sake? If not to say we are practicing democracy, if to some that military, can you be talking that way to your leaders? Even as a Yoruba man, can you?
Remy, you
Yes.
said you destroy your passport. Have you destroyed your passport, Nigerian
Me,
passport?
how can I destroy my passport? Those people that are destroying their passport, they are lying. They are destroying their old passport. They are not destroying their new passport they just have. It's a lie. Can they destroy their new maybe they have can they, if I want to believe them, those of them that have resident card or maybe nationality of other country, I want them to destroy it. Those pastors you see those guys destroying, these are the old pastors they already used, not their new passport they are using currently. And if I were Nigerian immigration, they should note that people when they come
No,
for
but
renewal.
no, Remy, I don't know. Let me say this: I don't know how it happens in other country. The last time me and my family, we renew our passport, they collected the old passport. I don't know how it happens in other country. I'm talking
It's
of
the same thing.
Australia.
It's the
Yeah,
same thing
they
here.
always
If you want
they
to
always
renew
collect
your
our old passport. Yeah.
I don't know whether they collected your passport, but they will give you a new passport. Why you should return the old
Yes,
one?
they do. They do. They collect all our passports. The old one. They
Okay. When I
collected
used
it.
to
Yeah.
live, in China, they don't collect our old passport, but they will give us a new. It's a reissue to give us a new one. But for here in Europe, in the Scandinavia, everybody go to Sweden. I think they don't collect the old passport; they just give them a new one. So I think most people destroying that passport, they are just destroying the old passport, where they don't really need it, already expired. So nobody can tell lies
But
anymore.
Remy, can you say those people are not even Nigerian in the first place?
Let me quickly say this before I exit. Mr.
Yeah,
Thomas, I've
Albania.
sent it to your email. Now,
Yes, yeah, I will check my mail now. Yeah.
okay, now go and look at that man that destroyed his passport very well. You have that video. You will see that what the man destroyed is a perforated passport.
I'm right.
Perforated, and that's a cancelled passport. They've
Yeah,
already punched it
yeah.
4 places. Okay, so go and check it back. You will see. It's a
So
cancelled passport.
in some Nigerian embassies they will not perforate it, but they will stamp all the
They will
pages and
stamp cancel. Yes. In
yes.
some but that one was perforated. You will see it. So everything is
So
just
so
a
they
ring.
are just lying, okay? They are a bunch of liars. You are in abroad, you will destroy your passport. How are you going to travel? Are you going to declare asylum or whatever when you already have
No. They have American passport, UK
yeah.
passport now.
So
They can get visa.
Nigerian immigration should
You
wait
don't
for
need
them
you
at the
don't
next
need
time.
you don't need Nigerian passport to go to Nigeria now, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. But as an American, if you take your American passport, you need a visa.
But you will collect visa now, of course.
If they collect
There's
this,
visa.
if they collect visa, I think because at the port of entry in Lagos, they usually the GSA always check your information through their laptop. I
Yeah,
think
you
if
can even collect visa on
and just
arrival. There's visa on arrival.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Let's see the video. I didn't see what Ogbeni said about that. Let's check the video. Let's
Having
see.
critically observed the way and manner the Nigerian election has been conducted so far, I have come to the conclusion that Nigeria can never be redeemed. As a result, I have decided not to be associated with anything called Nigeria. In order to buttress my assertion, I hereby destroy my Nigerian passport.
So you can see
Did
when
you see
he
the
said
perforation?
it's a perforated passport. He's a liar. Bloody liar. He's a liar. Most of them are lying. The
Can I
passport
can
is
I can I
perforated,
come in, please?
expired one is expired.
Hello,
So
Thomas.
yeah, God, man. So they just deceive people unnecessarily. People now continue to trend. It's a perforated passport already expired. And it's a lie that he will not associate himself with any Nigerian. He will be the first person.
Sam, let's hear from Samo. Samo, you want to come in? Yeah.
Yeah, good morning. Well done.
Oh, you just wake up. You
Yeah,
sound.
just as
That's all right.
usual. Yeah, I woke
I
up like
know.
20 minutes ago. I've been listening. Remy, I really
I know.
align with Remy 100%. I just want to say thank you to Woman for this platform. I come in here to learn a lot. And the lawyer guy, Benny, that guy is a very, very bright guy. I learn a lot from him as well. And
Enigmatic.
no, the lawyer guy, Benny, the lawyer guy,
Ogbenia.
is a very bright guy. I really like him. Kulota, Enigmatic, they're my favorite on this place. I just want to, I just want to say,
All of us love them now.
yeah. I like listening to these guys. So when they are not here, I'll still put it on. But then when they are here, I listen all night. I can listen to them all night. I really align myself with what Remy said. Everything he has said tonight, just briefly. You see what is happening now? Obi has brought a dangerous dimension into our polity, and I'm not lying. It brought religion, it brought ethnicity. It's not as if these things were not there before, but he has made it more pronounced to us now, in our faces. He went to the church take back your country. You will do something and you come back and lie that you didn't do it. See how he threw all the pastors under the bus when he lost the election straight away. He was distancing himself from these pastors that he went to in the first place. See the guy, NHA in Port Harcourt, he lost his state to a Reverend Father. All of this that went on, it was premeditated. They knew what they were doing. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the Supreme Court or APC, PCC issuing a statement that the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice in Nigeria is around, that he didn't actually travel? To what end? And I know what they are doing. They are trying to call out this man. Now you have released the statement. See, we should stop dancing to their tune. They know what they are doing. At the end of the day, they want this man to recuse himself. Because when the election petition gets hotter, when we get into the thick of things, they will tell you like he's a Yoruba man, he's an ethnic man, he needs to recuse himself. They will start reminding us of today, what they have done day before yesterday. And this Sam Amadi guy, I don't know what the DSS is doing, not picking up these guys, for Christ's sake. What the Fani Kayode say that immediately they picked him up the next day, they invited him to come over, grilled him for like 6 hours. Sam Amadi is doing nonsense on the social media. You left him alone. That was too dangerous. The Chief Justice of Nigeria.
To me, no election is perfect.
Can I continue? Can I go on?
Go on.
You now tweeted, this Sam Amadi now did a rebuttal, tweeting that he did it, it was a mistake, that he shouldn't have done that. And the DSS is watching, Is it until this nation goes on fire before they start taking action? What is wrong with the apparatchik in Nigeria, the security system in Nigeria, for Christ's sake? Why is Buhari so aloof and looking at things like this? The reason why I said I align myself with my brother Remy is, see this Buhari guy, if you are a supporter of him, I know how many friends I've lost because of this Buhari. Buhari is an indefensible person. You cannot defend this man. See what he did at the dying minute of his administration. However good or badly he had done, I'll rate him, I'll give him 60% because infrastructure-wise, he has helped the country. If all the previous government have done what Buhari did to us in this last 8 years, infrastructure-wise, we will not be where we are today. So to us, it looks like Buhari has really helped us. But it's their job anyway. I supported this man personally, 2015. But when I saw the dimension Saraki took and derailed his government, because if Saraki didn't derail this guy's government and they actually chose the Senate president they wanted, he would have done more than this. So the Buhari's first 4 years was a waste. It was in the second part of the government when they have the Senate president they wanted, whether it was a rubber stamp or not. See, I don't care. I want development, I want progress. If the Senate president will be a rubber stamp, let him be stamping it and let us see development. What's the point of having a Senate president or a House of Reps that is always at loggerheads with the presidency, and some people are happy with that in the name of opposition? What kind of opposition are you doing? Your country is not going forward, and you're saying you want a belligerent and a callous House of Representatives or a Senate to be, to always be at loggerheads with your presidency? Is that what we need at this time? Just in the name of opposition? See where we are today now. See how Buhari started. Very, very bad. But he picked up in the second term, and see what he did to us with this cash crunch. So if you want to stop people from buying votes, is this how to stop them? Is this how? I went to Nigeria. I told you yesterday or day before yesterday, I came early in the morning. I couldn't spend cash. My uncle, I'm not saying this to be braggadocious, is getting into a billionaire stage in Nigeria. My uncle is into estate survey. He always have cash at hand. I went to Bolade in Oshodi. There's this guy that saw me like, oh, guy, you don't even look Nigerian, this and that. Maybe because of my face that was fresh or something. Like, I shouted, oh, guy, just leave all those stories. I'm just as black as you too. He was just telling like, oh, guy, I just want to know you. I beg, let me collect your number. Is the operation manager at that filling station, goodness of filling station in Oshodi, Bolade area. I collected his number. I didn't even know the guy would be of good use to me later. On Monday, I was going to travel back. Sunday, I didn't have cash on me. And I know these people at the airport, they'll keep taking money from you. They will not take transfer. I called that guy on Sunday night, like, oh, God, please, I need cash. He told me to start coming, that I just want to do it to me, that he just likes my face, this and that. I went to him. Under 2 hours, he works at the filling station, the operation manager. He was able to rally around and give me 20,000 cash. I told my uncle, you won't believe it, he's a pastor in Christ Embassy. That my uncle. He told me like he's going to get me some money before evening on Sunday. He couldn't do it. I thought I just got 20,000. He said, where did you get 20,000? Imagine a millionaire. If you give people 2,000 naira cash in Nigeria, they will almost be kneeling down for you. Millionaires, for Christ's sake. See what this guy has turned our country to. I got that 20,000. I almost finished that money at the airport on Monday morning. What if I didn't get that cash? What if I didn't take that guy's contact? I would have almost missed my flight at the airport in Lagos on that Monday I was coming back. See the cash crunch in Nigeria. You have money in the account, but you can't take your money. You have money in the account deposited by yourself. And the government is telling you can't take more than 5,000, you can't take more than 10,000 on top of your money. So if people want to stop vote buying, is that how to stop it? When people can buy votes with dollars and change it to Naira later? When people can go across the border and change it to CFA franc and change it back to Naira later? How daft is that, for Christ's sake? And people keep coming on here, everywhere on the platform, keep blaming Emefiele. Of course, I will lay blame at Emefiele's feet as well, because I saw how Sanusi Lamido, the emir of Kano, the former emir of Kano, dealt with Jonathan. That position was meant to be apolitical. You are not supposed to dabble into politics. See what Emefiele did to Nigeria. He was even interested in presidency. He even went to the extent of going to the court to help them interpret that why should the CBN position be apolitical, so he can position himself for presidency. And that's the same central bank that we kept our ballot papers. What is wrong with this country, for Christ's sake? Everybody's just running like a headless chicken, like there's no order in the country. So Abati will sit down on TV. If you follow Abati on,
Sami, what have we gained from this money policy? Just telling me one thing. Just one
there's
thing.
nothing. It's just an infliction of pain on Nigerians because you want to. Nobody can tell me Buhari supported this Tinubu for winning this election. Nobody can convince me. I'm a Buhari supporter when it came in 2016. Straight away, I cut off myself. Like, what kind of nonsense is this? If you, Thomas, or one man, or whoever on this platform had contested against Jonathan in 2015, I'm telling you, 99% you will have won the election. Nigeria wanted a change. Anything but Jonathan at that time. I remember Buhari telling Bola Tinubu to make himself available to be the vice president to him before Saraki said, no, this Muslim will not fly. I'm telling you, if we had that Muslim ticket in 2015, Bola Tinubu would have been the vice president. What are you talking about? Anything but Jonathan at that time. Because the insecurity was crazy. We didn't even know we were going to get worse of it during Buhari. Turning the blind side on security. And we brought in you as a general to help the system. You are asking me about this cash crunch, about this exchange of money. When I even saw the 200 naira that was given to me in Nigeria, I saw the different currencies. It was just like they poured some dye on the money. The money even looked fake to me. And I'm asking them, are you sure you are giving me the right currency? He said, oh God, this is how we spend it. Is a real naira. Imagine the new naira note look like a wash out. We have not gained anything from it. We have just wasted money in printing monies. And Emefiele knew all this outrightly because we are not printing this money from Nigeria. The security papers need some security features on it. They print them from Germany or from Britain here. They will have told you ahead of time. These white people, they are not stupid people. They will have advised you ahead. We can't get enough of this, what you want at this time. But you knew this and you misinformed the president. That's the part Emefiele complicated things for himself or got himself complicit in this. You knew this money was not going to be ready, but you went ahead to tell the daft president. I'm sorry to use that word. He was so daft. How can you decide with the governor of the central bank without speaking to your governors, for Christ's sake? See how many states all the governors lost in APC. You think they are happy? The presidency lost his own state during the presidential election. Thank God for saving face in the governorship that he won. They won the state back to APC now. All the APC governors. I'm happy about it, how everything turned out. At least, if not for anything, Obi has brought a different dimension into the game now. Everybody will sit upright. I'm really angry about what I saw in Lagos. I'm an APC supporter. I'm a faithful of APC. I'm not a card-carrying member. But when I got home after 12 years, and I saw the area, Ketu Alakpere, that I left 12 years ago, and I saw how dilapidated everything is, man, I was crying inside. Thank God I drove. I drove around and I saw things for myself. It wasn't as if they sent me pictures. Whatever we are seeing in Lagos is just the highbrow of Lagos. Go to the interiors and see. I went to Unilag. I went to Surulere, but Jabiamila really tried in Surulere. I won't lie. Sorry, I'm just miscellaneously picking things all around. I'm just telling you how I feel about this whole thing. Yes, they have tried in Lagos, but they could have done more with our resources in Lagos. Where are all this money is going to, for Christ's sake? Go to the interiors in Lagos and see Alakpere Estate. Go to even the Tomiland Bridge. You will almost fall into the water trying to dodge the potholes on the bridge. It's a shame. So if you want to stop Bola Tinubu from winning the election, do you have to inflict pains on the citizenry? Do you have to inflict pains on the plebiscite? Because you want to stop nobody can tell me he wants Bola Tinubu to win that election. And I'm thinking to myself, so if you don't want your party to win this election, you want Atiku to come after yourself, Fulani man, doing 8 years, you want us to have another Fulani 8 years, like the other regions don't matter? I'm someone that, I will go for competence anytime, any day, ahead of religion. I don't care.
Yeah.
Muslim. Yes, sir.
Sorry, just to corroborate you.
Obi is there now. Obi is there. If you don't want Atiku, Obi is there.
Sam, I totally agree with you. Buhari does not want Tinubu to win that election. And that is the fear of most Southern people, that these Fulani people, they don't want to leave power to the other part of the country. I was so disgusted in his action. As a leader of a party, Tinubu and the rest all over Nigeria supported you more than 100%. They spend their money, they spend their time, they make sure you get to that position twice. Even if Tinubu, you don't really like him, you are supposed to be in the forefront fighting for him. This is a guy that makes you, apart from God, he is the only one after God that really tries his best to make you become the president of that country. He was in front, amalgamation of all the parties together, campaigning for you all over Nigeria, follow you all over the 36 states. When they campaign, he was always talking, campaigning, even to the extent, the reason why a lot of people voted against him is just because that he supported Buhari. It's that anger and that hatred some Yoruba people transfer to Tinubu, not that they don't like him. And I always tell people, nobody is a saint. What I'm after is that I don't care whether you eat money. They eat money in Europe, they eat money in Asia, in America, but get the job done. If you are getting the job done, I don't care how much you eat from it. We have good roads, train, everything. I was so happy when I see the Lagos blue rail line. I'm living here in Europe. That blue rail line they just constructed in Lagos is as beautiful, more beautiful than the one I have in this place here I'm living. Because of the elevated and everything new, everything is new. That is what we should support. When you have somebody that is performing, let's come together and support them, not bringing them down because of sentiment or tribal politics or something like that. I was totally ashamed. I was totally disgusted in Buhari. He just turned the country to a mess. How come this kind of cashless policy? How many days to the election, for God's sake? That means he really, really wants Tinubu to lose.
It was deliberate. It was deliberate. They didn't want him to win.
It was deliberate. But there's one thing, because as God will have it, God destined, it's his destiny that this guy is going to be your next president. With all everything they threw at him from the primaries, I was disgusted in Osinbajo also. Osinbajo does not know nothing. He just unpick him, come and be a VP. All the other people in, associates of Tinubu, they refuse. They say, no, not Osinbajo. But sorry for my language. I always think people that are short like that, they're always evilish. Yes, I'm sorry to say that. And see what he does. You want to contest. You that cannot spend money, you don't have the time to build your own grassroots.
Does he even have the clout? Do you think let me tell you,
Atiku have been the president now for 100%.
100%. I just wanted to say that. Do you think Amici can stand Atiku or Osinbajo or even Lawan? None of them. They knew this, but why do you want to lose the election? Because I don't know why people are not reasoning.
They won't raise it because sentiment is a lot in that country. People don't always say the truth. They won't say the truth. They would just be. There's so many hypocrites in Nigeria. It's the nail on the head. They won't say it. They will just be breathing it. I don't know how to say it. So you see a lot of our people, even from my own tribe, the too much hatred. My tribe, I'm a Yoruba guy. It's all right that if somebody is successful, some Yoruba guy, they will just hate you for nothing. They just want to bring you down. I don't know what they gain from it. This is the first time we're having a core politician. This is the first time we're having a core technocrat. This is the first time we are having in the history of that country, that's somebody that really know what he really wants. All the presidents or military of the state that we have been having, they did not prepare for the position. This is the first time you can be proud. We have a chartered accountant to become
See the OB they want to foist on us. You remember that National Economic Summit group where they interviewed Bola Tinubu when he was sitting down and they were asking him a question about the oil industry. They asked Obi the same question. One guy actually stood up and asked Obi, what are going to be your 5? I've forgotten how that guy asked framed that question. Obi said, I don't know everything. I've come to learn here. For Christ's sake. For Christ's sake. And they are giving him a pass on that.
Because Obi uses religion and tribal politics, then he just packaged himself very well, and therefore for it, unfortunately for him, the country is not well economically. It's not well, and we have everything's not going well. So everybody will turn to his side, and a lot of people said Obi that is 60 is an establishment. He has been a governor 2 times, and what did he did in Anambra that is so special? Nothing. And people will always tell me, hey, Lagos State have more resources than Anambra. I don't like that. I always give example of Ebonyi State. That guy is a workaholic. He turned that state around totally. Today, they have 3 senators from that state. They also won the gubernatorial election. That means Ebonyi people appreciate good work. It did a lot of things, build new university, new roads, bridges, everything, and never make noise. This is the kind of person we are talking about. But I just don't get it. So you can see.
One thing I've realized is some section of the country they don't want progress. They believe they want to be stuck in the same place so far. It's not their own person there. If it is their own person there, see.
I'm not even talking about sectionals, not every sector, even some Nigeria, even you can see that even some parts, even in Yoruba land or Hausa land, the reason why they also voted against El Rufai is because they see a lot of development. And if you are developing a state, there is no way you are not going to step on stones. You are going to demolish a lot of houses. You are going to do a lot of things to make rooms to get the money to do all this. Our people don't like it. Our people are too egoistic, whether Yoruba, Hausa, or Yoruba. They just want to show big man. When they are in abroad, they will obey all the rules. Look at what happened to Ekweremadu and the rest. Today, they will be in jail and soon. And when they are in Nigeria, they are the big men. Everybody must follow them, must respect them, must do everything to them. But when they go to America or they will fall in line, obey the rules and regulations. But when they're in country, they don't want to obey it. No, but they won't obey it. So that is the point.
Okay, now
practical people.
Now, yesterday, Thomas. I mean, I think it was Oriade that asked that question yesterday. I love that question so much. Like, so how do we move on from here? And I asked him a question: how can you wake someone that is pretending to be asleep? You think these people don't know? I mean, what they ought to do or what they need to do? Even if Bola Tinubu bangs his head on the floor, it doesn't mean that they will support him.
Yes.
No matter what, see Buhari, they were complaining and crying about Second Niger Bridge. He did it for them, yet he has still not done anything. See, no matter what you do, they will say, forget it. They will not come by. They are just stuck where they are stuck. They call themselves Republican. That's what they want to do.
I have a friend that I told him the truth that country, first, we don't need to copy American system to say that country need a strong leader. If you want to build a nation, sometimes you have to use force. Go and ask it anywhere in the world. A nation will not be built just by mere rhetoric, talking, human rights, something like that. All of this thing is just to slow you down. China developed very quick because they use a lot of force. They force their people to work. They get things done quickly. In Nigeria, you want to just build a simple bridge. The lawmaker want bribe. Everybody want bribe. They will debate about it for 4 years. Come on, we have some country they debate for 1 or 2 weeks or 1 month. Within 6 months already, people already started using it. We are still thinking the whole day, every time. Everybody will come here, I'm highly educated, professor, blah, blah, blah. Get this done. There was a time they're telling me, we don't want old people, we want young people. And I asked them, Jonathan was young.
Bankole was young. The major Bankole was there.
What did he do? Nothing for 6 solid years.
Nothing.
So it's not a matter of young or old. It's what you can do. And people will measure you through what you have done in the past. So that is the point of life. Because that is when you go for work, people want to see your resume. It's from your resume, they will judge you to call you for an interview. They will now see your resume with other people. Oh, you have a lot of experience. Let's call this guy. I think this guy fit the job. Then they will hear from you. But nothing to show. You said, we want young people. If you want young people, this is not Obi now. Why don't you go for people like Showore or Mogalu and the rest? I think they are 40 years old. You don't go for this kind of people, and then you're telling me hey, somebody that is 60 compared to 70. What is the difference? 60 times 70. It's almost the same thing. So at the end of the day, that's why I said Nigeria are very hypocritical. They don't say the truth. Too much emotional and sentiment in their thinking most time. They're in Nigeria, they feel like lord, king, queens, princesses. When they're in abroad, they now subject themselves to the rules and regulation of that country. And they can talk rubbish about their country all over the world.
Hello, Remy, can I quickly say something, please?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
If you watch that the interview Obi did at Arise, when he was talking about the age of people running in elections, and then Ruben then read a message from someone from outside about how that is a discrimination against people of elderly. that you cannot do that. It's almost like you are discriminating against somebody because of their age. And if you watch that interview and you listen to Bill's response, and then you wonder how that man was running for presidency. Obi was trying to explain that an elderly person, he said, we always want to compare America. Elderly person in America is not the same as elderly person in Nigeria. It didn't even make sense. What do you mean? What does it? If you're discriminating against somebody, you are discriminating against somebody. It doesn't matter whether it's in America or it's in Nigeria. Discrimination is discrimination. And when you look at the things that goes under discrimination, age is one of those things. Sex is one of those things. A lot. So race is one of those things. So you cannot openly discriminate against anybody, whether that is what you think or not. But you cannot go on a TV and say people.
I think we should ask Obi at 61. Is he young? That is the question Nigerian fail to ask. At 60, in some country at 55, they're already retired. At 61, are you young? And when we factor in true age of most African men, because people lie a lot, are we sure you are really 61? So we shouldn't deceive ourselves, okay? It is an opportunity, he catch it on it very well. Use Christianity and tribal politics and the sentiment of the NSAS for the young people. He used it and he played.
No, but brother, listen, I think you see, let's be honest with ourselves. There were two things that gave Obi those votes in that election. One was tribe, and the other one was religion. The effect of NSAS was minimal in that election. If you are just limited to NSAS only, these people would have known. They would not win Lagos. Bro, I said people who were other party members. Don't forget how religious some people can be in Nigeria. A lot of people, especially when it comes to these Pentecostal churches. Once their pastor had proclaimed in church that, it is Obi, it is Peter, it is this, or some will just say, no Muslim ticket, and then all the members, they were all trooping that way. All of them. And I said it on this platform that the governorship election was not going to be like that, because there will be that issue of Muslim is not there. Obi is not there. And I said, Labour Party will struggle. And look across the country, not just across the country in that election, in that second election, NNPP got more votes than Labour Party.
Yeah.
NNPP that was only in one state, they got more vote than Labour Party that won one state in Abia and then won across the country. But NNPP still got more votes than them in this second election. So that tells you that the effect of that religious played in that election was huge. Go on any state where you have overwhelming majority Muslims. Obi performed woefully.
Yeah, you are totally right.
It performed woefully.
You are right about that religion.
State where you have overwhelming majority Christians, the guy did extremely well.
Yeah.
Extremely well. So
now you ask a very good question.
Remy, everybody, Peter Obi really use that religion. He really he use it, and it works.
If you look at the whole of that core northeast, northwest, the best Obi did was in Kaduna. And why was that? The southern Kaduna have huge numbers of Christians. That was the only place he did well.
Mm-hmm.
Every other place they got hammered.
It got 190.
This is why I keep telling people that election for me reflects a lot of things that was on ground.
So when we now go to the petition, that is why they were unable to prove in their petition that it was rigged. They cannot say 1 million votes.
Yeah, because what I'm saying,
they knew the truth. Okay, so
everybody, hold on. What is the meaning of what Obi is saying? He said it's not challenging the result, but it's challenging the process. Can anybody digest what does that? Is it not the process that brought the end game of the result that brought Tinubu in?
To me,
What do
generally,
you
when
think?
you don't have a case, you have to hide under one thing. He's just hiding under a finger that everybody can see him. So he's just hiding under that one. There is nothing to prove. Nothing to prove. But as you know, you said does not want to lose face. If he says it's not going to court, the people that support him will say blah, blah, blah. It's just going there. Nothing to prove. Because if you don't have nothing to prove, you must say something. What are you challenging? What if you don't believe in the process from the beginning? Why do you partake in the election? That's a very good question.
I tell you.
Yeah. So why do you go for it? You don't need to go for it. I don't believe in this process. Or I don't want to play this football match because I think it's already against me. So why do you go on? Why do you play it? Why do
You see what that Baba made did in his interview, right? You already took this case to court, and then you went on TV station and say they should not be swearing in. That if you swear it in, that will be the end of democracy.
Imagine.
You know that interview, those comments from that guy was stupid, and that guy doesn't. That is one person when he talk. You can tell it's a very dumb person. Like,
and the DSS has not invited him since.
That guy is not very bright, because listen to this. You're already in court. You are going to challenge a position. The position that you're challenging, you're using that same position on a TV station to say that person should not be sworn in. It doesn't matter. Let them swear it in. If you believe in your position, the court will still give it to you, right? And then you still get it back. So why are you saying it should? Look, you said the 25% in Abuja is a big thing. Look, it has not been a situation we have not witnessed it on a presidential level before, right? So you're going to test that part of it in court. Why are you still worried about it? Why do you have to say, oh, there are problems? Let me explain to you. And I said this before. When they were collating the result, they wanted to stop that collation because they know that once you declare a winner, everything goes to court.
Yes.
They wanted to stop collation. As soon as they fail in that, their next move now is to say, don't swear him in. Look, the process, the system is going to take its course. It's going to work the way it's designed to work.
Yes.
You go to court, and whatever the court comes up with, then that will be the position that everybody will abide by. What is wrong with you? Continue with your journey. Nobody say don't go to court. Go to court. So,
and if you look at it, if they have delayed that decision, not announcing that result, I'm telling you, we will be talking about interim government now.
Of course, now they'll have been chaos everywhere now.
Yes.
Anarchy all over Nigeria. Because what you are telling me now is what you are telling me now is the 8 million people that voted Bola Tinubu don't matter. Yes. How can someone in the third place, second runner up, be claiming that? Is that not delusion? Let me tell you something.
This is the problem. None of Obi's petition is even challenging Atiku's vote. So you just believe that.
But Atiku is more smarter. He is trying to say, even if you are going to cancel the election, let us have a run between him and Tinubu.
Of course, he knows that he needed to be out of the race. If Obi is still in the race, he has no chance. So he is saying, if you're going to have a rerun, let it be between the first and the second place, right? So if that is what you want to do,
this petition is already dead on arrival. I think they just throw it out. It's rubbish, to be frank. And I think there's going to be a new thing in Nigeria as from next month, April, because a new sheriff in town, and I know Nigerian police, they will start to do eye service. They will start arresting people. They will start even that's what stupid thing that Abati always do with gang over there is total rubbish. Most time you are totally partisan. Totally partisan. When obedient or anything labor or some part of PDP come to you, you won't ask them any question that is. But when it's the other way, APC, you are asking questions, you are arrogantly asking them some question that you don't even put very right. It's so glaring that you are in just to slaughter these people on national TV for nothing. And Tinubu being a very master trader, it just ignore you. And I want to know, when Tinubu power will be sworn in, what are they going to be doing? They will change their run. I'm talking rubbish again. I don't
let me
to add one more point. That Abati He was a deputy governor to Buruju. Buruju, that was a known drug addict in America. He was a deputy governor. He contested for the state election in 2011.
Right.
And
That's
you are
right.
going on national TV and talking rubbish. People forget history. I don't give a hot about him. He's just a terrible human being as well.
They are hypocrites now. These are people who are hypocrites. Let me
Look,
quickly
my
answer
brother,
Thomas. Let me
look,
answer Thomas'
a
question,
lot of
please.
us, let us be honest with ourselves. This, you see, a lot of us are like that, right? We'll be busy looking at other people's ass, whereas ours is even worse. This is what we do. This is what Nigerians, this election, you see, this election that just happened now showed me a lot. Look, I will thank God for social media. Right. Thank God for social media. Then I saw a lot of behaviors from Nigerians, and then I came to a conclusion that we have almost have like a wasted generation, whether they are educated or learned or enlightened. The reason why I call it wasted generation is that they are very biased. You know what I'm saying? They are very, very biased. If something is bad, but if it's in favor of their agenda, they will abide by it. They will keep quiet. They won't see anything wrong in it. If something is good, they will run with it. No, this is why I like somebody like Showore. If it's bad, it is bad, regardless of who it is in favor. We fight for it. If it's good, it is good. We take it. You know, because there were a lot of people who did not know Gbadebo before that presidential election, right? These same people talk about competence. They say, "Oh, we have to elect good people. We have to elect competent people." But just after the presidential election, you see how well you did in Lagos. It's GROV. 3 weeks ago, you didn't know this guy. What's wrong with you? You didn't even know this man. How competent is he? You were the one calling about, oh, we need to elect competent leaders. So why are you calling for somebody you didn't know 3 weeks ago?
No work experience, nothing.
Nobody knew this guy. None of these people that were calling for him 4-5 weeks ago knew anything about him. After they saw their performance in Lagos, they said, okay, you know what? Let's get rid of Sanwo-Olu. For who? For Gbadebo. When did you know Gbadebo? What do you know about him? At least you can rely on what Obi has been telling you about Anambra. So what are you relying on Gbadebo? But all of a sudden, you guys jump on the bandwagon, and these are the same people who talk about competence. They started supporting candidates up and down the country. I thought it was all about Obi. But all of a sudden, they started supporting Labour candidates all up and down the country, forgetting that this candidate became Labour member candidate before Obi went there. Don't forget, Obi went to Labour at the very last minute. A lot of these people were already candidates of the Labour Party before Obi went to go and join the Labour Party. How did you vow for their credibility? You've sent a lot of people to Senate, people who you didn't even know their character.
Oh, God.
You've sent a lot of people to State House of Assembly, people who you didn't know at all.
They never campaigned at all.
No. So, and you talk about we have to start electing people. You didn't know these people. Who are they? So how can you then tell me that these are competent people? So we are very biased people. We are not good. Our behavior is not good. Look, for me, I said from day one, forget a bad party. If you see a good candidate somewhere, support that person, right? The person will do well. There's one guy in one of those constituencies in Edo State, right? The guy is doing very well. So last time he contested with this Igbenedion daughter, the guy won his re-election. But this is one of the things that we should do. People who did very well, then you reward them. Even with the Labour Party tsunami in Edo State, the guy still came out of it. You know, he still won his re-election because people saw what the guy did. But you have a situation whereby no accountability. You just vote for people because it's LOP. It's madness. Stop this stupidity. Let the country move forward. Look at the good things that have come out. Last time we were talking about the bills that President Muhammadu Buhari signed. Look, start going to your state and hold your state governor accountable now for electricity matter.
That's it.
Go and hold your governor. If you don't have electricity in your state, Start holding your governors accountable, because now they have the powers to give you electricity. There's no more excuse. So you cannot say the reason why you don't have power in your state now is because of the federal government. Now they've given power to governors. So we will continue to move in that direction. So when it very soon, nobody will be insulting Lagos. Nobody will be insulting Kaduna. Everybody, if it's too hard, go your state, go sit down. Hold your own governor accountable, and let everybody start from home. That is the direction we have to go. Very soon, I hope that this Tinubu government will be able to fight hard to get the state police done and get local government autonomy done. So when we get those two done, then look, it is easy to put pressure on state governorship election, on local elections, than to put pressure on a federal election. So that was why I was telling the obedient people that winning a federal election is very hard. You have to have this acceptance across the country. Even in area where Tinubu lost elections, like in the north, you could see that his performance was still very good.
He came second everywhere he lost now.
Yeah, in state where he came second, it was not like blown away. No. Places like Kasina, places like Sokoto, it was like 10,000 votes different, 8,000, so. And when you have the person who is in third position, who did not even show face at all, was not appearing at all, those were huge margin to come back to. And in state like in the east, where Tinubu was not doing well, Atiku also was performing abysmally. So it was almost like only Obi made huge gain in the east. So Atiku lost ground in the southeast and in a lot of the parts of south. You understand? So when you look at the arithmetic combined together, I'm trying to forget about the tribunal now, right? Forget about everything. Let's just, let's be logical as people. Let's just sit down and think and say, okay, without any bias, just tell me, how do you put this election, how do you put the permutation together that gives you the victory? If Atiku was smashing it in the northwest and Tinubu was performing abysmal, Atiku would have won the election. So that was not the case. So I'm trying to figure it out. If Tinubu would have rigged the election, lost in Lagos, he rigged the election, he lost in Osun, inside the 6 southwest state, he won 4. I think the area where Tinubu did very well in this election was in North Central, because I knew he was going to win Kogi and Kwara, but the Niger State and Benue State, especially Benue State, I'd never expected him to win that state. I thought that was go to be.
It was the effect of that father.
So I think that is the effect of having a good candidate. So that kind of helped the party in that state.
No, I also think he also did very well in the Northwest. Although he did not win, but he was very competitive.
That's it.
Yeah, it was very competitive. That's what I said. In areas where those Northwest where he was coming second, but he was very competitive. He had huge number of votes coming out of there as well.
And these people complaining about rigging, how come other party, they have APC chairman, PDP chairman, they have party people, they have party candidate, they were unable to even get 1% or 2 or 3% of the vote in the South.
But Remy, guys, but we told them all this before election. That is why when they lost the election, when I was gloating, mocking, people were saying that no, don't rub it in their face. I am not Tinubu fan, but we are politically educated, we said it now. Does it come to you as a surprise? The outcome of the election doesn't come to me as a surprise. I've said it.
Even
I said PDP, I said PDP or APC will win the election, and Bola Ahmed Tinubu has the robust chance to clinch the ticket. I said it. I didn't change my position. Even to one day to the election, one man asked everybody to document their permutation. That's what I said. How will Peter Obi win this election? So they stole our mandate. They stole our mandate. Where is the mandate in the first place?
The truth is, a politically conscious person that knows Nigeria very well, even before the election, I'm not joking. You will know who will win this election. See how very fragmented and fractured PDP was. Peter Obi left, Kwankwaso left, G5 left, and then you think Atiku will have still won that election? You must be deluded. Obi left. See, I really wish this guy was there, the lawyer guy. I don't know, maybe it's going to be a pre-election matter. Obi got into Labour Party a week, and he got a ticket. And according to the constitution, you must have been a member for 30 days. You must have been a member of a party for 30 days. The same thing for this GRV guy. But nobody's looking into all of those.
So there's a saying in Yoruba land: if you throw a stone, you don't know where it's going to land. It might break your glass if care is not taken. So now they are going to file a cross petition. Only 1 week and you get the presidential something. So that is the point. It's your point against me. You said I rigged the election, but me as APC, I did not win any vote, even up to 2% in your state. Why you won mine, but I still rigged? I lost one state to you in my own region, but I still rigged. Look at Atiku. He won five out of 6 states in the Northeast. I think Tinubu only won Borno. The rest goes
only Borno.
So, and he won Borno because we have a vice presidential candidate from there.
But see the margin in Borno too. It was very close. It wasn't even up to 100,000.
It was very close. And it's only in the Southeast that the margin is don't even talk about close or near or something like that. It was so glaring that people there, they just maybe they threatened them, but they didn't.
But do you know what I think? If Buhari didn't do what he did at this dying minute, this election would have been blown away. I'm not lying.
Yeah,
Bola Tinubu will have blown away all of these candidates. People were really angry now. They were angry. I went to Lagos, I'm telling you, during the, the gubernatorial, which was postponed. I was in Lagos when it was postponed. And I kept going around the Keja area, asking people, like, I chat with people, like, how do you feel about that election? What did you think? Do you know majority of Lagosians didn't come out for that presidency? Because they were angry. They were telling me, like, what's exciting them? Why should I come out? Do I have money? Have I eaten? Imagine. So it was deliberate for APC to lose that election. It was a deliberate act.
They want him to lose the election. He's a double-faced man, and as God will have it, I think he is going out as a disgraced individual. Okay, he would have he had a pocket of good thing like infrastructure, but when they now place him side by side with Jonathan in history, they will say Jonathan is even better than him.
Are you surprised now? Are you surprised that he's quickly signing all of these things into law? Signing that if you did, are you surprised that he's quickly doing all of these things? He's just trying to save face now. He knows that he messed up. He messed up at the dying minute, and personally, at least he did very well to me. I'm not going to criticize him so much, except for that insecurity. But for every other thing, he tried now. He tried.
I
see how he messed up.
I like him because he did a lot of infrastructure roads and something like that. That is very fantastic. But people will not remember for that.
They won't.
At the end of his tenure, you feel because of you don't want this man to be there, and then you just
punish the whole country. You punish. You see, I'm even suspecting it may be a conspiratorial thing, but I'm suspecting maybe this naira thing have been this money that were saved in the central bank. Maybe they've been destroyed because I don't understand how since last week or a week and a half ago now, you said Nigeria can start spending their money.
No. They did not destroy it. It's a lie. They did not. Now bank.
So where is the money?
No, there will be money, but I think after this, I think Nigeria will go back using that old money, continue to print the old money and forget this new one. This new one is rubbish. Okay.
We're not talking about the new one. We are talking about the old one they took from people. Give their money back to them.
I'm telling you, Central Bank did not destroy that money. As of today, now they said bank will start continue to open Saturday and Sunday. My bank already sent information they are open Saturday and Sunday. They will be doing it for the next 1 month until everything regularizes.
You see what Emefiele is doing? Emefiele is just trying to save face.
There is no.
You are not giving money to these banks. See, I have people today on a program or last night. What's it called? His name is Mayor. I was listening to Journalist Hangout. The guy said he went to Stanbic IBTC. Citizen Jones, the presenter of that program, told you not to mention the bank's name, but he already mentioned it. So I'm able to mention the bank's name here as well. Stanbic IBTC, we're giving people 20,000 over the counter. At some point, the money in the vault was getting very small. They couldn't cope again. They started giving people 5,000. At some point, they shut down that they were not giving people money again. So if he's saying he's pumping money into the branches, where is this money going to? Is it being diverted? Is it been diverted elsewhere?
I think you are right. I think what left for Emefiele is that
where's our money?
Money? I don't know. Oh my God.
No, it's frustrating, for Christ's sake.
Yeah,
Why do people have to suffer like this? In what economy of the world has this been done? See what happened in India in 2016. The same thing happened to Nigeria. Yeah, they are still suffering from it. Don't we learn from history? What is wrong with our people?
Even America, when they bring out a new $100 bill, it takes them 1 or 2 years to mop out the whole currency out. Talk less of a developing country.
Even in Germany, the most industrialized economy or the most industrialized country in Europe is not a cashless economy. What are you talking about?
Yes, most of them.
What is wrong with us?
The amount of cash you can withdraw through the counter. But
so you should know this thing was deliberate. Emefiele is not the brightest tool in our box in Nigeria. It's not the brightest mind. He's even a failure. None of his policy ever since he's been there, and I don't blame him. I blame Buhari. How can you leave a PDP man in position like that, for Christ's sake?
No,
you left him.
PDP man, because that position is not a political post.
But we all know Emefiele is cousin to Okowa now. We know this politics now. Let's not imagine Shebai now. He was PDP now. And you left him there for 9 years. Let me tell you something. I want to answer the question this guy asked, my brother asked Thomas. Whatever Obi is doing now, he's doing it deliberately. He's just trying to excite his base. That is not throwing in the towel quickly. He's just trying to keep hope alive. That's what he's doing. And he knows what he's doing. But I hope he doesn't get himself burnt in all of this. Because I don't see any reason why DSS is not picking up that Ahmed now because of that interview we did day before yesterday with Okin Baloye, telling us there's not going to be Nigeria. And Ezefi, that man from Anambra State, that old man, telling us Bola Tinubu will never be sworn in a president-elect. You see this brazenness, this confidence, this social media freedom of speech thing. I hope it doesn't destroy democracy in the world, not just Nigeria alone. How can people be coming out to be saying things like that against a constituted institution that they won't be Nigeria? Who are you, for Christ's sake? So the 6.1 million that voted for Obi, they are the only ones that own Nigeria. The 6.9 or 6.8 that voted for Atiku don't own Nigeria, or the 8 point something that voted for Bola Tinubu don't matter. What is wrong with these people?
So that is why some countries they are trying to regulate social media. So we need to regulate it. There is nothing like free speech all over the world. There is a form of regulation, and people must also be very responsible. You cannot just
people are so irresponsible about the social media thing, man. Everybody just comes online, does anyhow. Sam Amadi should have been picked up now. The same Sam Amadi that was in charge of our electricity then is now on Arise TV pontificating, telling us how to live our lives. People that should be in jail, Abati that should be in jail, Obiagbena should be in jail right now. See, I'm not just making all of this. So you know it. Obiagbena returned 400 million to Buhari when he came back. The money, the 2.1 billion they collected from Dasuki, the arms gate. Abati collected money on behalf of journalists. He's the one sitting on Arise TV telling us how to live our lives.
And there's gallivanting around. Nothing happened.
Nigeria, man. Oh God, I don't know, man.
So the institution of state is not working very well. All those people, when you give Nigerians, just give one or two, pick one or two for examples, and everybody will sit tight. No, they won't do that. Why? They just spitting rubbish out every day.
Okay, didn't they pick up this guy that wants to be our Senate president, this Igbo man? What's his name? What Jules Okalu? Didn't he go to prison? Now they said the Supreme Court has pardoned him, that he's been written off. It's just like he's never been to prison. Yet that same shameless person wants to be our Senate president.
No, I don't think he's going to get it. I would prefer that the Senate change their law and just give it to that Umahi guy. He is the best one.
But he's been licking Tinubu's wound now. He's been licking Tinubu's butts around. He wants to become the Senate president.
He won't get it because the South caucus of APC don't like him and people don't trust him.
He actually worked against the party during this election. He worked against APC.
So they are going to probably, because of this reason, if Southeast cannot get it, South will get it.
I even want them to change their law, that their standing order. They should give it to that Ebonyi governor. That guy has performed. They should give it to Umahi, that Ebonyi governor. He has performed. And this funny,
did a wonderful job. You can see that. Look at the election. The 3 senatorial candidates, the governorship candidate, that is a performing.
It should be compensated for that. He did very well.
You did very well. Not like this world Jews or Carlo does not even do nothing, just sit down there or something like that. And you want to reap when the goodie, when the food is already ready. Now you are coming back. Okay, it's your turn. What the fuck? What's your sorry for my language? Oh my god. I just don't. Well, at the end of the day, they know how they play their politics. He is not a front runner for that seat. No,
Left to me, I don't mind if we have 10 Muslims at the helms of affairs from number 1 to 10. I don't care. I'm a Yoruba person from Ogun State. I don't care if all of them are Muslim. I'm a Christian.
I mentioned something.
I want performance. I want competence.
I mentioned something the other day. I said, is religion killing that Africa?
I don't care. The Prime Minister in UK is a Buddhist now. What are you talking about? A Christian country?
See,
so if Bola Tinubu, for example, now is from the Southwest, is a Muslim. The other guy, Shetima, is Northeast Muslim. The third person who is going to be the Senate president, I don't care if he's from the Northwest, because of how the Southeast have treated APC.
Yes, and I was talking to
you are not giving votes, yet you want to be compensated for what?
No, it's not done. This is politics, but because of Nigeria, they said, okay, federal character or spread it evenly or something like that. If not,
federal character should be an appointment, not an election. Federal character is an appointment, which the president.
Heaven will not fall. If
nothing will happen now. Nothing will happen.
Already know now that no matter what they do, they are not going to get that vote from the Southeast. So why we classify them?
How can APC be getting 4,900 votes in the whole of Anambra, and you are telling me there's no rigging? And Obi got 600,000, 500,000 in all of those places. Is it because APC are not mentioning these things? Okay, Obi is gone to court now. In all his prayers that he sought at the court, he didn't mention anything about overvoting. And the stupid base, the headless mob, are following. I don't know. I think these people they've been jazzed or something. It looks like I can't explain this followership. This Obi thing is an opportunist. He really cashed on this youth that don't want to listen and understand the history of this country. No wonder they removed history from the curriculum in Nigeria. It's Ekwesili. She was the Minister of Education that time, or Minister of State for Education. They took all of this. It was strategic. We cannot lose our sense of history. I'm telling you, see, I'm a Yoruba person. The way I see Nigeria in the next 30 years, yeah, I'm sorry to say this, but the Igbo, if they don't know how to play politics, they will not get there. Okay, because by God's grace, Bola Tinubu will live long. He will do his 8 years. Let me finish, sir. He will finish his 8 years. This thing will go to the north, and he will come back to the southwest again.
No, it might not come back to the southwest. It's going to.
Where's he going to go to?
South. Go
to the south. Forget all this south thing. You need people that can win you elections. Forget all this geopolitical this thing. Who is in the south? Who is in the south?
I am being objective here. Yoruba people are very liberal.
I'm a realist.
I know. Yeah? I am also a realist. I understand what you are trying to say. But to me, I think after 8 years of North, it will probably go back to South. But if
who would they vote for in the South?
Oh, don't worry. They can bring us some.
You need the North. Let me tell you the truth.
We're talking about 16 years now.
Okay.
Grooming somebody. They have to start doing something from somewhere.
Left to me. When Bola Tinubu finishes, he should help us prepare El-Rufai. I want that El-Rufai guy to be Nigeria's president. El-Rufai and Fashola. They should be the next one in line. They should be watching what is going on now and be preparing themselves for this role. That El-Rufai guy, I even believe him more than Bola Tinubu. I'm not going to lie to you. I need a ruthless and strong leader for that country. I don't know the way we are going in Nigeria. I'm afraid for that country. I'm very, very afraid for that country. We're just doing things haphazardly. Everybody is just running things as if. I went to Lagos now. I saw things for myself. I'm like, what is going on in this country now? After 12 years, I thought things will have changed. Nothing has changed in that country. Nothing. I was driving on Onipan going towards Yibo. I saw cars facing me on the same lane, driving against traffic, and I was the one even trying to maneuver my way out of the way for them, because if we don't do, they're going to run head-on collision with you in Lagos. No patience at all. Nobody's ready to wait. Everybody just blaring, honking, as if we're in a lawless community and in a lawless society. We need a strong leader in that country. All of this patching up and patting them on the back thing will not work for that country. We need a strong leader. We need a very, very strong leader to help us deal with that country. Now it's going to the court. Going to the court. You that came second runner
Am I
up,
having
going to the court.
okay? I was thinking.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, I said it's going to the. Yeah.
Are you hearing me too?
Yeah, go on if you want to speak.
Yeah, I want to put my own opinion here because you know, there are people talk about many things here that actually make sense, but at the same time, it's like we're also contradicting ourselves. I heard you when you said, why didn't they arrest Ahmed Daddy? But I heard you at the same time you said, if
arrest who,
we
sir?
were to be having Ahmed Daddy, that the vice
Okay. Yeah,
running mate
Obi's
to
deputy. Yeah.
running mate. Okay, now at the same time you said, if for example we are to be having a interim government, we'll go into anarchy. Can we also say the government should arrest you for saying that? So because you said so many things here, let me tell you.
Did I mention about us having interim government?
I think you're supposed to listen carefully. What we said is very simple. We said that if
you're not listening. You're not listening, bro.
Declare the election.
Wait, let me finish now. Let me finish.
No. Before you can listen, please. I'm sorry. Listen.
I'm listening to you.
We said during that Mahmoud was trying to declare the election, and then they are saying it should review. If it takes 3 or 4 days before, if they did not release the result, Nigeria will be in anarchy, and that might lead to interim government. That's what we said. So now you can continue.
It was your daddy Ahmed that said, if from what he said, from what I could gather, that he doesn't mind military taking over Nigeria. How can you come on air and be saying that reckless? That was too careless. And the DSS should have picked him up.
Yeah.
Fani Kayode was picked up the other day, grilled for 6 hours for saying something less vitriolic than that. He said this on live TV. Shehu Akinbaloye was cautioning him. He said he doesn't care. And the DSS is still sitting down, watching until Nigeria goes up in flames. So if you're listening, you may be listening and not listening correctly. So I've just told you, nobody here is sponsoring any interim government. We don't want it. If you go on Niger Watch, where Elvis and his headless mobs are sponsoring that one, This is a different platform. Nobody wants a military government in Nigeria. If a military takes over, you think they will hand over to Obi? You want us to go back to status quo again, or to go back to the beginning to start again? What is wrong with these people? So because Bola Tinubu has won now, you know what is going on in the town now? They said they prefer military government than Bola Tinubu taking over. Imagine such unpatriotic.
Are you people even hearing me, sir? Or am I having network problem? I want to put something here. You have also said a lot of things.
Put it through, please.
Hello. But are you hearing me at all? Maybe my network is out, but that's why I'm just talking.
Don't run away. We can hear
me?
you.
People can hear me.
I can hear you. I can hear you driving as well. Speaking.
See, you know, one thing is this. The government is an institution of its own. They have an agent that works for them when it comes to an election. And that agent has declared somebody a winner. In every society, in any democratic society, occasionally it do happen. And every party that are not satisfied, it is their legal right to go to the court. So we shouldn't be seeing that like a bad move on anybody. That is the highest thing you can do. If you suspect anything or you are not satisfied, it is your right. All we have to do is to wait for the judiciary to look at this matter from their own judiciary perspective. Maybe tomorrow, they may even say, this result that was announced, we don't want it. They have the power. They can also say, no, sorry, this result is perfect. They can say, this man must remain. The right is with them, the power is with them.
Can I ask you a question,
now I'm
sir?
coming, please. Let me just put this one. I will allow you to question me. Please let me just finish this one. Just a moment.
Go on.
So the power lies between the judiciary. All we need to do as a people, particularly certain part of Nigeria, we have to analyze the past 8 years carefully. We are passing through a lot of things. any attempt to say Obi did not play a vital role for the power to come to the southern part of Nigeria, it means you can't say someone that analyzes politics very well. Then you have to go and look at the whole election carefully, how people voted and the role they play. Because you go and look at area where PDP lost, they have been a PDP stronghold for years. It means if Peter Obi was not in that area, I will tell you, there's nothing would have stopped the man that the president was expecting to win the election. Nothing. It would have been so clear. So, my dear, let us unite. Let us see ourselves as one. I keep on saying it. Election is over. Because the more we continue to say it and don't see, even when you don't agree with somebody, try to see the importance of that person to you in every moment. It is very, very important. And I think these guys are politicians. They have interest. But we, as a common man, we also have our own interest. Because our interest, maybe we say we want Nigeria to be good. We want to have job. We want to have good schools. It's interest. They also have interest for the country. And they have their own interest to occupy a position. For we to be able to stand at all, or for Tinubu to even succeed, we that said that we want Nigeria to move forward, and we are from certain part of Nigeria, we should analyze politics of this standard. I always make reference to Obasanjo when he was there. Somebody was talking about our interest. Then it's like, with my brother, it's just natural. But this is how we have to analyze things. Yoruba have a lot of constitutional professors. Obasanjo was using constitution. Because of this, it's my brother that is there. People were so careless. Nobody cared to go there and digest this thing. Until everything went on. You're like, okay, this constitution is bad, it's great, evil. More than times 3 or times 5, we don't even white cloth, it will stain it.
You are breaking.
The economy is bleeding. People are just up. If you see hunger, my brother. Okay.
Yeah,
if you go back,
we can hear you.
If you go back to, are you hearing me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Go back,
but you are breaking before.
If you go back to Nigeria, the level very bad. The situation is so critical. People don't know what to do. And professionals cannot even take care of their family. Don't talk of the common people. I've never seen that kind of situation before. So, brother, let me tell you, don't look you. If you call yourself someone that is intelligent, don't let emotion carry you that you cannot manage. No situation you cannot get yourself. Is becoming. You shouldn't waste your energy on that.
No, Midwest, you are breaking. You are breaking. We can't hear you. You are breaking heavily. Maybe if you get to where there is reception, you can come.
Yeah.
Midwest, you are breaking. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Okay. I will do.
Let's invite. If you get to the
I will do. I will do.
Yeah.
Another person.
Because we want to hear from you. Do we have Har? Do we have Har? Har? Do we have Har? Yeah, we don't have Har. Progressive.
Yes,
Progressive.
Thomas.
Did you see the video of the lady saying the lady? Yeah, you did. Oh yes. Let's hear from her. How are you, bro?
Okay.
How are
My
you?
people, how na day?
Oh, we do. Body day inside cloth too.
Waiting, we go talk now. I've been one talk to Progressive.
Yeah, it's here. Yeah, it's here. Yeah. Yeah.
My brother, it be say this INEC, they not transmit the result the way they're supposed to transmit the result, right?
No, that is wrong. That is wrong.
Okay, tell me
You're
now.
not right. Yeah.
Tell me.
What they said, they said the court said in their own rules.
Thomas, you would have let him finish first before you, because
Yeah,
you don't even know where he's going.
Let's finish. Yeah, finish. Yeah, finish.
Okay,
Don't let me
thank you.
cut your train of thought. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much. I've been saying if they no transmit the result, they say they go use BVAS. When they vote, they're going to transmit them, so you're going to show up for the iRev portal, so all of us can see the result as they come in. Because in the past, they rig the election, and at collation time, they rig the election. So there are three elections that took place at the same time: the senators and the other one. They transmit that one fine. So they no transmit the presidential one. So my question to Progressive is say, know they good if they hold INEC accountable, make them do them right, make we know who Nigeria pick. No matter what, no matter who lose, who win, it no matter, but make we do them right. We pay money for this thing. What do you think about that?
Okay, thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate your question. You know that this election that was concluded now, right? It's three-phase, not even three-phase, two-phase. So one, the most important thing in that election is not the transmitting of result. The transmitting of result is just to show people the result real time. Say, okay, as they vote, the result they come in. But the most important part of it is the accreditation. Okay, what am I trying to say? Back in previous elections, without BVAS, I want to tell you something now. Labour Party would not get 100,000 votes in Lagos. Let's be honest with ourselves. Let alone to win Lagos. They would not get 100,000 votes without BVAS. A lot of the states that they won, they no go get 100,000 votes for many of these states without BVAS. BVAS make them possible, say, those politicians, big politicians, governors, were not able to write the result because it's legal. It's not impossible for you to just write the numbers because before, if 20,000 people register for one ward, that is the number of people who register. It no matter whether 3,000 people come vote. Politicians feel write 17,000 as the people will come vote because the number of people who register now 20,000. That was what we used to do. Now what it court they accept be that one before to prove the case for overvoting. Before, now number of registered voters, now court they use for overvoting. But now, since they change the law, now number of accredited voter now that they use for overvoting. So BVAS make sure say people wey no accredit, they no fit vote. And once they don't accredit you, no fit increase the number. If you increase the number, they go void the vote. So transmission, everybody just talk about transmission. The magic for that election are BVAS. And BVAS did its job. If to say BVAS no day, all this one where they talk say Obi win this, Obi win that, Obi for no even get 3 million votes. Let's be honest with ourselves. This is why I'm telling you.
I agree.
This is why I'm telling you people that look, it is not perfect. I know they don't say it's perfect. We can still do better. But for me, I don't follow election. I don't follow election result. Year after year after year after year. I used to witness our electoral registrar. You go see the name like Mike Tyson for there.
name like Michael Jassy for the during Obasanjo, the same Obasanjo we're going to talk now. Go and look at the election that was conducted during Obasanjo. Because the reason, the reason why we talk with you, we talk today, because we not get social media at that time. You to say we get social media at that time. Una for no say now peacetime now we did now. Una for no say now peacetime. The level of violence where you see that time, the level of reckless killings where we see at that time, the number where somebody go win election for village where people not there, it go come, they will declare a winner against somebody who win election for inside city. How can you go and win maybe 2 or 3 local government inside village? They'll come declare you winner against the person who win election for a city where people plenty. That was what we used to have at the time. But that is no longer the case today. I want anybody to come and bet me and tell me, say, without beavers, say whether it will be for get the vote we get for this election. It would never, no way, it no go ever happen. If it could get 3 million votes.
They go
3
rig
million votes.
They go rig
But beavers make sure say the vote they no fit. In some states, like Rivers, yes, I accept say maybe they change numbers for Rivers State. But that one, easy, court will easily change that thing. Court can overturn it or can void that result because beavers will show that, okay, there was either overvoting or the result was manipulated. So the technology is there. That transmitting of result, no being be the main thing. Now beavers,
Okay,
accreditation
I
be
tell
the
you.
main thing.
Yeah, Progressive, I hear you and I agree with you. Maybe 98%, I hear. But make I tell you, Beavers did his job. Beavers, it took a long time to pass that law and a lot of money, 400 billion naira. The reason why that Beavers is important, you don't mention one. That one to make sure, say, somebody there credited. But the other one be say, the time we did the rig election before, now the collation way they important. That's why they turn off the presidential one. Make you hear me. Because me, I don't care who win the thing. But if, like you say, reverse the changer, you don't agree now, say the fee changer.
Are you sure? Say you don't care who win the election. Are you sure?
No, Thomas, don't worry about it. No matter. Just make a submission so that we'll carry on the conversation. We're not here to say whether you support one person or not. Right. For me, I like to have a conversation and debate the issue. Forget whether you support somebody or not. It doesn't matter. Let's just have a flow conversation.
Thank you. Because we don't disagree too much. If you look at everybody where they talk, everywhere where you go, where they talk. We don't disagree too much. We all want our country to do good. We spend money. We want gate waiting. We spend money for now. For now, we spent 400 billion naira to put these people fight hard. They fight Buhari even for 2019. Make it sign this electoral act. Sign her. So eventually they sign her. You can't sign her. Everybody they jubilate. There are only a few things we want from that electoral act. One of them is to make sure, say, you're accredited before you go vote. That's one. The second part of it be say, once you vote for that polling unit, you go transmit the result from that polling unit right away. 5-10 minutes. Once the signal, you go transmit her. The polling agent go get copy, signed copy where everybody sign, say, okay, this is the polling result for this unit where we dey here. They go know who winner. Everybody go get copy. Anybody we care go get copy there, but the voters go know who win, waiting be the result. Then they go transmit her. Begin go. If you don't do that, it's unacceptable. It make all of us be like, say, when you go Igbo land, the reason why things they work for Igbo land.
But my brother.
Yeah. Yes.
Do you remember 3 days to the presidential election, Mahmoud Yakub came out and said they are not going to transfer the election through electronic means. Are you aware of that?
I hear him. He know if he say that. You hear me? And
why no fit say that? He's the umpire.
It's umpire, but you know, see, na commission na commission. Before when you do you come, they have the right to this to the commission go publish as they publish for 2022, waiting they call procedure and guideline 2022 for the 2023 election. That's in a law. Once they do it, now before they publish that thing, you hear me? They have a choice. The commission is empowered to either transmit manually or electronically. They can decide. But once they make that decision, it becomes law. Now, they can also go back and annul that law. But not be waiting one of them go talk, like the chairman. It's a procedure to revert something for commission. They know they act on their own now. There are laws that establish INEC, and they say commission. They have the ability to make law. One of the laws they make through that guideline for 2022, they go pick election day, for example. For example, make I ask you.
Sorry, I would just want to interject for 1 second.
Go ahead.
INEC does not have permission to make law. They only have a procedure. No, listen. They have a procedure, election procedure to follow. When you talk about law, you talk about Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which in that constitutional law, I mean the electoral 2020, there was nothing there that election should be transmitted electronically.
Yeah, no, hold on.
So don't tell us that INEC have power to make law. They don't. They just have a procedure or guideline.
Make I tell you now, listen, it be like say you get constitution. Yeah, you go for city can pass a law. They call them ordinance. You go for homeowner association can make the law is now euphemism. I no one quarrel with you on that, because if you look for INEC, for that guideline, it has to adhere.
No, just call it guidelines. Stop calling it law.
Okay, no problem. It's called procedure and guideline, and you go for one clause where they call clause 38. That clause 38, now him they guide this transmission the way they have to do it. See, they can go back as a commission, go change all that. There'll be objections, there'll be rulings on that thing. It takes a while to make a guideline. No be one person, no be INEC chairman. If he get more power than everybody we did there. It's a commission. Now the parties, the political parties have to rely as far as protecting their votes. If you say once you make a decision saying electronic, then they have to know how to protect their votes. That's why they have a polling agent there. If you say manual, they go for where you the collector. You hear me? Because they have to be there when you do anything where they do. That's the Constitution itself says that, gives the guideline too, right? But INEC cannot operate outside the Constitution.
But what exactly are you driving to with all of this now? Please take us there. This story is becoming too long.
Yeah, it don't take too long. You're right. Make I conclude. Make I tell you, say there is something where they call 2022, the Electoral Act of 2022. That Electoral Act from 60, all the clauses, all the sections, in that case, it's called sections in the Electoral Act. They're important. But make you take your time, Remember, that's a law. And INEC had already used it in Ekiti, in so many other, in Soludo's place there, to run the elections already. So we know what it says.
But Pansat, wait. Are you telling me because they don't transfer the electronic means, does that mean it nullifies the authenticity of the election result?
Not only that, you go to jail if you go to 60 from section 60 to 65, right, of that Electoral Act. It will tell you the punishment for what Mahmoud is doing. It be the same we did for lawless country. That Electoral Act is law. punishment if you don't do the right thing.
Okay, sorry. I want to quickly ask you a question, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, in the place where it said it should be transmitted, what was the time duration for transmitting the result?
First of all, it's real time, right?
What was the time? What was the time? What was it? Did they say it immediately? Did you see anything immediately there?
Yes, it does say. First of all, let me give you one hint so you know what happens if you don't do it the same day.
No. I'm not. Well, nobody is arguing that you shouldn't do it. Well, you say what is the time frame for you to upload the result?
The machine is programmed to, as people are voting, every 15 minutes it will transmit.
No. What I'm trying to say is that uploading that result. What is the law said it has to be done? If it's in the law that you have to do it,
right?
Did they stipulate a particular time for which it should be done?
Yes, it does, because this is the way he handled it. If he says if there is a technical problem, the machine is programmed to transmit immediately. But if there's a technical problem why you cannot transmit it, you cancel it. Do you understand? He says that very specifically. Just go read it 60 to 65.
No, what I'm saying is, does it give a time frame to say it has to be done within 30 minutes after the election, after the result has been called in that polling unit? Did it give a time frame for it?
Yes, it does. It's
so what is the time frame?
It's real time. Real time.
What is real time? What do you mean real time?
Yeah, real time. It's as you voting, it's sending it. In essence, maybe there's a delay due to network issue, but it's sending it every 15 minutes or so. It sends in real time. Just read it. Go ahead and read the entire.
Okay, fine.
Hold on 1 second. Here's the major
I want to quickly say something. Yeah. Okay. So you understand that during the election day, in terms of logistics, some INEC officials did not get to some.
But progressive, hold on. Why are we arguing? Election has gone. I think
no. Hold on.
Let him land.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Well, let's discuss this issue, because sometimes we have to get things out of the way and get into a position whereby we can move forward. So on election day, right? INEC officials in some area got there 9 o'clock, and in other part they got there 1 o'clock, right? So some polling units you have huge numbers, and maybe say the officials got there very late. So what will be the real time? This is what I'm trying to explain to you. So if result is coming in at 2 o'clock in some polling unit, and it is turning up at 12 midnight in some polling unit, is that acceptable to your standard?
It is, because it's the real time we're talking about is from the voting, from the voter. Let's say if you vote by 2, that's your real time. If you vote by 8 in the morning, that's real time. But to cap it off for you, what you should bear in mind is that if for any reason, let's say the machine failed, let's just say the INEC person didn't show up, right? What's prescribed by law is that you cancel it. Do you understand? For whatever reason, you didn't do it real time, you have to cancel it. And then
what do you mean cancel it? What do you mean? I don't understand. What do you mean cancel the election? You mean cancel the election?
Yeah, you cancel that particular precinct that's not unable to upload the result.
So you would disenfranchise people vote because you could not upload it.
No, you cancel it and then you hold it the following day. That is, you have to go by the law. It's not what I want. I'm not just here talking. I'm talking about what's itemized.
Also, the next day, if they can't upload again, so they will cancel it again.
Exactly. We have to wait for 1 year for the election to be completed. Going by what you're saying.
There's that in your
it's not me.
You have to tell us. Is it in the Electoral Act, or is it in the guide? Is it in INEC guideline?
It's in both. So let me pull it up. Let me pull it up.
I'll post it in
the private chat. Let me post it, Thomas, so you could then show it. I don't know if you have the ability to show it. I'm going to post what it says, like the Latin say, ipsissima verba. I'll post it on the private chat. Both of them. I'll post that clause 38 for you, and I will also post the section.
But wait. Before the election or during the election, Peter Obi went to court. And the court threw the case out to say INEC has a prerogative to choose whichever way they feel comfortable with to release this result. So whether it was transmitted on iRev or people saw it or not, it doesn't really matter. Did that change the vote that was cast? It did not.
No.
And
What do you
remember,
mean?
there were cyber criminals, cyber stalkers that have tried to hack the INEX site or whatever they're going to upload these things 63 times a day before
No,
the election or on that day. I
let's
can't
for
remember.
for me, those issue of hacking and I don't like dwelling on issues like that. It's more like giving excuse. But for me,
Okay, what if it was true? What if it was true?
No, what
They will have
in
made
my
Alec look useless.
No, in my own way of looking at this election, right? I don't look at it from one angle. I look at it in totality. Where did we make progress? I'm not expecting us. I didn't expect us to have a perfect election, right? Part of the reason why I had my permutation before this election, right, was because I never took beavers into consideration, the effect of beavers. And that was why I never, in my own permutation, I did not expect the Labour Party and Obi to do as well as they did in this election. Because I did not expect the high performance of beavers in this election. But taking the election, the way I view it, in totality, because a lot of people are looking at the transmission side of it, but I'm looking at the area where huge progress was made. And I'm saying, okay, it is not perfect, but goodness God, this is
But I asked you the same question earlier.
This is better than whatever we've had from previous.
I
This
agree.
is far better than whatever we've had
But
from.
I asked you a similar question earlier.
I've never seen city governors shitting themselves going into an election. These guys were worried, panic.
Yeah, I agree with you. Beavers has really transformed things. But how can you tell me Beavers worked in the Southeast? That's my contention with you. Beavers, are you telling me all of those 500,000 that will be got in different states in the East and others got 2%, 1%? Is that the work of the Beavers?
No, my brother, let me explain something to you.
Are you telling me all of those were accredited in 8 hours?
This is why people like myself, I'm looking at it in totality, right? People look at rigging and election malpractice in one way. I take everything into consideration because I see marginalizing people's or whichever way you conduct election that is not up to standard as illegality. But I look at the progress that was made in this election. That is me. That is what I have done in this election. I compare it to previous election. People will come out and tell you this is the worst election that we've ever had. Compared to what? If you say this is the worst, you have to compare it to something. Compare it to which election, and then let's have a debate. Why you will call it the worst election that we've ever had? Which election
2007 was the worst.
No.
2007 was the worst.
Take the Abiola one out of it. Compare this election to any other one since 1999. Just let's make comparison.
This is the best. This is the best, to be honest.
But people will say this is the worst that we've ever had. That is not true. It's almost like it's almost like we don't want to acknowledge the progress that we've made this year because the election result did not go our way. That is where I differ from a lot of people.
We've really made progress.
I think you guys are right. And when you look at it, Labour Party, for the first time, won 6 senatorial seats. It's never happened before in Nigeria. How can Obi win Lagos, for God's sake?
For goodness sake. People just want to write it off. People just want to write all of those things off and say, "Oh, it's the worst." No, it's not.
And if to say they really want to rig it, Obi will not get 97 or 95% in Southeast. Are they not sitting governor of APC?
Remy, I don't know. Maybe you listen to us more often. I even beat my chest that Obi will not get 3 million votes in total.
Do you know what? If they do the election today, again, Obi will not get 2 million votes. If they do the election again today.
It won't. It won't happen.
It won't happen again. This nonsense that they did in the East, it will never happen again, man. I saw someone thumbprinting, one person, the same thumbprint everywhere on the paper.
I posted something for you guys on the private chat section.
Yeah, I saw it. Pansat, I saw it.
Yeah.
Let's focus on what the discussion, because there's only a few things that are left to be done. The election is taking place already. So right now is to know, was the election conducted?
No. Patat, just hold on. Let me read the second paragraph for you. You are even defeating your whole narrative now.
I understand.
Because
I
they
want
have
to
been
deal with
telling
that.
you it. Let me finish now. Let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
They have been telling you, Pansat have been telling you that is a guideline. It's not a law. The second one that you posted, you said the exercise this power leads to the creation of INEC regulation and guideline. I can decide tomorrow to change the guideline if it doesn't suit what is going on. It's not a law. Nobody pass it into law.
Okay,
yeah,
hold
and
on. Let me tell you.
in addition, Thomas, according to the 2020 constitution, INEC, the law gives them just substantial compliance. They did not say on 100% compliance. Substantial can be 50%, can be 60%. It's enough to name a winner. They did not say everything under their regulation they must do it. Go and read the Constitution. The Constitution supersedes these regulations and guidelines.
That's right.
All right. Let me then land what I'm the main thing that we're talking about. There's no need to be haggling. I think one of the guys admonished me not to use the word law. I should say guideline, regulations, and guideline. Regulations. INEC is given the power to decide which means it's going to handle this, either manually or electronically. And they made that decision. According to the thing that I posted, they're telling you that because they chose to do it electronically, that's what gave birth to that section. I mean, that clause 38. Now, clause 35, 36, 37, all are important. But the main reason why we have to focus on that clause 38 is because that's what's important here. It's not this is not just talking, arbitrary chat. That is the guideline, the regulation. All right. It's like, does WAEC make law? When you're
Can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
In all of the prayers that Obi went to seek in the court, did they mention about this upload that you're discussing now? Did they mention anything like that in all of the prayers he went to seek in the court?
Now, those are prayers, but what you're gonna use to argue before it comes to being granted your prayers is going to include these. There'll be testimony. There will be submissions.
I think you have to listen to Ogbeni very well. He's a constitutional lawyer.
Yeah.
When you put your petition forward, you must lay bare everything you want to say.
That's it.
No, that's
you can't change it again. You can't change anything again now.
No, but
so
you didn't
must
hear
know
my
what
answer.
the law said.
My answer.
And I told you, hold on, I don't know your name.
My name is R.
I told you that substantial compliance. All these things you are arguing about, when you go to court of law, the judges will rely on the manual collation from EC8A or whatever. That is the most important one. Whatever you say about transmission, if that form is different from the transmission, then you have a case. But if the same result, duly signed by your agent, all these things you are putting here is not going to hold.
I want you to hear what I'm saying. So, because we're not disagreeing, we're not disagreeing with the facts. Right now, the fact number one is that in 2022, INEC chose to go electronic transmission, not manual. They chose to do that, and they published their guidelines for that. And they went about educating the public about how they're going to conduct the election. That's fact.
So it's not a fact.
Hold on.
It's not a fact because you are not following what is happening.
Could
3
you
days before the election, a week before the election. Listen to this. Listen.
Just hear. Let me respond to what you said. That's important. The few things you said already. Then I'll give you back the space. Fact number one is that INEC made a choice. They have the power to make a choice. The commission is empowered to choose between manual or electronic, and they chose to go electronic, and they were paid substantial money to establish that, 400 billion naira, like I said before. And they went and educated and hired a lot of people for that exercise and conducted elections with that exercise, of which the Anambra won, and Oshun won, and some others, right? And they were successful in doing so. And on the date of that election, February 25th, they held elections for senators who they transmitted the result. It should be simultaneous transmission because one voter, 3 forms, all that. So that's not an issue. That's not the point. The point is that they did make a choice. They don't have the right to for example, change it arbitrarily 2 days, 3 days, like that, like you're thinking, like the Mahmoud come out and say, oh, we chose to go electronic, but we change our mind, we're gonna go manual, like 3 days. He cannot do. He doesn't have that power.
I think you are getting it wrong in one aspect, and I will try to let you know.
Okay. So
there is difference between law and there is difference between guidelines and procedures.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that
this
in
is,
all
this
of
is,
those,
you said they don't have a right.
they don't.
Yeah, they are the referee.
Yeah, hold on. They are the referee, but remember, we are the people, all right? And the law has been established. You have the Electoral Act. No matter whatever they do, it has to comply with that.
I think you are modeling it up. You have to.
Can
you
I
are
land,
modeling
please?
it
Let
up.
me
I
land.
don't know.
Let me land. Let me land. Okay, the INEC chairman may be a referee, but he's not an authoritarian. He's not the president of the country. He's not a people. He's not above the law. He has to obey the Constitution. He has to obey the law, no matter what post he holds at INEC. He is not the only one in INEC. INEC is a commission. So I want you. There's no reason to go.
So that is why I said you are still modeling it up. You are still talking about the procedure as a law. Procedures and guidelines is just the process we are going to do.
Right.
Before the election, anything can happen. I will give you a very simple example. CBN came with their cashless policy, but the implementation was not right. And some people took them to court, and at the end of the day, decided to change a lot of things. If they know that this procedure is not proof, they can change anything they like. It is not the Constitution of Nigeria. This is just a procedure and guideline. I want you to first understand the procedures and guidelines. In which you are modeling up with the Constitution, which are totally different things.
I was asked not to talk about that, but
no, because you are modeling it up.
No, I'm not.
You have to understand the truth before you start modeling it up. You are modeling it up. It's not fair.
Remy, hold on. If we're not talking about it is one thing, which is okay. But if we have to talk about it, I want you to go and check. Agencies are empowered to make law. It's not a constitution. It's not a law.
What you are saying.
Hold on. It's not a law like in the.
Yeah, let him land. Passan, land.
Yeah.
Let him land. Yeah.
So when we say that I'm in my house and I'm going to make law for my wife and my kids, I say nobody drinks beer in this house but me, or something like that. I'm making law in my house. It doesn't mean the law that's passed in assembly. So all kinds of organs make law. Some are regulations, some are ordinances. If you're in a city passes, let's say City Hall pass a law and it's called an ordinance. Congress pass a law and then it's legislation, that's law. But when we say that agencies are empowered, just like I forgot the agency you mentioned a few minutes ago. There are many agencies and they all have power to make laws. That's the way it is. The law that will guide the election, in our case in Nigeria, is called regulations and guideline. But it has. Pardon?
Are you kidding me now?
No, I'm not kidding you. That's why I don't want to talk about it, because if we.
Where did you get that from?
I'm getting it from facts. That's the way it is. It's
no.
true.
You are turning it totally upside down.
Tell me how.
I will follow you for an example you made.
Okay.
You said you make a regulation in your home that you are the only one that is going to drink beer in your home, right?
Right.
Now, let's say your wife went ahead and drink beer. What are you going to do?
Well, I would punish her for doing that if it's
Okay,
already.
another question is this:
if
you
it's
make
written
a
down.
regulation that you are not going to drink. Nobody drink, only you. Then the following day, you said, "Okay, everybody, you can drink a beer." Can you do that?
Yes, I can.
The same thing applies to Heineck. That is
No,
exactly now you understand it. Now that's
no,
what I want you to know.
no, because let me tell you the difference. In the case of INEC,
There's no difference here. There's no difference.
you have to hear me now. But first of all, I want us to move on. But let me say this to you on that. INEC is an agency that operates under the Constitution and under the Electoral Act. They cannot act outside of those two. It's like a box. They're boxed in. They are given some latitude, some powers. For example, they do have the power to choose their method of transmission of those results.
Okay,
Now,
another question I want to ask.
hold on. Let me deal with that thoroughly. Yeah, so because INEC is empowered, but they get their power from the law, from the Electoral Act, and from the Constitution. They cannot go outside of that. So that's what it is. But then when they regulate, when they pick a date, for example, in the regulation and the guideline, they will say, we're going to have the election on February 25th. Okay. So if Mahmoud goes out on TV and says, I've had the election on February 24th and I'm Tinubu won, it will not stand, even though he's a commissioner, right? He's the chairman. He cannot go out there on the 22nd or 23rd or 24th and pick a winner. Because in that regulations and guideline, it has the date of that election as the 25th.
Before you continue, just a quick question.
Let me land on this because that's a very crucial point. I'm using this analogy, what he cannot do, which in line with what we're talking about. Now, what he can do is to say, okay, the commission is going to go back and we're going to change the date of that election. And that commission can actually change the date of the election. But it's not going to be, say, on the 21st, date in the past. In essence, he cannot pick who that president is going to be. No matter what he does, he cannot do that because he doesn't have that kind of power.
Okay, let me ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
Do you know the form ECA when they counted the election and they record the result there? Do you know that report sheet? Do you know?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
You know.
Yes,
fine.
I do.
On the election
sections.
day, okay. No, I don't want to quote law. Just simple question.
Okay.
On election day, do you know how many percentage of presidential results uploaded into the IREF? Do you have an idea?
0.
You are lying. So
no,
that's
I'm not.
what I'm telling you. You do not follow what exactly go on in that country.
Prove me wrong. I'm telling you 0.
Listen. Some of the results were uploaded.
Where?
Because we have 176,000 polling units. Some thousands, not up to 20 or 30,000. I'm not sure.
No,
but some of
it
them
was
were
0.
uploaded. No, it was not 0. It was. Look at article petition. That is why I said you guys don't read. Article petition or petition also said some of the results were not fully loaded.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to me. Listen.
So I don't have time.
I've heard what you're saying, but let me tell you.
What you are feeding us
the
here,
answer is.
You don't understand the law.
Hold on, Remy, calm down. I heard you said 20. I don't know how many percentage you said, but I'm telling you 0. So now I'll prove mine. You prove yours. I'm telling you that it turned it off. 0.
No matter what you say, they say substantial. You are comparing regulation with law, constitution, which is not supposed to be. You are just giving a narrative that suits you.
When you go and research, that joke is going to be on you. I was right. You're wrong. But we say, let's not talk about it. It's irrelevant.
Fine. I'm wrong.
It's semantics.
Right. So,
it's semantics.
No problem. Just no problem. Then we will see the outcome soon.
We'll see. But anyway,
and I know that
the
time.
Progressive.
Please,
I was asking the progressive. The progressive is still here. The progressive, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, okay.
Unfortunately, I have to go. I have something to do. I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay, Remy, nice to meet you.
Pal. Nice to meet you too.
All right, sir. So the progressive, what I was asking you is this: if our laws, both constitutionally and otherwise, guidelines, procedure, whatever you call it, states specific ways that things have to be done. And then let's just say we have some chairman of INEC who is not doing it the way it's supposed to be done. Don't we, as responsible citizens, have the right to step in?
What do you mean step in?
Step in to demand that the right thing is done, no matter which way. Now, we're talking about we, the sovereign, the people. We already know that Nigeria is a lawless society.
Those protesting are already doing that. Those people protesting in Abuja being paid for by Labour Party and Atiku's party, they're already doing that.
Obviously, yeah, there are some characters doing all that, but all that's the hubris of any election campaign. But we, with our heads screwed on right, we have to be a lawful society. We have to do the right thing. Now, no matter what anybody thinks, that's what this thing is going to end up being. We have to do the right thing. Yeah.
If you own a land, right, and I stole your land, what do you do?
I could do a lot of things, but legally, I will probably take you to court.
Exactly. So the case is in court now.
Right.
So
that's what I'll do legally.
Whatever illegality that INEC committed in the election, it will be addressed in the court of law.
What's the illegality? See, let's not pander to what.
No.
Let's not pander to what people are saying.
No, let's assume that is the case. Let's assume that is the case, right? Let's give it the benefit of the doubt that is the case. So the guys are in court already. So the court will make a pronouncement on it.
Right. That's exactly right. And nobody said anything to the contrary. We're political junkies and we're bantering about, right? Everybody's doing what they're supposed to do. There'll be campaign, the article campaign, they're in court. Unfortunately, we always have to do this. Right. We want this country to come to a point where the laws are faithfully executed, where we don't have to do this. We're spending the money, $400 billion. Right? We didn't spend $400 billion so you could go counting election result by hand, collecting it by hand. We spent a lot of time and money to pass that electoral act. Yeah.
Transmitting the result is not why we spent 400 billion. We bought. Look, we had 176,000 polling units that needed BVAS machine, every single one of them. In some cases, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. So the server on which you are transmitting result is not what you spent 400 billion on. There were a lot of things, logistic. You have to pay workers, you have to pay staff, you have to transport, you have to do all of these things are part of your 400 billion. So this idea that because they did not transmit result, then we wasted 400 billion. For me, that is not right.
They have to print ballot papers as well. Security ballot papers have to be printed as well.
Every single expenses went into that money. So
that is true. But I am speaking figuratively, right? The BVAS without transmission of results, real time. Without transmitting those results real time, it's unacceptable. And it's fraud. At the minimum, INEC is guilty of converting electoral funds for other purposes.
How can you say that, Pastor? How can you say that? When the law, listen, have you seen the constitution that empowers INEC to conduct elections?
Yes, I have.
Okay, in that section of the constitution, it only empowers INEC. I want you to understand something now. This is the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that give birth to INEC. It says INEC shall be in charge of how and when to conduct election. And that constitution, let me explain something to you now, supersede the Electoral Act. And in that constitution, there's nothing electric voting or manual collation. It just empower INEC to conduct election. That's all. And when we are saying, okay, we need an electoral act, it is to have some form of ways in which our election is being conducted. Okay, I'm going to let you know one thing today. You will see judgments given in the Osun election. All of these beavers and all of we could, after the Supreme Court judgment, it could all become nothing if that judgment doesn't go the right way. If the judges come up and say, you know what, no, this beavers of 18 doesn't really matter, then what do you do?
Mm-hmm.
What do you do then?
Now, the courts have ruled on technology, right? See, there are three things you're dealing with here, and they're not a conflict. You have the Constitution itself that established INEC as a body to conduct these elections. Then you have the Electoral Act that was passed as a law by our legislature that was signed by Buhari sometime in 2021, I believe, February. And then you have the INEC procedure and guideline. These are all laws. These are all important documents. They're not frivolous.
Procedures and guidelines are not laws.
Okay, I won't argue that. I said I won't argue that it's something that anybody who's disputing that should have the benefit I had, which is to make sure that I'm educated.
You should know that by now, to be honest. You should know that by now.
I am saying to you that it is law, but you don't have to take
that. It is not law. Yes, it is not law.
Okay. So now, when you put them all together, okay, the Electoral Act tells you just need to go and get it. If his Thomas is here, he should put it on the screen so we can read it from 60 to 65. Right? After you read that, you have to know that's the law. It's going to tell you about how this election is supposed to be conducted and transmitted and time frame. And what would happen?
I think what people like you are missing out. What people like you are missing out is you are thinking this election is majorly electronic voting. It was still largely manual voting. That they are transmitted doesn't make it electronic.
We still use ballot paper.
Or e-voting.
We still use ballot papers in this election. So what are you talking about?
It's still 98% manual. You should know that. That it was going to be transmitted doesn't make it electronic.
I understand. I'm talking about transmission of as far as collation is concerned. Transmission of those from the polling unit is what we're talking about. So
it's still a manual election. It was a manual process. That's what I'm letting you know.
Sam, I agree with you on that. People came in there, marked it manually, but we're talking about transmission of those results from the polling units. You have to understand why that's important. That's crucial in Nigeria because it's nothing but fraud. As a matter of fact, the progressive, you were making that point very eloquently earlier about rigging elections. You're saying that this election is a whole lot improved, that Obi wouldn't have gotten, I forgot the percentage you mentioned, had it not been for the beavers and had it not been for the electronic, the beavers, at least as far as having somebody verify when they come in there, right? So we know that. That's why the beavers has two primary functions. Number one is to accredit a voter. If you come in there with your PVC, that beavers is supposed to accredit you. If you don't have PVC, you cannot vote, period. Unlike before, where you had incident forms. So now that's one part of it. You're accredited, you vote. Right there in time, in real time, what that means is that when you, as far as there's a signal available, it will transmit it. Right? It will be collecting the data and transmitting it to the INEC center, what they call system. When you look at that clause 38 of the procedure, it says straight to that system, not to the collection center. It's talking about the system, the computer, right? So now, the second leg of it, why everybody's relaxed and they bought into it, especially I remember Mr. Mike Igini, who was a rec from Akwa Ibom. He's retired now. He's a very eloquent, he's a barrister, he's a smart guy. He went about on his own dime, educating the whole country about the beavers. So that second leg of it is real-time transmission of the result from the polling unit, where these agents will get, party agents will get a copy. So I have a copy of what this polling unit did, how many votes were cast, show what this agent will have on, Obi's agent will have on, Tinubu's agent will have on, and so forth, right? So that's transmitted, and these people, they know the result. Empowers the citizens of that particular polling unit. They know who won in that unit when they leave it. So if you go and you thwart that, only Nigerians could even be arguing this kind of argument we're having here. Right? It's stupid, right? You have no power, number one.
No, you need to follow the law. You need to follow the law.
Exactly.
So don't make us look like we are stupid people. We are not stupid people. We are not a stupid people. We are following the rules and regulations as laid down by the Constitution.
Sam, please. I am begging you right now, as your fellow
Nigerians are not stupid people, so don't make us look like we are following the rules laid down.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Sam, as your fellow Nigerians, I want you from today to be doing the right thing. Talk the right talk. We paid money for Beaver so we could have progress, right?
Is it the money that is paying you or the process? I don't understand.
It's both. Okay, it's both. It's not, that's a false choice. We paid money to get a system so that our people at home can vote, get accredited. By so doing, you don't have a bunch of rascals coming in there voting on the age voting and all kinds of things. And the Beavers did that. If you're accredited, you vote. But more importantly, that vote will count because it's electronically transmitted in real time to where all the agents have a copy of it. So you cannot go there declaring somebody to be the winner unless you have that done. Because that same law, let me just say this and I'll conclude. That same law prescribes what will happen if you don't. You could decide not to obey the law and transmit that thing, but if you don't, it says you cancel it. That's what it says. It doesn't say you go ahead and do a manual collation. You cannot do that. That's against the law. Okay, go ahead.
No, Pastor, that is your own word.
No. This is the law. Let's read it. Let's read it. Let's read it right now.
You guys just arguing. Arguing. You are arguing blindly, to be honest.
Thomas, are you there?
Yeah, please, Pastor, read it.
No. If Thomas doesn't want to show it on the screen, then I could just paste it for you in the private section, right? You want to see it?
Yes. You read it. You read it.
Okay.
You read it and tell us the section of the electoral act that was in.
Okay. I just quoted it from 60 to 65
of the electoral act.
Yes.
Or the INEC guidelines.
No. Of the electoral act, but clause 38 of the guideline. I'm trying to pull it up right now for you.
I'm not even sure the electoral law mentioned anything about real time. That's where I'm disagreeing with you.
I'm going to read it for you.
Yeah, I just want to read. I want you to read it. So I'll go and, if you read it, then I'll go and cross-check it as well.
Oh no, but do you have the ability to pull it up yourself?
No, you read it. No, that's not an issue. You read it.
Okay, I thought you're gonna believe. I'm pulling it up now, so you could believe whatever I read. All right.
Is it gonna take you long? Because we can't just be quiet here.
No. What I'll do, I'm first trying to post this preamble for you here. I don't know if it's too big. Did they print everything out there first?
Is that the one that says the permeation of technology?
Yeah, I don't know if it printed the whole thing. I wanted you to read that before. How many paragraphs do you see there?
1, 2. Just 2.
Okay, 2. Okay. So, you know what? I'll just post them one by one. And then I'll read it for you. Okay. If it's important, I'm going to just print the pertinent, important ones because it's not taking the whole thing. Did this whole thing print? Did it print now? Okay. The electronic
Okay, I can see the electronic transmission. Yeah.
Okay. Now, let me get the other one. You know,
because all we've had so far, was at every polling unit, do your voting. At the end of the day, they upload to IREV. I've never read or heard anywhere where he said it's in real time. So that's where I'm disagreeing with you.
Yeah, no, but that's there. I wouldn't, if I say that, then if I'm wrong, you poke holes in it. I'm saying it in a public forum. So unless you have something to poke holes on it, you have to accept it.
No, I can't just accept it like that.
If I say it's real time, you're gonna have to find where it doesn't. It says it's not real time in order to
Okay,
count
that's
it.
where I want to say so.
Right. Okay, but you don't have. It is real time, but it's also it describes it vividly. INEC was all over the place talking about this when they were doing it.
Maybe you are giving your interpretation to real time.
No, that's why I am posting all this for you, quoting the laws for you on the private chat. So I don't know if you're reading them. It's
I'm
fast.
going through.
Yeah, it's a lot. So
maybe what you should have done is just highlight that part where it says real time and post that instead of doing all of this posting.
So now I posted that while you're reading that, then I'm going to actually read the law then for you. See, that way it makes sense. You know, I didn't want to do it in the abstract. That's why I put that explainer there for you. Okay, do you follow me? So while you're reading that, then I'll try to get you this, because let's just read through this act right now and then relax so that we know. Okay, you ready? I'm gonna start from 60. And the 60 is itemized from 1 to 6, which they'll call subsection. So section 60, subsection, then 1. The presiding officer shall, after counting the votes at the polling unit, enter the votes scored by each candidate in a form to be prescribed by the commission as the case may be. Now, the commission is INEC, right? And they will be the form they prescribe in this case is the EC8 form that you talked about at that point, right? So we know that they've already done those things, both of those. Now, 62, that's 60 bracket 2 bracket close. The form shall be signed and stamped by the presiding officer, that will be the annex staff, and countersigned by the candidates or their polling agents where available at the polling units, which means the candidate himself could be there to sign it. Obviously, it won't be all over the place. So he also might have agents that they call polling units, okay? Or they don't have to be there at all. It's up to them because there's a may there, right? Now, 3, the presiding officer, that's the ANEC guy, shall give to the polling agents and the police officer, where available, a copy each of the completed forms after it has been duly signed as provided under subsection 2. That's the one we just read before this one. Now, 60 bracket 4, close bracket. The presiding officer shall count and announce the result at the polling unit. 60 bracket 5, close bracket. The presiding officer shall transfer the results, including total number of accredited voters and the results of the ballot in a manner as prescribed by the commission. Now we're talking about that clause 38 in the guideline. So that's 65. It's talking about that. Then 60 bracket 6 close bracket. A presiding officer who willfully contravenes any provision of this section commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not more than 500,000 naira or imprisonment for a term of at least 6 months. Okay, so that's what I was telling you before. Now, let me just take this and post it here since I read the 160. You did see the punishment for not doing that right. That this Mahmoud should be undergoing that kind of
I'm not after the punishment. I'm after the process. Where you mentioned
I just posted
that
it.
it was going to be in real time.
Pardon?
Pastor, continue now, or you want us to start questioning you already?
No, okay. So I posted the 61, but you know what? The progressive. Let me just post the next one I'm gonna read, so you can then follow along. Because like me, when somebody's reading something, unless I'm reading it, so I posted the 60 that I read. Let me post 61 that I'm gonna read next through 62, because we're going all the way to 65. So here's a 61 right there. Do you see it? 61. But let me see. Did he post the whole thing? Let me see.
A candidate or a polling agent?
Okay, it only went to 61 to, let me see. It didn't go to 62.
Yes,
No,
62-1 is there.
62 or just the 61, right? It didn't show 60. Okay, 62. I see. Okay, 61. Okay, posted the whole thing. Okay, good. So now, do I still need to read it, or you want to ring along? I could read it for you. Let me.
You told us in real time. We're still waiting for the real time, where it says real time.
Okay, so 61. A candidate or a polling agent may, where present at a polling unit when counting of votes is completed by the presiding officer, demand to have the votes recounted, provided that the presiding officer shall cause the votes to be recounted only once. After the recording and announcement of the result, the presiding officer shall deliver same along with election materials under security and accompanied by the candidates or their polling agents where available to such person as may be prescribed by the commission. The commission shall compile, maintain, and update on continuous basis a register of election results. Do you see that? So the commission shall compile, maintain, and update on a continuous basis a register of election results to be known as the National Electronic Register of Election Results, which shall be a distinct database or repository of polling unit by polling unit results, including collected election results of each election conducted by the
Let's
commission.
let's cut to the chase. There is no place there. I've read it. No place there that mentioned real time.
Yes, it does.
That's my contention with you now.
No, you're wrong. I told you
You
that
are the one giving it your own interpretation. You are the one giving it your own interpretation.
I'm actually in the middle of reading. Now, when you're talking about real-time results, right? It has to be uninterrupted, and it's automatic. It's transmitted.
That's why I'm making you understand the difference between manual voting and electronic voting.
No, there's
electronic voting, for example, I'll cite this example. Go to the ATM machine, put your PVC in there. No, wait. I just want to explain something. For you to have it in real time, go to the ATM machine. For example, I'm just citing an example, like the polling machine. Put in your PVC in there. It identifies you. For example, thumbprint. It matches your thumbprint. Then you can vote. Then it goes to the server straight away. That is what is called real time. What we are doing presently is manual voting.
As long as we still have ballot paper,
it's manual. Right? That's when you are getting it confused. It's manual voting.
No, go ahead, the progressive. But progressive, it'd be nice if you can, for example, because I know that you are capable of adjudicating this. Let these people know. Let Sam know, right? There is no doubt that the transmission of this result is electronic. Now, somebody could say it didn't work or we have problems with it, but no other human being that I've seen, both in Nigeria or outside of Nigeria, is arguing that this is supposed to be a manual transmission of results.
Nobody's saying it's supposed to be a manual transmission of results.
Okay.
They're saying what we are saying is that the authenticity of the election result is not based on whether it was transmitted manually or electronically. The authenticity of the result is based on the work of beavers, accreditation, avoiding overvoting, huge credibility, transparency of the election.
Right.
Is what is based on transmission of the result. That is the whole reason of transmitting it electronically, so that everybody can see it, the result coming in real time, live
Right.
time. That was
Right.
all. Transparency.
Okay.
The
So
credibility.
this is,
For the election
right.
to be credible, that was the job of beavers. That's
Right.
all. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but here is what you are right, except when it comes to that transmission, it comes down to that clause 38, INEX clause 38 in their procedure and guideline. Okay, that is sacrosanct. You cannot not do it. For example, it has to be electronically transmitted, and where it's not possible, because machines can fail, the commission provided that particular election will be canceled. It's a serious thing. It's not frivolous. It's not like, oh, if it doesn't work, then you know, if it doesn't work, you cancel it.
The only reason why all of the returning officers have cancelled election is because of overvoting. So you need to know that. You can't come here and be misinforming the public.
No, you
the
are
election
misinforming.
was electronically transmitted. If you go to IRF now, you will see election result there. But the question is this: when you said in real time, that is where I was asking you a question. And understand that in the Electoral Act, it said the results shall be transmitted from the polling unit, direct from the polling unit. But it never stipulates time. So if INEC can come and say, yes, the result was all transmitted from the polling unit, but they just didn't arrive on time due to technical issues. What are you going to do?
No, it tells INEC what to do if there is a problem. Okay, I've been saying it over and over.
INEC can come to court tomorrow and say, yes, all the results were transmitted directly from the polling unit, but because of technological issues, they did not upload on time.
Right.
What are you going to do?
By the way, that's already also been tested and called. By the way, let me just post the case law for you, because this judge ordered INEC on March 17th. March 17th. Okay, that's after the election.
Do you know 3 days after the election? Do you know 3 days after the election, when the upload was still being uploaded, it was still at 95%. 3 days after the election, it was still at 95%.
All that's unacceptable. I mean, they're cooking the results. INEC is fraudulently trying to hoodwink us. The only way.
Can I ask you the reason why? Can I ask you the reason why Labour?
They've announced the winner. The results were still being uploaded on the server.
Right, it's unacceptable. I mean, he cannot do. By the way, I just posted, because let's not jump around. I'm posting a case law for you now. This judge determined this case on the 17th. Okay, I posted it so you could read it. The judge is having them obey that guideline. They have to transmit that result electronically. They cannot do otherwise.
Okay, what was the judgment? What was the judgment? Just read the judgment to us instead of posting again.
I posted it for you, right?
No, just summarize the judgment so we can make headway.
Okay, I read it for you.
You can't be waiting for you reading and reading. Everybody needs to contribute.
That's why I'm willing to give up.
This guy tried to explain to you the difference. What I think your expectation and what we have are two different things. Yeah. So your expectation was electronic voting. The only way you can have that result the way you expect it, it has to be 100% electronic voting.
That's
anything that make it partially manual voting, we're going to get the same result 9 out of 10 times. Even if INEC tells you today that a presidential election with 176,000 polling units, where logistics from in different geographical location of the countries are very dependent on transportation system, on road networking, you cannot expect to have a real-time result, because not all the results will not arrive at the same time. Let's be honest with ourselves.
I know, but
Voting,
remember when
voting
here's the
started in some
mistake you're
area
making. The progressive,
at
the
2
mistake
o'clock.
you're making is this: it's not the votes that are being uploaded that are mandated to be. It's a scanned copy of the result of the form. Hold on, of the forms EC8. So, like I said, I posted in the on the private section. I don't know if any of them are clicking. You have to click this thing. The Federal High Court in Abuja on Friday ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to upload the results of Saturday's governorship and House Assembly elections to its INEC result viewing, the IRF, immediately after counting of a ballot at various polling units across Akwa Ibom State, for example. This is where this is happening, right? So they were ordered to, they have to do it. It's not like they don't have a choice. So for those like who's speaking like Sam over there, who challenged this, the judge ordered INEC that they have to do. He ordered the use of the bimodal voter accreditation system to upload scanned copies of the result forms EC8A to the IRF portal immediately after counting at the polling unit.
How is that real time? What you just defined now, how is that real time? Please define to us, how is that real time? What you just said now.
Immediately. I mean, that's synonymous. That's the same thing. Immediately is the same thing as real time. Immediately. That's like in
so
this order.
if wait. If there were 100 people accredited in polling unit A,
right.
So we have to quickly upload 50 and wait for the next 50 to come and vote. Or what are you trying to explain to us? I don't get it still.
You're mixing two things up. The technology of the BVAS, as people
where you should be directing your anger to is the House of Reps and the Senate that passed this law, because we never had in the first place the infrastructure to back all of these things up.
No, I'm not angry. For one thing, I'm not angry. What it is that
no, you are angry.
No, I'm not. Not at all, because this is
it didn't go your way. I understand your sentiment.
No. That's, trust me on this. I'm telling you, as a fellow Nigerian, while if there's any kind of worry, it's about all of us. We have to embrace technology. We have to eschew evil. We have to do the right thing.
We do not have the infrastructure yet. We do not have the infrastructure yet.
This is the problem we have in Nigeria. Because of an election, we should embrace technology. But we have not fought hard enough to ask for the infrastructure. Do we have the infrastructures to support that technology in the first place?
Yes,
we don't have it.
Look, they did.
We don't have it.
We have it. It was done in Anambra, right? And Soludo emerged.
Is Anambra Nigeria?
Hold on now. So these BVAS technology, they are modular. It's like, okay, you have a BVAS machine in polling unit A. You have another one. It's like telephone.
When we talk about,
so if I carry a phone,
we're talking about infrastructure. We're talking about a communication network. We're talking about road network.
Right.
We're talking about transportation system. We don't have these things. How do you explain to me INEC officials arriving in polling unit at 2 o'clock in the afternoon in some areas?
Let me tell you why that doesn't fly. The progressive. How many presidential candidates did we have in the entire country?
18.
How many presidential?
18.
18, right? All right. Now, how many senators did we have? It's a lot, right?
Three senators.
109 senators.
It's a whole lot more, right?
No, it's three senators. You don't count. You go.
From where?
It's three. It's three.
Per state.
Yes, 3 senators.
Yeah, 3 per state. Yeah.
3 times 36. It's over that.
108.
Right. So that BVAS was able to transmit that.
No, we have three senators. 3 senators. You see,
plus Abuja.
This is where you guys are getting it wrong.
Yeah.
If you are transmitting the Senate result, you are doing it statewide, not nationally. So if in Anambra State, if they are transmitting Anambra State Senate result, they will be doing three senatorial districts. That's all. Presidential election is held. Every single candidate have to stand election in 36 states. Every senator don't stand election in 36 states. You have to stand election in your own state.
Okay, but in conjunction with those senators, you also have the House members running, right? So how many? There are 3 forms that the the person who's casting their vote and doing all that. The BVAS was able to accredit all Nigerians who went out there to vote. It accredited that beautifully. It didn't have any issue with that. So it has a capacity. Now, it's the result sheet that is being transmitted. So that result sheet is just like a photograph. It's not editable stuff. It's not encumbering something that it's not already doing. It's able to track, as people are coming and getting accredited, that thing is uploading and sending it up there. So even if you don't have signal, when you go to where there's a signal, then it will upload, right? But you are not supposed to, now that's where the breaking of the law is. He is not supposed to 4 a.m. in the morning go announcing a winner because he's not obeying the law. In essence, he's like committing a fraud in front of everybody and saying, what can you do to me? I got this bogus certificate. I'm gonna give it to Tinubu. What can you do? In essence,
I'm really sad because I expect you to know better than this you're doing. You're just being
wait a minute.
You're just being dramatic. You know better. You're just riling us up.
No, hold on.
That's just the truth. So because they announced the result 4 a.m. in the morning, what's the problem with that?
He did the opposite of what he's supposed to do.
Oh, Jesus, man.
If you are just uploading a photograph, now you have to know it's not a form. You cannot edit it. It's a photograph of the entire result. It's not like you got this cumbersome data that you have to. It's just a photograph, right? So, and they're all modular machines. The one here doesn't have much to do with the one next door. The one here can walk, and the one next door may not walk. Just like it demonstrated with the Senate candidates, it did all that, but they deliberately turned off the presidential. Not even one.
Pastor, 1 second. I'm going to ask you 1 second, right? I'm going to ask you a quick question.
Sure.
During that election, how many Senate results did you see on the IRF?
Me personally?
Yeah.
I didn't look at the IRF myself.
So how did you know that they were uploading Senate results if you didn't look at it?
Because we have eyes and trusted eyes and ears and reporters.
What do you mean trusted eyes and ears? Okay, has anyone come out to tell us which senatorial seat was uploaded that live and direct on that day?
Yeah, all of them. Did you see one that was not
true? Oh, come on now.
No, do you have one that wasn't uploaded? There's not one that
was because everybody that checked the IRF told us that the thing was not up and running. So if it was not up and running, how did you see that there was Senate result on that system?
No, it was just they're talking about the president. Nobody was talking about
No. You have to have access into the system before you can separate whether you are going to the presidential or the Senate. You cannot. They don't have a different system for the Senate and a different system for the president that you log in to know. It's one IRF portal.
Right. That's what I'm
saying. You have a presidential section and you have a senatorial section. So if nobody could gain access on that election eve, how does anybody knows that the senatorial result was uploaded?
Because it not only did it upload, it jives with what they have in the polling units. It jives completely. So there was no rigging of those, and nobody's fighting those. People I trust who could be eyes and ears for me. I don't have to see if those people say it's there. So you don't see anybody fighting those. But the only problem is the presidential.
You know the reason why nobody is questioning those results. Do you know the reason why?
Why?
Because Obi is not on that ballot.
No. That's
the simple fact. Let's be honest with ourselves.
These politicians are very, very selfish. All right, a lot of them don't give a rat's ass about Obi.
Yeah, some of these senators, some of them are going to court. Some of them are challenging the results still. But what I'm saying is the noise you are hearing about the presidential election. The reason why you're not hearing that noise is because Obi is not running for Senate. Because a lot of this noise are coming out from the Obi section of the public. So the idea, this is what I'm trying to say.
What is Obi section? Wait a minute. What is Obi section of the public?
I mean, some of the people who support Obi are the ones who are coming up with all of this different information. You know,
right.
One thing I want to say about this election is that is it perfect election? No, it's not at all. But have we made progress? Yes, we have. Anybody that feel like the election did not meet up to their standard. Then they have a way of redress. But this one of keep calling Yakub Mahmoud the devil is the worst person. This man is only one person. They had 176,000 polling units. Each and every one of these ad hoc staff could be doing anything they want to do, right? This man have no way of knowing what was going on. This man was announcing result as it was collated to him, right? So for some reason, is the worst INEC chairman that we've ever seen. Even though in the same election, 20 governors lost elections. 20
Lost.
state
It's
governors.
because it didn't go their way now. It
20
didn't go
state
their way. That's
governors
why.
lost in that. They lost in that. Some of them were going for the Senate. They lost to a nobody. Some of them had their candidates running. They lost in that election. 20 state sitting governors who had all the infrastructure of security to do whatever they want to do in that election. Still, they couldn't do anything because of the progress that we made in that election. We saw it whereby the presidential candidate of the APC in a state where he has dominated for years, he lost that state in that election. We saw in the Southwest, PDP, not even Labour Party now, PDP won in Osun State, right? So if you want to rig election, let's put it this way, if you want to rig election, how do you manufacture such results? You lost Lagos State, you lost Osun State. The city president, President Muhammadu Buhari, lost his own state of Katsina to the PDP. We're not even talking about Labour Party now. The second opposition party is still winning in their stronghold. How do you put all of this together, Pansat? I want somebody to make it make sense for me.
Can I quickly say this as well? There's somewhere in Amu Waldorfing, nobody knew this Labour Party guy from Adam, from nowhere. But Labour Party was on the ballot, yet they don't have a candidate in that place. I think that's the story. They don't have a candidate there, but because of this head mentality, let's everything but APC in Lagos. Let's just vote our new guy. They voted for LP, competed for LP in the whole of that place because they dominate that area, and they don't have a candidate there. Can you imagine that? Automatically, the APC guy that came second was given the mandate for that area. I mean, I don't understand.
That's what I'm saying.
Just because your guy have lost, does it make the election incredible? No.
We're talking about now. We're not even talking about Labour. We're talking about PDP. They won in Katsina. That is the president's home state. They won in Kaduna, where you have
El-Rufai lost Kaduna.
Yeah.
APC chairman lost Nasarawa.
NNPP showed their domination in Kano. So
Yeah, look,
where was this election rigged?
Here's the thing, right? There are many parties here with their interest. You have these politicians and they have interest, and you have us, the citizens, and we have interest, right? We are very, very interested in the process and the results, right? So I want you to have that in mind as we're talking, right? Citing that it's like this: somebody come, you're accused of committing murder, and you go to the front of the judge and you say, "Judge, have I killed anybody in this courtroom? Did I kill this?" That's not the way it works. There are laws that are set forth via our Constitution, via this Electoral Act 2022, and via this guideline and regulations. All of it has to be adhered to, especially where it makes a difference. Now, there's allegations so far. For example, the Labour Party claims that they won Lagos and that they got 900,000 votes or something like that. And in Port Harcourt, in River State, that the results were juxtaposed. And I could believe it, knowing the Wike over there. He's absolutely a foolish kind of person that would do something like that, right? Those are the kind of people why we have technology. Smart people. The only way to deal with the kinds of politicians we have back home is an effective process that they cannot buy, right? It's like somebody, they win the Nobel Prize, they won the Nobel Prize. They cannot buy it. So back home, that presidency, president of Nigeria, is bigger than the Nobel Prize. You are not going to be able to rig your way into it because we have the technology, we have forensic and intelligent people who are going to go to court and show if Tinubu won the election, he ought to be the president. If he didn't win it, he's not going to be. Now, I can assure you that because you're dealing with intelligent people now, right? So you can go where the INEC EC8 forms has where you're going to write in a figure and then
Pastor,
write it
please,
out.
can I ask you a question, sir? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Do you condemn in totality? Do you condemn with every fiber of your being what these people are doing out there? I don't want to call them your people because I don't want to stereotype.
Yeah.
What people are saying out there now, that's the latest one they're saying now. They prefer Bola Tinubu not to be president and they prefer a military takeover in Nigeria, for Christ's sake.
No,
do you condemn that?
I do. I don't condemn it. Here's what I say.
Can you imagine?
Those people who say that are committing fallacy by giving a false choice of two. There are three or more options. The people taking back their country, and then of course military takeover, and then maybe Tinubu actually being president. So they leave out.
If the military takes over, does that automatically make to be the president?
No. Listen to what I'm saying. Those people are wrong. The military is not going to take over our country. We're not going to let them do that. Just like we're not going to let anybody who didn't win the election to take it over. We're not going to let the military take over. We don't. It's part of a possibility, but it's not the most likely possibility. You follow me? It's one of the things in the mix.
You're not condemning it. You're not condemning it because you're making it look like there's a chance of it happening, and you're not going to be adverse to it.
I said we're not going to let it happen. I'm condemning it. That is unacceptable. Period. It's not military taking over. It's not better than Tinubu taking over. Tinubu taking over is better than the military taking over. So I'm condemning it. But I am trying to tell you though that it's a false choice because the people are going to take over the country, the youths and the progressive-minded people who are who's had it. We've had it. You know what, Sam?
Obi doesn't even have 25% in 24 states in Nigeria. Let's start from there. Let's start this argument from there. Did they have 25% in 24 states?
Listen. Let's not reduce this to the candidate. Let's discuss the matter as it is, right?
Thank you.
Say, forget about the candidate. Put the candidates aside now, right? Let's discuss the matter, the legality of the situation, right? So what I'm trying to say
why don't you take 5 minutes and discuss it, and then Sam 5 minutes and I come in, right? I don't know if Thomas.
Hello, sorry guys, I don't know what's wrong with my network. Everything just went off. Yeah.
That's the Australian network.
You missed a lot, Thomas. You missed a lot. But progressive, go ahead. And then
maybe one kangaroo have knocked down the mass in your area.
Come on, Fatai now. Come on, Fatai. Yeah, continue. Yeah.
Okay, when I'm ready, I'll let you guys. I'm listening, so I will let you know that I'm back on the set.
So
okay.
What I'm trying to say is that if you look at previous elections, right, and then you look at this election, and I understand that there are emotions out there for it. People when people talk about, the reason why I don't listen to this military issue, the reason I don't talk about it because it's just I put it down to ignorance. Don't forget, my brother. Let's be honest with ourselves. A lot of people that you are discussing political issues with today, they've only come into the scene just in this election period. Not even this election period. In the last 8-9 months, a lot of them came into the scene. So you have to sometimes forgive their ignorance when they make certain comments. Because I used to get pissed off when these guys talk, when some of these people talk sometimes. But later on, I figured that, okay, it is just out of ignorance that these people talk sometimes. So that is why I
progressive. Yeah. Some of these people, they know better, but then they're just riling up the base, exciting the base as if there's still a case.
No, they don't know better. It is you that is trying to give. You are trying to give them that much credit. That is the problem. Because if you know better, if you've gone through the time when we had military government, right? Mm-hmm. People still don't understand that
in totality, we've had more military government in Nigeria than we've had a democratic rule. This is the longest sustainable democracy that we've had since the creation of that country. We're talking about what, 20-something years now of unbreakable democracy. This is the longest that we've had. I went to school. Majority of my school, primary and secondary school years, was under the military government, if not all of them. So we people like myself, I understand the challenges that you have to go through when you are under military government. People don't understand that when you have a military government, you could easily don't have Twitter, not TikTok, not Facebook running in that country. No
That is
social
it.
media.
All this freedom of speech thing is gone, man.
Everything could be
This
shut
social
down
media is
overnight.
gone. Like,
so people do not understand that when you operate a military system, you don't have no rule of law. You don't have nothing like rule of law. It is almost like pay as you go. You know, so you have to put it as you have to put it under the ignorance category, that these guys, they're just ignorant. They don't understand what they're talking about. Some of them, they think because their emotion is being bruised, so they can just say anything. Well, it's good for them, but you know what? I've always said that when people make decisions in that country, if they and their family are able to survive, myself and my family, we will also make it through. So we watch ourselves, you know. But for me, I always believe that the right thing will be done by the people who have the honest mind to genuinely move that country forward. So having said that, on the issue of the election, I understand that a lot of people want to hinge the credibility on the election on the transmission of results. Look, I would have loved them to have the election transmitted. In fact, I would want to see a Nigeria where we have complete electronic voting, where you put your fingerprint on the machine to vote, and the result goes straight onto the server. Everybody can see it. All of us want to see that, my brother. Look, if you are a true Democrat, it's not about whether you win or you lose. It's about having a credible system. Because when your system is credible, you produce the right leaders. And when those leaders are not doing the right thing, they can easily be held accountable. So everybody wants to see that we have a workable system in that country. Whether the person I support win or lose, it means that the system works. That is what we want to see. But it doesn't take away that we have made progress. You understand? This is my own position. We have made, look, this election, the way I've never been surprised. In every election, I always expect the same thing. The question you need to ask these people is that why did Buhari refuse to sign the Electoral Act in 2019?
That's it.
Why did he refuse to sign it? Because he understood the consequences in that election. Go and look at the result of 2019 and come and compare it with this one, my brother. Oh, listen, I've got to go now. I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you.
I understand you perfectly. Yeah. Thanks, man.
Before you go, please, I want to respond to him before he goes. Okay, what he said. Oh man, he left already. But let me respond in case he's listening.
Left.
You see, what he said.
Yeah, you can respond. Yeah, you can respond. He's listening. Yeah.
When he says we've made progress, he is 100% correct. The progress we've made is that the law was passed. That's the progress. Now, the other debates that he's making, that should be made in Congress or something like that, trying to change the law. The law states what should happen. You have to transmit that result from the polling unit, period. That's the law. Now, the law specifies consequences if you don't, because that's why you have laws. Everybody has free will. You don't have to obey the law. If say here where I am, the speed limit is 75 miles per hour, you don't have to obey the law. You can go ahead and make 100 miles per hour. When the cop pulls you over, a police officer, then you go to court and challenge it. Now, the judge is supposed to then rule against you if they have it by radar that you're doing 100 miles per hour. They're going to convict you and say, look, you did 100 miles per hour. You're supposed to be 75 miles per hour. You could make all the arguments in the world you want. So that's why people fought very hard to have that law enacted in 2022. So now we're in the process of going through that progress that he talks about, right? The courts haven't ruled yet. When the courts up to Supreme Court rule, then we're going to say we made progress, right? They have to find according to that law. The judges may not like it. Mr. Progressive may not like it. Law is not based on whether you like it or not, or should it have been this way or that way? Should they have done it manually? That's not the issue. The issue is that we made progress. We passed that law. Now, Nigerians, politicians, they don't like obeying laws. They want to buy this. They want to do this. They want to buy votes where it's against the law to buy votes. They want to change results. Yeah, you could be successful in doing all that, but we have a law against that, right? So people are going to go to courts and testify and proffer evidence, and then the judges will rule. He is absolutely right. We made progress. The only thing we're doing here is we're here giving our opinion what the law should be. It's not what the law should be. It's what does the law say? Mr. Mahmoud is not the law. He's not the law. He can make his dad the president-elect. Okay, what if he did that? Let me ask you, Sam. What if on that night of whenever that he declared Tinubu the president-elect, what if he just brought his dad there and say, my dad won? Are you trying to tell me that stands because he's the chairman of INEC? No, it doesn't stand, but he still has to.
But that's not possible.
It is possible. No, it is possible.
His father is not a candidate.
No, that's what I'm saying.
He's not contesting.
I know, but listen. What he's done is no different from saying maybe an hour to him declaring the result and say, you know what? I don't have to choose.
Can I quickly respond to him?
Let me just land, please. Let me land.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you a question that you added together. What you have to, in anything you're discussing, you have to take it to the most logical conclusion. What if he did X, Y, Z? Because the stem of your argument is his status, his post. You're saying he's the INEC chairman. He can go manual or he could go electronic, right? That's what you're saying. Now, if that is the case, he could actually come on TV and say, you know what? I don't have to choose from the pool of candidates. I'm going to make my dad the president-elect, right? So you would have no means of stopping him from doing that unless you go to court and say, you know what? His dad is not a candidate. This section says that you have to be a candidate nominated by the party, and then you have to methodically go through it. That's the only time his dad loses that bogus certificate. It's the same thing here. So he is not the law. He is trying to abuse the law, abuse his position, and only the judge. You know, I watched you guys here sometime, and you were talking about this Adeleke.
All I see that you're doing is you are trying to demonize this guy.
No, I'm not.
That's what you're trying to do.
I am giving
let me counter what you've said, please. You've spoken for almost 3 minutes, and I've been listening.
So
you said, what if he suddenly makes his father or announces his father? That would have been preposterous. So that's not even logic. That should not come into reasoning at all. It doesn't even have a place in this argument.
Do you
so let's just
understand that
trash
to a
that.
lot of people it's as preposterous as putting up Tinubu as the president-elect?
Why are you saying this, for Christ's sake? Why are you saying this?
Let me tell you why I'm saying it. It says in the clause 38 of the guideline and procedure. Remember, that is what establishes the day of the election. That particular procedure and guideline is the law that guides the election. It picks the day, it picks the procedure, the guidelines, what will happen if you do X, Y, Z. So if somebody does something totally preposterous, which is what he did, is to not allow a timely transmission of results from the polling units, follow it up the way it's written down in the guideline, right? And he just arbitrarily announces somebody as it's just this. He could have been anybody. He could have been Obi. What if he picked Obi? Do you think Tinubu and his supporters are going to accept something like that? They would not.